Starlink here in India. He's talked about wanting to have a Tesla factory here in India. Just walk us through what is it that Musk wants and what is it that India can offer him, realistically speaking.
Well, there is going to be a strong push from Musk really to get Tesla into India. The last time, as Parikshit was telling us, it didn't quite work out, which is not to say he's not going to have another go. Someone in Musk's position is always looking to expand business. Musk is very well disposed towards India personally. He has spoken on many occasions and in many respects very highly of India, not just India as a country, but Indian talent, Indian industry, and Indian talent that really is at the cutting edge of driving the US economy forward. He acknowledges all that, and he has said so repeatedly and emphatically. So that's a good base to start with. Now, of course, relative to the last time, he is not just a Tesla or a Starlink or a SpaceX man. He is a very influential figure within the government. And within the government, he is able to quite influence Trump, if at all anyone can, to any extent. We've seen many signs of that. So Musk is a very strong ally to have within the government, and we've seen the series of meetings with Prime Minister Modi, all very influential people within the government, and it's been a smart move to have these meetings because difficult negotiations are going to come up over trade, and in that we do want Musk on India's side.
I do want to go back to Parikshit on, in terms of, all right, we'll go back to Parikshit in a moment. So just to explain this to our viewers, so Elon Musk is what they call a semi-government employee. He's the head of Doge, which Trump feels is sort of this wrecking ball, if you will, to try and, completely upend the manner of the federal government as we know it. So there's been a whole bunch of layoffs, there's been a whole bunch of court cases. But as far as India is concerned, this whole thing about, the first buddy, as Musk would like to call him, is Musk now a via media or a go-through to get to President Trump, to get to the White House? What are you hearing, Sanjay Suri? Because there's also this whole thing that, look, at the end of the day, these are two men with big egos. At some point, those egos have to clash and this honeymoon is going to get over. How does India leverage the fact that Musk wants to be in India, Musk wants Starlink in India, Musk wants to start a Tesla factory in India, at the same time to try and drive some concessions, if you will, from the Trump administration?
Well, of course, the Indian government's effort will have to be to make its push while the honeymoon is on, and it very much is on at the moment. So the government really is looking for allies within the government that can try and soften, and this is the primary aim, soften the impact of the reciprocal tariffs that Trump is talking about, threatening rather. There have been some efforts in that direction, and Musk is quite central to those, and the meeting currently underway as we speak will be a very important step in that direction. It's going to be very crucial to have Musk on the side of the Indian government to the extent that the Indian government is making its case that it wants heard and accepted by Trump. Trump is a bit of a maverick, and persuading him is not going to be the easiest, but with Musk on India's side, that task becomes, let's say, a little less difficult. At least that can be the hope. And also, we're going to see that the Indian government is going to try and make its own case on these tariffs through Musk, through other people in the government, and through a number of concessions and temptations. It's a bit of those that the Indian government has prepared to deal with this assault, if you like, over the trade front that is imminent from Trump. The Indian government is already pledged to reduce tariffs on a number of goods and to open up its market to more US goods.
Sanjay, just stay on with us. I want to get one final word from Parikshit before we go to our guest. Two things, Parikshit. One, what does Musk want out of India in terms of Starlink connections in India, in terms of Tesla factory in India? And that's one part of it. The second part of it, and I think this is the most curious part, is does the Indian government believe that they can cultivate Musk as some kind of leverage with the Trump White House? I mean, we have seen how the H-1B visa issue, for example, has divided Trump's base. Musk and the other tech bros are very pro H-1B, whereas his MAGA base by Steve Bannon and Laura Loomer, they're very anti H-1B. So if you could speak to both of those issues, please.
Yes, Elon Musk is an interesting individual, definitely unpredictable, but at the same time, he's someone with huge interests in China. He's got a manufacturing base in China, and he wants to launch autonomous cars there in the future. So he can't de-link away from China overnight the way Donald Trump would want. So India would hope that Elon Musk would have some sort of influence in terms of reducing the rhetoric of Donald Trump if possible, especially on H-1B visas. Elon Musk has gone on to say that he was a beneficiary of the H-1B program and it must continue and US must get the best talent. So all of this, India hopes, will cut some ice with Donald Trump, and good reason will also dawn on Donald Trump. What he wants from India? Well, once upon a time, he did want to manufacture in India, and sources who worked with him earlier, he's had different agencies representing them. He's also sacked them overnight. What we are told that he would not want to manufacture in India immediately because his plants in Germany, for example, in United States, in China, they're not running to full capacity. There is slowdown in EV sales in certain geographies. BYD, the Chinese car maker, has overtaken them in global sales in 2024 and also the first quarter of this year. Considering the fight with Chinese vehicles is so tight, does he need to really start manufacturing in India? Remember, in a earnings call last year, after he cancelled the India visit, he said that I would like to continue using the existing manufacturing lines of Tesla to make low-cost cars. And the reason why he was coming to manufacture in India was for low-cost cars. So the whole plan of making affordable cars is now based on what he already has as manufacturing capacity. So keeping that in mind, he would not want to commit anything in terms of setting a new manufacturing base in India. How would he justify that to his stakeholders and his shareholders? What he can ask for is give me duty concessions so that I can begin retail operations. We are told by sources, and this has been confirmed by multiple sources, that Tesla is scouting for locations to have company-owned showrooms. This will be in big metros where he will sell his low-cost cars. That could begin in 2025, and the Indian government is confident that would happen at some time. On Starlink, we believe that most of the clearances are through. Some final clearances are awaited, and Musk would want the Prime Minister and the Indian government to get that done as soon as possible. On SpaceX, they would want a broader collaboration with ISRO, and possibly the Indian government will want to grant him that concession so that they can get more leverage with Donald Trump as well.
All right. I want to thank both Parikshit and Sanjay Suri for joining us. I'm going to come back to both our reporters in just a moment, as and when we get more pictures or more details of these call-ons. So there were three in the run-up to the meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. Mike Waltz, the NSA, he's already met with Prime Minister Modi. Elon Musk, with his entire jing-bang, if I can use that phrase, they are calling on Prime Minister Modi right now. And in about half an hour's time, Vivek Ramaswamy, there you go. That's the Mike Waltz picture from about an hour ago. Vivek Ramaswamy will be calling on the Prime Minister in about half an hour or so. So again, I want to focus on a couple of areas which I think are important, and this is what you will see in the meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, also in the joint statement. There is a view that the United States, the Trump administration, thinks that things like energy, things like more defense equipment purchase will actually balance out the trade between India and the United States. This is something that is a priority for the Trump White House. We saw that being mentioned in the readout by the White House after the call on the 27th of January between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. And President Trump believes very earnestly and very ideologically, may I add, that the trade between America and its biggest trading partners, India, China, the European Union, Canada, Mexico, needs to be much more balanced. And one way for India at least to try and balance out that trade is to buy more defense equipment from the United States, to buy more oil and gas from the United States. Let's try and explore this theme a little more. Elizabeth Loris is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council for Indo-Pacific Security Initiative. Michael Owens is the mayor of the city of Mableton. Thank you very much, Mr. Owens and Ms. Freund Loris, for joining us. I want to start with you, ma'am. So, there are two issues I want to talk about. One is from the point of view of the Trump White House, trade and the trade imbalance is a huge talking point for him and his White House. And two, immigration, both legal and illegal immigration. How may you think the Trump White House will be addressing those concerns with Prime Minister Modi when the meeting happens in about 4 hours from now.
You're absolutely correct that trade and immigration are very important because they were key or top campaign issues and promises that Trump had made to the voters. And so he wants to position himself as following through on these topics. Regarding trade, the U.S. runs, more than a $45 billion trade deficit in both goods and services with India. And so he will address not only trying to close that gap in trade of goods, but also services. And that would include perhaps an exchange more of like technology transfers and knowledge-based, type services. Regarding immigration, no one can ignore that he made immigration a key issue of his campaign promises, particularly through the southern border. And so what he wants to do is, of course, on the U.S. side of things, he has sent U.S. military, more defense border guards active at the border, but also he is trying to use leverage with the home countries of the immigrants and trying to get those governments to do their share to cut down on the number of people who are illegally emigrating to the United States. President Trump has made it clear that he welcomes legal immigration, and particularly he's been very open to extending H-1B visas to Indian immigrants, particularly in the technology sector and AI sectors. And so he's going to raise the issue of India doing more to help cut down on the illegal immigration to the United States, particularly through the southern and some through the Canadian border, through the Indian diaspora up in Canada. And that's another area where they're coming through.
I want to go to Mr. Mableton. With Canada and Mexico, President Trump has made it clear he has linked the whole issue of illegal immigration to what he calls the rampant flow of fentanyl from the Canadian border, from the Mexican border. With India, you can't quite make that connection. At least it's not, a straightforward connection. So what is his expectation from India when it comes to this whole issue of illegal immigration, which clearly for his second term is a real top priority issue?
Yeah, thanks for having me on today. I think that's a bit of a complex issue when looking at India versus countries, particularly in South America, where Trump has been quite direct on this issue. I think there is a larger economic international impact when we're looking at India with this because of the discussion that was made before about H-1 visas and how that's carried out. And, when you have someone like Elon Musk, who obviously is showing his influence on the Trump administration, you have to kind of question as to how that's going to impact the view of immigration in the U.S. I mean, it's easy to talk within, I think what links those together is discussion about jobs and economic development. And when you talk to people locally on the ground in cities such as mine, these issues start to come up. It's like, well, who and what is Musk doing as far as bringing in jobs or forcing jobs elsewhere to other opportunities that he may have in other countries versus jobs that could be had here in the U.S. I think it's a bit of a dichotomy for the Trump administration because on one hand, they have to continue to say America first and we will protect all jobs and we will ensure that we grow America. But on the other hand, when you look at someone like Elon Musk, who obviously has international interests, I think that's where the rub kind of comes in and where myself and many people in America are watching this closely to see how much influence that Elon Musk is going to have, coupled with we know the America First mantra that President Trump always puts forth.
Ms. Laris, I know there's been a lot of debate around the role of Elon Musk in the Trump White House in Trump 2.0. Many are saying that is the significant difference, perhaps the singular difference between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. If you can explain to our viewers how the Trump White House sees Musk. Is he a wrecking ball? Is he an ally? Is he the biggest donor to the campaign? Or is he, as one of my guests earlier in the show said, a useful idiot who the Trump White House needs so that they can append both domestic policy and foreign policy? And what do the rest of the world, India and China and Canada and Mexico, how do they make sense of how to navigate this relationship between Musk and Trump?
Yeah, the relationship obviously is very close. I believe that President Trump sees Elon Musk as someone who thinks like him in the sense that they both think outside the box. I don't know if there's anyone who thinks like Elon Musk. And President Trump was very disappointed in his first administration that he hit a lot of roadblocks. Of course, for much of that time, there was a divided government, right? Democrats controlled some of Congress. And so he was very frustrated in getting what he wanted done. And also a lot of people in the bureaucracy and career civil servants really were against Trump's policies in his first administration and slow walked everything. He had a number of people in his administration who left very quickly and turned around and wrote books and made millions of dollars, writing tell-all books. So Trump said, we're not doing that again. Second administration, we are completely changing the playbook. And he has come in like a bull in the china closet. And Musk is helping him fulfill that role. Now you've got two bulls in the china closet. And so you have an executive who is signing executive orders. Trump has only been in office for 22 days. I think for most Americans, it already feels like years. It is amazing, whether you like it or not, what he has done in the 22 days. So Trump signs and Musk executes. So he needed someone who had his back. From pretty early on, Musk was literally jumping up and down and cheering at a lot of Trump's, presidential campaign events. And so Trump, it's okay, this is a huge supporter of mine, and he's got a lot to offer in his thinking and his energy. And this is someone I want on board to help me carry out what I'm going to do as much as I can, particularly before the 2026 elections, which might change the leadership in the House.
All right. I'll get a final word from Mr. Owens. As mayors of cities, as governors of states in the United States, you understand the need to have high-skilled labor, particularly from the STEM disciplines, science and technology, engineering and math and so on. How do you square that with what is an avowed position of the Trump administration that they want to cut down on immigration? They want American companies to hire American citizens for these STEM programs and so on. And again, this division between his own base with the donors and the tech bros on the one side going all in on these technical visas. And then you have his base, which is kind of revolting against it. How does President Trump walk this fine line?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because that's kind of the dichotomy that I was talking about earlier when, we're looking very closely at Silicon Valley and what's happening, obviously with Elon Musk, but the other tech leaders in the space in the U.S. who has traditionally relied very heavily on international talent to come in and come to the Bay and come to specific areas within the U.S. It's also, you have to mention the driving sector of technology. We have venture capitalists and even people from India that are coming to the U.S. with great ideas and great energy for new technology solutions. But that does go in direct conflict with this MAGA base that really wants to crack down on all immigration as a whole. Really seems to be no matter where they are across the world and truly focus on America first. Now, let me be the first to say that, most of us here in the U.S. fully support the growth of our universities and our elementary schools and middle schools when it comes to STEM programs, ensuring that our kids are ready to compete on that international stage. But it is just that. It's the ability to compete globally and ensure that everyone's able to take part in this. When we look at other places around the world to see the growth, that is what I mentioned before about, Elon Musk has a very unique position in this with Stargate and with Tesla and X. And these are truly global entities. And so to look at, India, for example, which is a very key strategic and economic partner for the U.S., we have to make sure that I think some of this is bound on countering China's economic influence and what's going on in the tech space and the AI space there. So I think, to wrap this up, I think there will still be very strong relations between, America and India, and I think it's the best interest for the United States, for all of us mayors and governors, to pay close attention to this, but also make sure that we're watching Elon Musk and determining just how much influence he has over this administration and with what bounds. It seems to be thus far that his influence seems to be boundless, and that's something that I know that as mayors and governors across this country, we're taking a very close look at.
All right. I want to thank both Mr. Owens and Ms. Laris for joining us. We'll take a quick break here in the program. When we come back, hopefully we'll get the first pictures. I think we already have. We're starting to get the first pictures of the Prime Minister and Mr. Musk. Mr. Musk arriving there at the Blair House, where the Prime Minister is staying, just across the road from the White House, across Pennsylvania Avenue, where the Prime Minister and his contingent is staying there. Mr. Musk with his entire family there, landing up to meet with the Prime Minister. We'll take a quick break, but when we come back, hopefully we'll have live pictures of that meeting between Mr. Musk and Prime Minister Modi.
Stuart, just how important are H-1B visa holders, and that will mean mostly Indians necessarily, to the US economy and to creativity within the US economy?
Our research has found that over half of the billion-dollar companies have been created by immigrants to the United States, most of them H-1B visa holders, and many of them even international students as well. And so Indians and H-1Bs more generally are really crucial to the U.S. economy, because over 70% of the graduate students in electrical engineering and computer science and fields like that are international students.
So is Trump reversing Biden's policy to attract talent? The policy seems not very clear, because Trump has also been saying the right things.
Well, that's really the million-dollar question at this point, because in the first Trump administration, the policies were very negative. Some Indian companies saw their denial rates go up to really a 50% or higher. On average, in FY 2018, the denial rates for new H-1B visas were 24%. And the Trump administration policies continued until they lost in court. And then that reversed some of those policies, but not till the end of the term. Since then, Elon Musk has created somewhat of a counterweight so far, at least rhetorically, in that there's some positive statements that have been made about H-1B visas. However, we haven't yet seen the policies roll out. I find it hard to believe that you're going to go through the entire 4 years without any negative policies, considering Stephen Miller is really in charge of immigration policy, and he's been very negative towards international students and H-1B visas.
Is it the aim of the administration to attract talent but not retain it, so people come, do the clever creative things and then go back? So you have the creativity without the migration.
The government is often sends mixed signals, and you also have many people with different ideas. I think if you ask the average member of Congress in the United States, they would think it's a bad idea to have people educated here and then go back to another country and potentially compete against U.S. companies. That's how they would view it. However, the way our actual policies work is you have, it's very hard often for an international student to get an H-1B visa. As you know, there are hundreds of thousands of people who are excluded from being selected in the lottery each year. You also have many Indians who have to wait decades sometimes potentially to get their employment-based green card because of the limits.
The usual popular complaint is that all these arrivals stand in the way of Americans themselves doing all these.
Welcome back. In the next few hours, we will have the big meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump of the United States. In the run-up to it, there are a series of call-ons that the Prime Minister has. Mr. Waltz, Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor of the United States under Mr. Trump, the new NSA. He's met with the Prime Minister. Mr. Elon Musk, the SpaceX and Tesla CEO, is currently meeting the Prime Minister, and we're having those pictures on your screen just before The meeting began with Musk and his entire family walking into Blair House, where the Prime Minister is currently residing. And then, of course, in about half an hour or so, we will have Vivek Ramaswamy, who is a tech entrepreneur, somebody who ran unsuccessfully to be Republican president. He will be calling on the Prime Minister as well. So all of that will be covered in the next half an hour or so. But I want to go across to Tanvi Madan, who's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution at Washington, D.C. Thank you, Tanvi, for speaking with us. We're given to understand, and this is by way of some senior White House officials who've spoken to CNBC TV 18, as well as to our colleagues in Washington at CNN-News18, that this whole reciprocal trade tariffs, which Trump is threatening, and I believe in an hour or so he will be unveiling that at the White House, that may not be as much of a concern to India. And on the contrary, India is hoping that there won't be as much impact on India as it would have on, let's say, a Mexico or a Canada or any of these other countries that have much more trade into the United States. Also, there is chatter, Tanvi, about a limited trade deal between India and the United States possibly being signed on by both principals by the time it's the fall, which is later this year, when we know that President Trump has to come to India to take part in the Quad Summit, which India is hosting. So what do you make of these two developments? Net, would it be a big positive for India?
I think there will be a few different things that we'll see perhaps India move on. And we've got some hints of this, but I think you already saw in the budget some lowering of tariffs on some items that specifically President Trump has focused on, things like, high-end motorcycles, but also other things that will ease American companies' attempt to diversify some of their production or go through a China plus one strategy with India. You've seen some import tariffs lowered that would both help India's manufacturing goals as well as facilitate American and other companies' supply chain diversification. But I think you've also seen, so some of this is kind of, preemptive brush clearing on India's part, which is, and you do that in part to kind of avoid flare-ups like, being hit by a tremendous amount of tariffs, but also so that then you can build on and grow from that kind of brush being cleared. I think the other thing you likely see, we saw this, India do this in the first Trump term, is along with kind of lowering tariffs, presenting other deals. So I would not be surprised if now or sometime in the next few weeks or months, we heard about more Indian procurement of oil or LNG from the US. We saw this last time. We might hear some movement on small modular reactors, which you hear the Prime Minister talk about in France as well on the nuclear side. And you might hear India talk about defense procurement. Of course, India has also caveated that with wanting to see co-production in India, but nonetheless, there are several kind of items that India actually wants to buy. So this is not exactly something that India is necessarily doing out of its interest. These are things, maybe C-130s. In terms of strategic airlift capability, P-8s, maritime reconnaissance aircraft, or kind of Stryker and Javelins. The thing to watch is whether we see some, the U.S. company back in play for fighter aircraft. But that there's been a little bit more skepticism about. But nonetheless, I think you'll see defense, energy, these lower tariffs. Will this be enough to prevent India from facing some reciprocal tariffs? Maybe not. But I think this is why you will also see India and the US perhaps announce that they are going to start the process or restart the process of some sort of trade deal, as you mentioned, that will head off some of the kind of higher tariffs or kind of a broad-based tariff. So it's not that President Trump has not said he'll make exceptions. He usually wants different things for those exceptions. And from that, you've seen India respond. I think there'll be some non-economic areas, accepting more deportation flights. And then perhaps, down the line, some more law enforcement cooperation on curbing the supply of fentanyl and precursor chemicals, which President Trump pays attention to. So I think India will go into this saying, we might not be able to head off all of this, but try to kind of minimize and mitigate the first, second, and third order effects of these reciprocal tariffs that might come.
All right. You did specifically mention about a couple of things which I want you to touch upon. One is the way President Trump views tariffs as some kind of a negotiating tool, and therefore he wants countries, not just India, but other countries as well, to try and narrow the trade deficit that they have, that America has with the rest of the world. So one is buying American defense equipment, but India, on the other hand, philosophically, not just wants to buy defense equipment, but wants to jointly produce, wants more transfer of technology. How do you align both of these visions, as it were, on the defense side? That's one part of it. The second one, which you again referred to in your earlier answer, I think it's a bit of an easy give, about India rebalancing its energy imports. There was a time when the United States was India's #1 source. All right, we have the first pictures of Elon Musk and Prime Minister Modi meeting at the Blair House. You can see Elon Musk's entire family, his 3 kids who are all part of this meeting. Look, Elon Musk has a lot of asks, if you will, from India. He's presented a gift to the Prime Minister, and they're having a very deeply engaging conversation, both of them, both Prime Minister Modi and Mr. Musk. Of course, Mr. Musk has a lot of asks from India. Like I said, he wants the downlinking of Starlink, the broadband internet connection that his company offers. He also wants to possibly start a Tesla electric vehicles factory here in India. There has been a pet peeve that Mr. Musk and other electric vehicle manufacturers have had about high import duties here in India. Of course, the union budget addressed that in some measure in the days gone by. And of course, there is the issue of cooperation between SpaceX, his private space research and satellite launching company, with ISRO, which is India's government-owned space research and satellite launching company. So clearly, there's a lot that Mr. Musk wants from India. There's a lot that India can offer Mr. Musk. But most importantly, the question is whether Elon Musk is a conduit or a way to appeal to the good offices of the president, Mr. Trump, and the kind of relationship that they have between the world's richest man and the world's most powerful man. Of course, Mr. Musk became the largest donor to the Trump campaign. He's contributed more than $250 million to the Trump campaign, the largest donee, as it were, of any private entity. He also created what is called the America Super PAC, which in itself contributed more than $200 million. So we're getting these live pictures, and Parikshit Luthra is joining us on the phone line. Parikshit, just walk us through these pictures. Prime Minister Modi and Mr. Musk seem to be in a very engaged, very intense conversation. What does Musk want from India?
He's somebody who's met the Prime Minister at least 3 to 4 times. Prime Minister has previously visited the Tesla factory. Elon Musk had called on Prime Minister during his visit to the United States as well. Piyush Goyal has visited the Tesla factory. At that time, there was no meeting between Musk and Piyush Goyal. So that engagement has been going on, and India has been wooing Tesla for quite a few years. We want them to manufacture here. Now, Musk has been interested in India. He's always complained of very high tariffs and said that India is a high tariff country. You need to bring down tariffs from 100% to somewhere in 20 to 30%, have it in low single digits. So that conversation has been ongoing. Last time, the Indian government had framed out a policy called the Scheme for Manufacturing Electric Cars in India. That was exactly to woo companies like Vietnam's VinFast and also Tesla to come and make in India at very low rates. Tell them that you can invest something like $4,000 in the next 5 years, get a duty concession, get 8,000 electric cars per year at just about 15%, and then within 3 to 5 years, you can start manufacturing. That seemed to be appealing to Elon Musk, but at the last moment, he cancelled because he was facing shareholder setbacks. There were shareholders questioning what his China policy is. Why is he losing market share to BYD? What is the point of expanding further? So amid all of those investor concerns, we saw Elon Musk changing gears, saying that we're now going to launch low-cost electric cars, and we're going to make them on our existing lines. The reason why he was coming to India was to manufacture low-cost electric cars under $25,000 to $20,000 US. He still sees India as a potential market. He needs to grow his market share. India is a country where he can have greater sales, but he would just, first of all, like to begin retail operations, import cars into India either from China or from Europe, and just have retail operations for 4 to 5 years before he makes up his mind. He does not want to commit to any sort of investment on paper legally. So it's possible that he may ask the Prime Minister for concessions, that please give me lower duty so that I can begin sales in India, at least of my low-cost cars. And somewhere the government is hopeful that he will bring the low-cost car to India in 2025. He also wants an approval for Starlink. He wants a collaboration between SpaceX and ISRO. So what Musk really wants is a very deep collaboration with India. And as and when he comes, and we're told that when Donald Trump will visit India in fall for the Quad Summit, Elon Musk will accompany him, and possibly at that time, we could see some India-specific announcements.
Parikshit, if you can also just walk our viewers through on the Starlink piece. Of course, he is the CEO there, and he believes that this is revolutionary communication technology. Where is that moved as far as India is concerned? What's the reluctance? What are the regulatory concerns therein? And do you see anything giving in this meeting?
Well, yes, we've been hearing that the approvals, the regulatory approvals, the security approvals are at their final stages. Somewhere there are a few nods that are needed. The Indian government is also keeping its cards very close to its chest. They may have offered him some sort of approvals here in this meeting as well. I guess it's just now a matter of time. We heard that those clearances could have come last year as well, but then you had the election code of conduct in place when Musk was supposed to visit India. Even now, it seems that India is ready to give him that advantage. But first of all, they would like him to come to India, make some sort of announcement, and then give him that advantage, give that clearance for Starlink as well.
We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. I want to get a quick word in from Tanvi before we take a break. So just those two specific concerns. You were talking about defense. India wants to make in India more defense components. And of course, Mr. Trump sees it as a very transactional thing. He just wants India or any other country to just buy more American defense equipment. So how do you align both of that? And secondly, on energy, do you think it's a little bit more of an easy give where India can commit to importing much more American energy than Russian energy, which it has over the last couple of years or so since this war began? So walk us through both of those.
So I think a couple of things here. One on the specific issues you asked for, but I'll make a broader point. I think these bilateral issues that you mentioned are actually manageable for India. The Indian government has shown an ability, and these are not things that are necessarily against India's interests, or it will make the argument that there's a way to align these. I think the more consequential impacts that India will feel aren't necessarily from these bilateral issues. It will be from these broader debates that the Trump administration will have with itself sometimes on what China policy is going to be, how to bring the Russia-Ukraine war to an end, whether or not to move kinetically against Iran, but also these other kind of trade, immigration, industrial policies. So that's just kind of a broader thing. Specifically on the question of kind of co-production versus outright sales, I think you'll see a combination. I think you'll see both sides kind of move towards the middle, so to speak, and find a point of convergence. That won't necessarily be against either's interests. So I think you will see India make the case to the Trump administration. It also that U.S. and India have strategic convergence. India is not an ally. It does not expect the U.S. To come to its defense. But the U.S. can help India help the U.S. ensure a favorable balance of power in the Indo-Pacific and deter China. And to do that in part, one thing the U.S. can facilitate is kind of helping bolster India's defense industrial base. That will not just help American companies expand their market in India, but also over time potentially help them export to other markets. And there'll be the case made that this is not just about kind of producing entire sets of platforms in India. As we've seen with very prominently with at least a couple of American companies, sometimes this is part of a moving part of the supply chain to India. Now, that will probably not be made in the way I just did, which is, you're moving part of the supply chain. But to say actually this will help expand the markets of American companies at the end of the day and actually give them more access to the Indian market. I think that will, and that is not necessarily misaligned with what we've heard from President Trump on some things where, he's talked about the U.S. can't produce enough ships. And it needs, the gap with the U.S. and China is growing. So he's mentioned to the Korean president, we're willing to think about the allies producing, and in this case, in India's case, would be partner, helping us increase our production. I think on the Indian side, where there might need to be some adjustment, is that I think while there'll be this desire to co-produce and keep that emphasis, there might be some outright, it'll be twinned with some outright purchases. Now, why I say this is not against India's interest is this will be speedier, just in terms of a certain amount of procurement that India wants quicker, but it'll get some co-production while getting these things done. And even as India is purchasing, I think they will also make the argument that, we'd also like to see continued because India is going to procure more from the US, that you want to see more technology collaboration, even if ISET, the Initiative for Critical Emerging Technologies, is not called that in the Trump administration because it's the Biden term. India will want to see more on that front. India will also want to, see more broadly in terms of facilitation or speeding up of the GE HAL deal. So the HAL deal for the engine production, and get, the Trump administration to nudge GE on this. So I don't think that is necessarily a space where you will see entire misalignment. Even on oil and LNG sales, India is one of the largest consumers of oil and natural gas. It is one of the largest importers of oil and natural gas. India, as you know, is price sensitive. So part of the question is going to be, what are the prices looking like? I do think President Trump will say to India, not because he has a very kind of assertive view towards Russia, he's just thinking about this in terms of a business and person in a kind of a transactional view. Why are you buying so much from Russia? Why are you buying so little from the US? And I think India will make the judgment call, perhaps, that it's actually not a bad thing to necessarily, diversify some of that overdependence that it might be seeing on Russia. So it won't stop import.
Stuart, just how important are H-1B visa holders, and that will mean mostly Indians necessarily, to the US economy and to creativity within the US economy?
Our research has found that over half of the billion-dollar companies have been created by immigrants to the United States, most of them H-1B visa holders, and many of them even international students as well. And so Indians and H-1Bs more generally are really crucial to the U.S. economy because over 70% of the graduate students in electrical engineering and computer science and fields like that are international students.
So is Trump reversing Biden's policy to attract talent? The policy seems not very clear because Trump has also been saying the right things.
Well, that's really the million-dollar question at this point, because in the first Trump administration, the policies were very negative. Some Indian companies saw their denial rates go up to really a 50% or higher. On average, in FY 2018, the denial rates for new H-1B visas were 24%. And the Trump administration policies continued until they lost in court. And then that reversed some of those policies, but not till the end of the term. Since then, Elon Musk has created somewhat of a counterweight so far, at least rhetorically, in that there's some positive statements that have been made about H-1B visas. However, we haven't yet seen the policies roll out. I find it hard to believe that you're going to go through the entire 4 years without any negative policies, considering Stephen Miller is really in charge of immigration policy, and he's been very negative towards international students and H-1B visas.
Is it the aim of the administration to attract talent but not retain it, so people come, do the clever creative things and then go back? So you have the creativity without the migration.
The government is often sends mixed signals, and you also have many people with different ideas. I think if you ask the average member of Congress in the United States, they would think it's a bad idea to have people educated here and then go back to another country and potentially compete against U.S. companies. That's how they would view it. However, the way our actual policies work is you have, it's very hard often for an international student to get an H-1B visa. As you know, there are hundreds of thousands of people who are...
Hello and welcome back to our continuous coverage of Prime Minister Modi's stellar visit to Washington D.C. We are counting down to Prime Minister Modi's big meeting with US President Donald Trump. And those are the visuals on your screen. Prime Minister Modi holding talks with Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Elon Musk, someone very central to the Trump regime. But also Prime Minister Modi has a huge cultural resonance when it comes to America in the 21st century. He is someone who embodies the American dream when it comes to the contribution of Indian Americans to the entire American nation. And on that front, to talk about the cultural resonance of what Prime Minister Modi brings to the table, I'm joined by Mary Miliband, American singer, on the broadcast. Thank you, Mary, for joining us on CNN News 18. Of course, whenever Prime Minister Modi comes to the United States, there's a lot of fanfare, there's a lot of jubilation. Is the environment exactly the same as we saw at Howdy Modi?
Well, it's great to see you, dear, and hello to all the CNN News 18 family. And yes, to answer your question, it is. There's such great excitement, certainly here in the United States, having the Prime Minister here in Washington, D.C. Even though it's a brief visit and brief trip, it's a joy certainly to have him here. And there's great anticipation for his visit with President Trump. These two great leaders, two great countries, the oldest and largest democracies in the world. All eyes are on this afternoon, certainly, as the President and Prime Minister prepare to meet.
Right. And Mary, there's always been a spirit between these two leaders to get down to business, to iron out all differences, something we saw in Donald Trump's first term, and Prime Minister Modi always leveraging his bonhomie with any world leader that he meets, and a close connection that he shares with Donald Trump as well. But even with Elon Musk, for that matter, Elon Musk, one of the richest man in the world, but also one of the most intrepid entrepreneurs the world has seen, and Prime Minister Modi also having we can see those visuals on our screen. He's having a huge conversation with Elon Musk, as Elon Musk also eyes the India story, the India growth story, to expand his own operations and something central to American growth. So, if you will, it's a confluence of very like-minded people, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
It is indeed. And I tell you, Elon Musk, who's a great man and certainly a great father, as we've all been able to see with the inclusion of his children in this process of his assimilation into the American presidency, he's been a great contribution to the president. Certainly we saw that in the campaign here over the 2024 campaign, and now is a tremendous contribution to the president's first 100 days and into the administration, as we look to examine all of the agencies and areas of the government, how we can make things more efficient for the American people. And so Elon's been a great attribution, a great asset to the president and to the country. And so it's wonderful to see that he's meeting with the prime minister. I don't think any of us are surprised, certainly here in the United States, because Elon not only is one of the leading business owners in America, but he's now become such a force globally. And so he understands the American dream and the Indian dream, just as Prime Minister Modi certainly understands and is leading India to greater heights. So it's great to see Elon and the Prime Minister meeting. And it's a great precursor before the Prime Minister meets with President Trump.
Right. Thank you, Mary, for joining us on the broadcast. And once again, you are a champion of Indian-American cultural ties, and we'll continue to have conversations with you when it comes to Prime Minister Modi's massive outreach to the United States, trying to iron out all differences between India and the United States for a new chapter under Trump 2.0.
Stuart, just how important are H-1B visa holders, and that will mean mostly Indians necessarily, to the US economy and to creativity within the US economy?
Our research has found that over half of the billion-dollar companies have been created by immigrants to the United States, most of them H-1B visa holders, and many of them even international students as well. And so Indians and H-1Bs more generally are really crucial to the U.S. economy, because over 70% of the graduate students in electrical engineering and computer science and fields like that are international students.
So is Trump reversing Biden's policy to attract talent? The policy seems not very clear, because Trump has also been saying the right things.
Well, that's really the million-dollar question at this point, because in the first Trump administration, the policies were very negative. Some Indian companies saw their denial rates go up to really a 50% or higher. On average, in FY 2018, the denial rates for new H-1B visas were 24%. And the Trump administration policies continued until they lost in court. And then that reversed some of those policies, but not till the end of the term. Since then, Elon Musk has created somewhat of a counterweight so far, at least rhetorically, in that there's some positive statements that have been made about H-1B visas. However, we haven't yet seen the policies roll out. I find it hard to believe that you're going to go through the entire 4 years without any negative policies, considering Stephen Miller is really in charge of immigration policy, and he's been very negative towards international students and H-1B visas.
Is it the aim of the administration to attract talent but not retain it, so people come, do the clever creative things and then go back? So you have the creativity without the migration.
The government is often sends mixed signals, and you also have many people with different ideas. I think if you ask the average member of Congress in the United States, they would think it's a bad idea to have people educated here and then go back to another country and potentially compete against U.S. companies. That's how they would view it. However, the way our actual policies work is you have, it's very hard often for an international student to get an H-1B visa. As you know, there are hundreds of thousands of people who are excluded from being selected in the lottery each year. You also have many Indians who have to wait decades sometimes potentially to get their employment-based green card because of the limits.
The usual popular complaint is that all these arrivals stand in the way of Americans themselves doing all these wonderful things.
Well, our research hasn't shown that at all. In fact, really among the most highly compensated people in America are people that come in the same fields as H-1B visas, particularly in the high-tech field, and including some of the people who make more than them are physicians. And as we know, there are many physicians that come in through H-1B as well. So that's really not true. And we've also found through our research on billion-dollar companies and other entrepreneurs that what you often find is Americans joining with immigrants to start these companies. So, and that's one of the wonderful things, that when you have knowledge out there and you combine it with other talent, you can really create wonderful things.
You mentioned Musk. Is this the one thing that Musk is getting right?
Well, without getting into the Elon Musk debate, which is almost a full-time debate in the United States with some of his efforts, I would say that many people do agree with his position on high-skill immigration. Not necessarily everyone who are the most fervent supporters of Donald Trump, but I would say that Musk, has taken out a position to say he's in favor of H-1B visa holders and H-1Bs in general and high-skill immigration. And Donald Trump, during the campaign, had a proposal that, of course, we haven't seen come reemerge, but where he said that all international students should even be able to get to stay in the United States and have green cards. The question becomes, what happens with the policies? And if the policies return in any form to the first term, then whatever is being said now won't really matter. But if the policies are more like the rhetoric, which is saying that high-skilled people are positive, then that could potentially preclude some of the negative things that we saw in the first term.
Stuart, just how important are H-1B visa holders, and that will mean mostly Indians necessarily, to the U.S. economy and to creativity within the U.S. economy?
Our research has found that over half of the billion-dollar companies have been created by immigrants to the United States, most of them H-1B visa holders, and many of them even international students as well. And so Indians and H-1Bs more generally.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on CNN News 18 as we build up to that big meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. It's going to happen at 2:30 India time. That's about 3.5 hours from now. But in the run-up to that, the Prime Minister has met with Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX and Tesla. He's also met with the National Security Advisor of the United States, Michael Waltz, and he's just tweeted just moments ago about that meeting with the new National Security Advisor of the United States, Michael Waltz. Prime Minister has said that Mr. Waltz has always been a great friend of India. Defense, technology and security are important aspects of the India-US relationship, and we've had a wonderful discussion around these issues. There is strong potential for cooperation in sectors like AI, semiconductors, space and more. Remember, in the previous administration, the Biden administration, under the two NSAs, you had what is called the ISET mechanism, or the emerging critical technologies. That, of course, is something that India wants to continue. The United States, under this new Trump administration, how they view ISET is something that the Indian government officials are a little curious about, and may I say apprehensive about, because the Trump administration has taken a slightly different view. They have gone completely all in and try to clamp down on sale of critical emerging technologies, particularly to countries like China. So whether it's development of AI, space technology, critical emerging technologies, all of those things, whether it'll be a continuation of the Biden policy or whether it'll be a break from the last 4 years, that is something that the Indian government would want to get an assessment of. But before that, there is the looming threat of the Trump tariffs, as it were. He has promised reciprocal tariffs across all countries, across all sectors, in what he believes are policies, trade policies, where America is running up a huge trade deficit and other countries are running up a huge trade surplus. India too has a trade surplus with the United States to the tune of $45 billion plus in the financial year 23-24. How does India navigate this particularly sensitive subject as far as Mr. Trump and his administration are concerned? Julia Benbrook, CNN White House correspondent, is now joining us. Julia, first things first, do we have any assessment of what the expectations are from the Trump White House as they sort of tee off for this meeting with Prime Minister Modi of India in a little over 3 hours from now? What are their big asks, if you may, from the Modi administration?
Well, we know for sure that looming over all of this visit is Trump's promise to impose reciprocal tariffs. This is something that he has been teasing for several days now, and he has said, quote, quite simply, if they charge us, we charge them. So we expect that announcement to be coming soon, and it's an announcement that seems to specifically be coming right before Modi's visit. We expect Prime Minister Modi to arrive here at the White House in just a couple of hours. They're going to sit down for a bilateral meeting. We then expect to hear from them in a joint press conference, and then they will have dinner as well. Now, in the past, Trump has called India a tariff king and trade abuser, but it is possible that these two leaders are able to come to an agreement to avoid or delay these tariffs that Trump has been teasing for several days now. According to commerce data, India exports $87 billion worth of goods to the United States last year, and the United States exported $42 billion worth of goods to India last year. So really showing that partnership and knowing that this is going to be a big part of today's discussion. And Modi's cabinet, many members of Modi's cabinet do have experience dealing with Trump because of his first term. Some of them have already kind of had these experiences in different conversations. So it'll be interesting to see how this sit down plays out. And I'm sure everyone will be watching. You know, when they sit down in the Oval Office, you look to see their demeanor, their body language, and as well as what they say to tease that conversation before they really get into it.
So in about less than half an hour's time, we know that President Trump will be signing that executive order on what he calls reciprocal tariffs. It's going to be made open to the public. I believe there's going to be a press conference where he's going to give out details on, the nitty-gritties of the reciprocal tariffs. Is there any idea, any sense on what these sectors are specifically that the Trump administration will be targeting, and if at all there's going to be a knock-on effect, if you will, on India?
And these signings of executive orders have really become a staple of Trump's second term. He does this in the Oval Office. There's typically press around. He takes questions on the different orders as they happen. So that helps garner a lot of attention for what he is trying to do. Now, as far as what sectors will be affected, we assume all sectors are going to be affected. I'll go back to that comment that he said, if they charge us, we charge them. So he's really seeing this as an overall evening things out type of act. That's the way he is specifically seeing it. Now, U.S. imports from India include pearls, semi-precious stones, and electrical equipment. So assuming some of those would be directly impacted. And these acts come on top of tariffs that Trump has already enacted this week, including a 25% tariff on all steel and aluminum imports.
Julia, if I can very quickly before we let you go, can you throw a little more light on some of these meetings that Mr. Modi is having in the run-up to that big meeting at the White House later on? Elon Musk, the SpaceX and Tesla CEO, has called on him. The National Security Advisor of the United States, Mr. Waltz, has called on him. And I believe in the next few minutes, Vivek Ramaswamy will also be calling on him.
We haven't seen a lot of specifics coming out of those meetings quite yet, but this is typical when a world leader is going to visit Washington, that it's not just about this meeting in the White House. Of course, Trump has the final say over these things, but having leaders of different areas to sit down with as well. So he has a busy schedule while he's here, and I assume that we'll continue to get details of specifics that are coming out of those meetings.
All right, Julia Brenbrook, live for us tonight from the White House. Thank you very much for joining us. That's Julia Brenbrook of CNN. I also want to go across to my colleague Sanjay Suri, who's also joining us live from the White House. Sanjay, so the Prime Minister has tweeted about his meeting with Waltz. We know that he's currently meeting with Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy. There's a call on that's going to happen in the next few minutes. How do these meetings, these three meetings that he has in the run-up to the big meeting that's going to happen in a couple of hours from now at the White House, how does this tee off? How does this set up that big meeting? We're also expecting the big Trump reciprocal tariffs to be announced in about 20 minutes' time. Should India be worried? How does India navigate these tariffs? And what Parikshit, our colleague, was also talking about, a limited trade deal that can be expected when Trump comes to India sometime later this year. And of course, the Trump administration's expectation that India will buy more defense equipment from the United States. Walk us through these various features, please.
Zagat, these meetings that we've been witnessing with Elon Musk now, Vivek Ramaswamy coming up, Tulsi Gabbard, Mike Waltz. Now, all of these are meetings that have been set up by the Indian government as an influence insulation. And this is a time, it's a critical time for India and the US, particularly and primarily really in trade relations. And India will want all the voices to speak up for it that it can muster. And that exactly is what the Indian government is doing. Trump is an uncertain figure. It's not clear exactly what he will do. It's also not clear what he will announce and whether he will then do as he announces. But going by what he has said, and not just over recent days about reciprocal tariffs, this is something he has said for long. He has said it through his campaign trail. He has said this earlier also, and he's said famously or infamously, depending on who you are, an eye for an eye, a tariff for a tariff. So reciprocal tariffs are due to be announced very shortly, and India is preparing a bulwark against the possible effects and to try to contain the damage. The damage potentially would be greater for India than for any other country that the US trades with at all, for the simple reason, the stark reason, that India has the highest tariffs of all the countries that the US trades with, and therefore India stands to be affected the most. This is if this matter were to proceed as arithmetically as Trump has outlined. That may not be the case, that likely will not be the case. This then becomes a time for damage control over specific products, over limitations here, compensation by way of greater imports. We are hearing about more LNG imports, more defense goods imports from the US, so that the US companies have a bigger market to sell to in India. All this is intended to, in effect, appease Trump, or to reassure him that the trade imbalance is being addressed and that India is prepared to buy more, and also to cut tariffs on the US imports that are coming into India, which are at a very high level.
Sanjay, if you can, there are two specific areas which are of huge priority for the Trump administration, and India is willing to sort of meet the Trump administration halfway through on both of these areas. One is on defense. Clearly, Mr. Trump wants India to buy more American weapons, American-made defense equipment. The White House readout after the January 27th call between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump pretty much mentioned that in as many words. Here's the concern. India's view of defense purchases, particularly under the Modi government, is it's not just a buyer-seller transactional relationship. India wants joint production, it wants transfer of technology. I was there a couple of years ago at the state visit when President Biden was in office and Prime Minister Modi had the first state visit to the US. They announced the MQ-9 Predator drones, they announced the GE 414 HAL jet engine deal for the Tejas Mark 1A as well as, the Tejas Mark 2 actually. But none of this has really come to pass, so far at least. There seems to be a lot of technical and technological delays in these deals. How does India reconcile that? Mr. Trump wants India to buy more. He sees it as very transactional, buyer-seller relationship. India, on the other hand, wants more defense equipment to be made in India. How do you sort of square the circle, if you will?
This is not a circle that's going to be squared easily at all, Zaka, because fundamentally India and the US, particularly Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, are going head to head on this. For Prime Minister Modi, the slogan, the mantra is Make in India. For Trump, it is Make in America. This is as stark as that. And the deals and the agreements that you've been describing in defense of the F-414 engine, for instance, and there was to have been an 80% technology transfer, it's still not clear what will be transferred, what will not be transferred. There are issues here about intellectual property rights. And again, there are limitations how much the US government can do. The Prime Minister and the President can meet and issue joint statements and statements of intent. Finally, the US government does have limited control over some of its giant companies. This is in fact not always appreciated fully within India. There's no way that the White House can order GE to transfer to HAL the technology it does not want to transfer, that it has developed for its own use and for its own profit. So there's a limit to what the government can do with the companies in the US, that is the US government can do. On the other hand, India has its compulsions. There's a limit to how much India can go on importing and offering itself as a market without joint production. That is not where India is. India is not just a buyer, India is a country on the move, and certainly Prime Minister Modi intends to push it in that direction. So there's a fundamental clash here, and this is not going to be resolved neatly. All that can happen is finding compromises, finding some limited meeting grounds, part of the way, some from here, some from there. Exactly where a meeting ground will be found will depend upon the product and the negotiations over it.
And one final question before I throw it over to my colleague Ayushman, about the energy question. And Trump is a great believer that he wants America to produce more energy, more oil and gas. He wants the rest of the world to buy more American-made oil and gas. Look, there was a time when India was importing from the US much more than it is currently. Of course, in the last 3 years, the world has changed because of the Russia-Ukraine war. Russian oil is much, much cheaper than American refined petroleum at this point of time. And therefore, India, if you were to look at the figures in November of 2024, India's oil imports, almost 40% of it was coming from Russia. They have progressively reduced the dependence on Russia. The Russian dependence, or the Russian share of oil imports into India, is right now about a quarter or so. The United States, on the other hand, it used to be in double digits before the war began, and now it's gone down to single digits. So it's climbing back up again, and Mr. Trump has made it very abundantly clear that he wants India and other countries to buy more American oil and gas. As we see these pictures of Trump and his family, I think they are coming out of Blair House. They've met with the Prime Minister. Of course, there was a long conversation between the Prime Minister and Mr. Musk. You can see his kids. He's taken his kids in and as well. Of course, he has a whole laundry list of wishes from the Indian government, one of which is the availability and the downlinkability of Starlink, which is his broadband telecommunications network. The other, of course, is wanting to start an electric vehicles factory for Tesla here in India. Again, there are concerns around both of those. There's this whole question of free speech and the use of social media platforms like X, which Mr. Musk owns. So those are conversations that would have happened in that half an hour or so that the Prime Minister and Mr. Musk met. But I want to come back to Sanjay and get a final word before I toss it back to Ayushman. about this question of importing more energy from the US as opposed to Russia. Just place that into context for us. Because of the war, India got cheaper Russian oil, it started importing more cheaper Russian oil. But now, with the phone call with Trump and Putin, and then Trump and Zelensky, and this whole expectation that the war is going to end soon enough, do you see India being in a position to import more American oil, reduce its dependence on Russian oil, or is that just a price point game, really?
No, the phone call that you refer to could really change that whole game. The whole game of sanctions against Russian oil and about control and what is being exported through which route and how oil is finding a way to this market, that market, all that can go out the window if Trump and Putin were to come to some form of agreement. And the signs in that reported phone conversation have been very positive in that direction. Of course, not positive as seen by Ukraine and by several countries in Europe and around the world. But that could change the very idea and the practice of sanctions. If that were to be compromised and weakened, that whole game would change. But further, when we speak of oil from the US, this is a quite mixed picture. The US is a massive producer of oil, but it also imports oil. All the oil that it produces, it spends itself. I mean, the US is a buyer of its own oil. It also imports oil, and then at the same time does want to export oil and oil products. It's all about pricing, not about availability and resources. The resources certainly the US has, and yet it imports oil. Now, Trump has said he's a passionate believer in oil, and he has said that you leave oil to me, this is something I will do. Certainly he has ambitions to make that oil sitting in the US work for it. That again is easier said than done. Digging for oil, getting it into production level and output and export is a long haul. There's been new exploration, new drilling, and that processing can take years over just one center. This is not going to happen very quickly. Certainly, he has an ambition in that direction, and in the more immediate scenario, LNG could be exported, other oil products could be exported, and certainly oil and defense goods are the two exports that Trump would want most, and hardly coincidentally, these are the two that India has offered to buy more than it has so far.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sanjay, for getting us the latest from Washington, D.C. All eyes on that meeting, as well as that announcement coming in from Donald Trump on the reciprocal tariffs becoming the weapon pretty much that Donald Trump is using on the international stage to strike a deal, if you will, with not just his neighbors, but also with nations around the globe. Now, it's the art of the deal on the international stage. What we are seeing in Washington, D.C., Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in the U.S. Capitol, the first meeting with Donald Trump after the MAGA movement stormed the U.S. election, securing Trump a second term. The Prime Minister met Elon Musk and U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Trade and immigration are in focus with the upheaval caused by Trump's tariff threats and the crackdown on illegal immigration, as well as the debate surrounding the transfer of tech talent, issues which have sent tremors in India as well. Now can Prime Minister Modi leverage his bonhomie with Trump to smooth the rough edges of bilateral ties? Can Prime Minister Modi secure an India-specific foreign policy agenda and even open new avenues in crucial fields like defense? Are we in uncharted territory is another big question which emerges, where a good deal with Trump will also require an understanding with the richest man in the world, the man on your screen, Elon Musk. That's Mike Waltz, but also had that meeting with Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. We decode that further with our guests. I'm joined by Anang Mittal, communications expert, as well as Stephen Golub, international affairs expert on the broadcast. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on CNN-News18. Stephen, I'll come to you first. When it comes to Donald Trump, do you think every nation in the world, including India, is in uncharted territory? Are we dealing with two power centers now, both the President of the United States and the richest man in the world, Elon Musk?
Well, uncharted territory, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's a great way of summing things up, as did Sanjay in some of his comments in terms of the difference of perspectives and tensions between India and the U.S. Look, in addition to the many important issues you've raised already, discussed, such as tariffs, we're at a crucial point in terms of U.S. history, policy, politics, that transcends previous discussions of tariffs or differences of perspective on national security or the like. We have fundamentally president now whose actions and policies and attitudes will reverberate around the world, including affecting India in terms of Trump being anti-democracy, anti-immigration, anti-foreign trade, anti-science, anti-climate science. And just to pick one example, or just at the core of this, it's important to understand that a big part of Trump's support is white Christian nationalism. And that obviously affects India. Not that Trump himself necessarily believes some of those perspectives, although he has said some very racist things in the past, but in terms of who he's empowering, who he's supporting in the U.S. and their sentiments, which translate into being anti-immigrant, anti-foreigner, anti-people who aren't white, obviously including Indians. Trump is gutting the U.S. Agency for International Development, which affects the world. And as a world leader of one of the most important countries in the world, I would assume this is a concern to Mr. Modi in terms of the many, many thousands of people who will die as a result of public health cutbacks of U.S. aid, or really elimination of U.S. aid to many public health programs. But that includes India. Over the past 4 years, the U.S. has provided $650 million of aid to India, much of it, not all of it, but much of it for public health regarding tuberculosis, HIV, maternal and child health. Maybe India can fill those gaps, maybe not, but that translates really into many Indians dying. And I hope, and I assume, and I'm sure that's of concern to Mr. Modi, and he might bring that up.
But Stephen,
in terms of immigration,
on that note, I'm sorry, I wanted to interrupt on that point because like you have Robert Kennedy Jr. at the helm of the health services in the United States. I mean, in India, these anti-science kind of movements don't take root that effectively. So on that front, I think we're quite golden as compared to the United States. But Anang, I want to come to you on this point that if India signs on the dotted line on a deal put forward by Donald Trump, is that deal something that India can rely on? Or do you think the strategic interests between the United States and India are beyond the partisan politics that we're seeing in the United States?
Well, I think the last 20 years and multiple administrations have shown that any relationship between India and the U.S. Transcends partisan politics. Obviously, there are some bumps on the road. We had some bumps on the road with the Biden administration, but still, we got the Prime Minister Modi got a state visit and a state dinner accorded to him by the Biden admin, and it's like we're likely to see something similar happen this time with the second Trump administration. I think whatever the deals that are on the table, they're not going to be insulting to either side. So I think some of the concern that people have about the tariffs issue is maybe a little bit overblown. I think the mutual tariffs are most likely designed to protect not only American manufacturers and producers of steel and other industries, but the same for India, because India also imports a lot of South Korean, Chinese, and steel from Japan that undercuts Indian producers. So I think these mutual tariffs are going to be more hurtful to countries that that Trump is not fond of, and India is also not fond of. China being the main villain there because they subsidize much of their steel exports. So I think that's really the tariff issue really is about that and not about hurting India or insulting Mr. Modi to his face. I just don't think that's going to happen. On the defense deals, look, the Tejas engine issue has been there for a long time. Delivery of those engines will start in fiscal year 2025. At least that's what they're saying. And I think the new defense framework that is being hinted at, that is likely to be signed today, is going to be part of that, which will include delivery of critical technologies, jet engines, and it may even include the offer of an F-35 program. But again, remains to be seen what the caveats will come with that, because America would not want the F-35 to be combined with any kind of Russian technology. And so that'll be remains to be seen how positive and how forward that relationship really will go. But ultimately, the relationship is a positive one, and I think in the bilateral meetings that are going to happen today, we're seeing Elon Musk on the screen there. He wants to get into India. He wants to sell Teslas to Indians. He wants to sell Starlink to Indians. I think that is going to be a likely possibility in the future. It may involve some kind of public-private partnership or with a private partnership with an Indian company. But I think these things are going to happen. I think and some of the concerns that are happening that somehow the United States or American companies want to take over Indian manufacturers or destroy Indian manufacturing is just overblown, in my opinion.
Right. So we'll have to wait and see. I'll come back to you, Anang, as well as Stephen, on that point, because that's something I want to decode further. Is Elon Musk central to India's economic interests with the United States? Could that be the avenue through which Prime Minister Modi could crack the code of Trump 2.0? We'll have to wait and see, and we'll decode that further. But we're also counting down to that big announcement of reciprocal tariffs, as well as a big meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
Stuart, just how important are H-1B visa holders, and that will mean mostly Indians necessarily, to the US economy and to creativity within the US economy?
Our research has found that over half of the billion-dollar companies have been created by immigrants to the United States, most of them H-1B visa holders, and many of them even international students as well. And so Indians and H-1Bs more generally are really crucial to the U.S. economy, because over 70% of the graduate students in electrical engineering and computer science and fields like that are international students.
So is Trump reversing Biden's policy to attract talent? The policy seems not very clear, because Trump has also been saying the right things.
Well, that's really the million-dollar question at this point, because in the first Trump administration, the policies were very negative. Some Indian companies saw their denial rates go up to really a 50% or higher. On average, in FY 2018, the denial rates for new H-1B visas were 24%. And the Trump administration policies continued until they lost in court. And then that reversed some of those policies, but not till the end of the term. Since then, Elon Musk has created somewhat of a counterweight so far, at least rhetorically, in that there's some positive statements that have been made about H-1B visas. However, we haven't yet seen the policies roll out. I find it hard to believe that you're going to go through the entire 4 years without any negative policies, considering Stephen Miller is really in charge of immigration policy, and he's been very negative towards international students and H-1B visas.
Is it the aim of the administration to attract talent but not retain it, so people come, do the clever, creative things, and then go back? So you have the creativity without the migration.
The government is often sends mixed signals, and you also have many people with different ideas. I think if you ask the average member of Congress in the United States, they would think it's a bad idea to have people educated here and then go back to another country and potentially compete against U.S. companies. That's how they would view it. However, the way our actual policies work is you have, it's very hard often for an international student to get an H-1B visa. As you know, there are hundreds of thousands of people who are excluded from being selected in the lottery each year. You also have many Indians who have to wait decades sometimes, potentially.
And welcome back to our continuous coverage of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Washington D.C. Those are the visuals on your screen. Prime Minister Modi meeting Vivek Ramaswamy, one of the front runners, if you will, during the contest for the Republican nomination. He took on Donald Trump for the Republican nomination and then endorsed Donald Trump as he faced off against Joe Biden. And Vivek Ramaswamy, one of the most prominent Indian Americans in the Republican camp, now meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I'm joined by my colleague Zaka Jacob also on the broadcast. Zaka, decode these visuals for us, because Vivek Ramaswamy was at one point, along with Elon Musk, set to run Doge to remove wasteful spending from the Trump administration. But now he seems to have been left out in the cold by the Trump administration. So what is the resonance of this meeting with Prime Minister Modi?
Look, I think it's important that Vivek Ramaswamy is still very much in the inner circle. He may not have as much of, purchase, as you will, let's say 2 months ago or 3 months ago. And part of that has to do with, again, an issue which has been a bit of a bugbear in the relationship between India and the United States, which is on H-1B. If you remember, Vivek went on this sort of Twitter rant a few weeks ago before the inauguration, 2 or 3 weeks before the inauguration, and he said, and he made a very passionate case a very logical case for why America should continue to invest in and to be more open to getting in tech talent, high-end tech talent. He himself is the son of Indian immigrants, and he talked about, culturally where America was going wrong. And that, of course, led to a huge blowback. Folks within the MAGA camp took grave offense to what Vivek was saying. Of course, there were racial undertones to the attacks that he became a subject of. But ultimately, I think it also led to a very serious split between him and Elon Musk when it came to not just the mechanism and the manner of functioning of Doge, but just the very vision of Doge itself. Musk came into it from a more technological point of view. He wanted to get into the tech back end of the federal government and see what inefficiencies there are and try to cut down on those redundancies. Vivek, on the other hand, fundamentally came into it from an ideological prism, saying that you can't have the American government run this kind of deficits, and it has to be sort of cut short in a way that would be completely drastic. So I think there was a conflicting vision from both Musk and Ramaswamy, and I'm sure there was conflicting egos as well. Eventually, just before the inauguration, he announced that he will be stepping down as co-chair of Doge. So Doge is now entirely Elon Musk's property. The successes and potentially if it leads up to some kind of failures, all of that is going to be on Musk. Where does that leave Ramaswamy? Ramaswamy, he hasn't said this publicly, but privately he has told his friends and colleagues and people who are close to him that he intends to run for Ohio governor, which I think is coinciding with the midterm election sometime in 2026. Whether or not that will be a successful bid, I don't know. Trump seems to be inclined to pushing his case as Ohio governor. So is J.D. Vance. Remember, Vance was a senator from Ohio before he became vice president, before he became Trump's running mate. So Vance has thrown his lot behind Vivek Ramaswamy. But ultimately, I think what has also happened is the conversations around H-1B and these high-tech visas has really laid bare a sort of a fundamental fault line in Trump's own MAGA base versus what we call the tech bros. So the tech bros, the likes of Musk and Peter Thiel, and of course Vivek Ramaswamy, J.D. Vance used to be a tech entrepreneur at one point of time. So these are the folks who are in favor of getting in more immigrant communities, getting in more science and tech graduates, ensuring that America is right at the cutting edge of the technological revolution. You're talking about AI and machine learning and so on and so forth. So these are the believers in that process, in that revolution. And then you have Trump's own base, led by the likes of Steve Bannon and Laura Loomer and all of these folks who are completely anti that, the nativists, the people who believe in quote unquote, for want of a better phrase, white supremacy. Those folks have clearly had a falling out with the tech bros. So there is this fundamental dissonance between these two camps, both of whom are big supporters, both of whom are big vote banks, if you will. One is a big donor bank in terms of money for Trump and his campaign, and the other, of course, is his vote base. So there is that fundamental conflict that has come between these two camps. And ultimately, look, Trump is a great luxury. Trump's greatest luxury is he doesn't have to run again, unless, of course, he changes the U.S. Constitution. But he doesn't have to seek a third term. No U.S. president can seek a third term. So that sort of unburdens him in a way that he can fundamentally alter some of these conversations. So whether or not he does that, I don't know. He has, of course, changed his own position on H-1B. He was not a big supporter of H-1B in his first term or the first time he ran for office. But now he seems to be making conciliatory noises around H-1B. But ultimately with Trump, because he's so mercurial, so temperamental, we don't know. Ultimately, it depends on which side of the bed he's waking up on. But I think the conversation between Prime Minister Modi and Vivek Ramaswamy is important because it's signaling that, look, we are willing to engage with somebody who we believe is a fellow traveler. He's an Indian American. And yet he's very, very deeply MAGA, very, very deeply Republican. And in a way, I mean, he's what? He's less than 40. So he's the future of the Republican Party in many ways. So the Modi government is sending that strategic signal that we're all in on this guy. Just like they were sending the signal with Tulsi Gabbard yesterday. That was the first call on that the Prime Minister had. Again, she's Samoan American, but she is Hindu by faith. So again, sending out a signal that, look, these are the people we believe will sort of come to dominate the Republican Party in a post-Trump era. So I think that signaling is important. But this fundamental sort of schism between the tech bros on the one hand, who are all for legal immigration, who believe that this cap of 65,000 on H-1B visas needs to be lifted. Those are the big donors of the Trump campaign and the Republican Party, and this fundamental MAGA base, who are the voter base. That conflict has still not been addressed. But I think India is very clearly saying on which side it's throwing its own chips on.
Absolutely. And when it came to H-1B, when Ramaswamy supported it, he got attacked by the MAGA base. But the minute Elon Musk also batted for it, Donald Trump tended to soften his entire approach. Also, he's the face of MAGA Indians. It's a new, I would say, a class of Indian Americans, given the fact that Indian Americans primarily at first identified themselves as Democrats, and now he's a rising face of the Indian American community from the MAGA base. Zaka, please stay with us. I'll request our guests to stay with us as well. We're going to take a quick break now, and we'll continue our continuous coverage as we wait for that big announcement of reciprocal tariffs coming in from the Trump White House.
Stuart, just how important are H-1B visa holders, and that will mean mostly Indians necessarily, to the US economy and to creativity within the US economy?
Our research has found that over half of the billion-dollar companies have been created by immigrants to the United States, most of them H-1B visa holders, and many of them even international students as well. And so Indians and H-1Bs more generally are really crucial to the U.S. economy because over 70% of the graduate students in electrical engineering and computer science and fields like that are international students.
So is Trump reversing Biden's policy to attract talent? The policy seems not very clear because Trump has also been saying the right things.
Well, that's really the million-dollar question at this point, because in the first Trump administration, the policies were very negative. Some Indian companies saw their denial rates go up to really a 50% or higher. On average, in FY 2018, the denial rates for new H-1B visas were 24%. And the Trump administration policies continued until they lost in court. And then that reversed some of those policies, but not till the end of the term. Since then, Elon Musk has created somewhat of a counterweight so far, at least rhetorically, in that there's some positive statements that have been made about H-1B visas. However, we haven't yet seen the policies roll out. I find it hard to believe that you're going to go through the entire 4 years without any negative policies, considering Stephen Miller is really in charge of immigration policy, and he's been very negative towards international students and H-1B visas.
Is it the aim of the administration to attract talent but not retain it, so people come, do the clever, creative things, and then go back? So you have the creativity without the migration.
The government is often sends mixed signals, and you also have many people with different ideas. I think if you ask the average member of Congress in the United States, they would think it's a bad idea to have people educated here and then go back to another country and potentially compete.
And welcome back to our continuous coverage of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Washington D.C. We are counting down to his big meeting with US President Donald Trump. But we're getting a piece of breaking news where Prime Minister Modi has taken to the platform X after his meeting with Elon Musk. He has said, and I quote, "Had a very good meeting with Elon Musk in Washington D.C. We discussed various issues, including those he is passionate about, such as space, mobility, technology, and innovation. I talked about India's efforts towards reform and furthering minimum government, maximum governance." Zaka continues to be with us on the broadcast. Zaka, this minimum government, maximum governance could have been the slogan of Doge if Elon Musk had gone to it first. But clearly, given the fact that Elon has so much influence in the US government under Donald Trump, it seems that to make a good deal with Trump means making a good deal with Elon Musk as well.
Yeah, I think the choice of words by the Prime Minister's tweet is quite interesting because he ends with this whole common thread of minimum government, maximum governance. Remember, that's what Mr. Modi promised in 2014. When he came into office, he said, government is too big, it's too unwieldy. Government needs to get out of the way. And that's something that was echoed by the Chief Economic Advisor as well in the Eco survey that came out just before the budget. And that's exactly what Musk is doing. With Doge, he is just coming in there with a wrecking ball, for want of a better phrase, and he's completely upending the federal government as we know it in the United States. So whether it is layoffs, voluntary retirements, leaking the information, the personal information of federal government employees, this is really uncharted territory. A lot of this, of course, will be contested in court. There have been court stays as well for many of these decisions taken by Doge. But ultimately, I think, look, for Trump, Elon Musk performs a very important role, and that is he just comes in as a disruptor. He comes in as a wrecking ball, and Trump has said time and time again that he thinks that the federal government is too big, the bureaucracy is too big, the deep state is really, needs to be sort of unraveled and so on and so forth. And that's what Musk does. That's what he's done with all his businesses. That's what he's done with Tesla. That's what he's done with SpaceX. That's what he's famously done with Twitter, which is now X. He just comes in and he says, what are the functions? What are the people that we don't need? We're just going to strip it down to the bare minimum and build the whole thing up back again. And I think that's what he's trying to do with the federal government. The only difference is, it's one thing to do that with a private company. It's something else to do it with the federal government. So the Prime Minister also echoing that in a sense because he came with that same promise of minimum government, maximum governance. Now, whether or not he sort of lived up to that promise, that's still, I think the jury's out on, open on that. Because if you look at, government spending, whether it's on welfare schemes, fuel subsidy, food subsidy, the Anna Yojana and the Kisan Samman Nidhi, the contribution of government and the weightage of government is really skyrocketed in the last 10 years. And I think that is kind of somewhere rankling because at the end of the day, that, fundamentally and philosophically, Mr. Modi and his government, they believe in minimum government. They want business to be running the maximum of businesses. They don't want government to be running those businesses. But that is, quite a contradiction to, for example, disinvestment targets. They've not met disinvestment targets for a number of years. So I think it's quite interesting that the Prime Minister chose those words while he was describing his meeting with Elon Musk. Because I also believe he's trying to send out a signal back home that ultimately government and bureaucracy back home is too big and it's too unwieldy and it needs to be cut down or it needs to be shaped up or it needs to be shipped out. So I think he's sending out that signal. Whether or not Mr. Modi's government will be able to do something like what Musk is doing to the federal government in the US, that I think is still an open question. I don't think the situation, the circumstances or the nature and form of government are quite the same. But having said that, I think there's a lot that tweet says. There's a lot that the government of India can offer to Mr. Musk. The question is, do they want to and at what terms? Whether it is the Starlink communications, of course, there are concerns around security, there are concerns around regulatory affairs. You remember this, there were a couple of these Starlink devices that were discovered in Manipur, for example, and the concern of security agencies of the government of India was Starlink was being used by some of these kooky militant groups to communicate. And government of India did not have regulatory oversight over that. And Musk immediately sort of tweeted saying, Starlink is not downlinkable in India, and therefore, this is a wrong tweet and so on and so forth. But so that's one part of it. He wants Starlink to be operational in India. The Indian government has to, of course, take that calculation under what circumstances, to what cost, and so on and so forth. That's one part. The other part is electric vehicles. At a time when, and this is the great contradiction, isn't it? Musk really made his name and fame as the manufacturer of the world's best electric vehicles, as a manufacturer, as the CEO of Tesla. But Trump, the moment he came into office, one of the first things he did was to roll back all the subsidies that the Biden administration had given to electric vehicles. So there is a fundamental, again, conflict of interest, if you will, between Musk and Trump when it comes to electric vehicles. Trump has famously said, drill, baby, drill. He's a big believer in fossil fuels. He has very famously dissed wind energy, for example. He wants America to go back to extracting fuel from its strategic reserves. He doesn't want America to import oil and gas, whether it is from China or the Middle East or India, refined petroleum products, that is. He believes that American companies should be drilling more and sort of extracting more out of fossil fuels. So that is in fundamental conflict with Elon Musk's view and vision that it has to be a renewable world, that it has to be a clean energy world, and it has to be an electric car world. So that conflict, I think, will come to bear a lot more in the months and years ahead. Of course, Mr. Musk has a deadline of, I think, 2026, when America celebrates 250 years as an independent country, where he has to sort of streamline DOGE, cut down on all this bureaucratic overweight that there is on the federal government. But whether or not fundamentally their visions of government will collide with each other, I think we'll have to wait and see. But I think you will also see, maybe you won't see it in the joint statement, you might see it once the delegation and the Prime Minister return back to India, you might see some more concessions coming by way of Mr. Musk's businesses, whether it is Starlink, whether it is SpaceX, collaboration between ISRO and SpaceX. You might hear more of that in the near future, and also, of course, this whole business about starting in electric vehicles, gigafactory, much like what Musk owns in China.
Absolutely. It's quite ironic because Donald Trump called it the Green New Scam. He also said that windmills cause cancer, and all of those claims were retweeted by Elon Musk during the campaign trail. I want to get Stephen Golub on this point. Stephen, Prime Minister Modi has just tweeted out this point: minimum government, maximum governance, something that resonates with what DOGE exemplifies, which is more efficient governance. But clearly back home here in India, it's about expanding the ambit of the welfare state. It's about using technology to make governance more efficient. That's how we have seen minimum government, maximum governance. But clearly that's not how it's working out in the United States.
Yeah, I want to first of all echo the many fine points your colleague has made in both this and his previous statements, including the tensions between Musk and the MAGA base. Also, let's keep in mind there may well be tensions looming between Musk and Trump. To put it as diplomatically as I can, these are two people with very powerful egos. Those egos may well clash, either as Musk becomes a more central figure in terms of media attention, which Trump won't like, or as some of what Musk is doing through DOGE, which really in many respects are illegal and unconstitutional steps, come back to haunt Trump in terms of hurting his base through cutbacks of government services and government benefits that actually the people who voted for him will be hurt by virtue of Musk's activities. So I think the distinction you made between India going for greater efficiency and what DOGE is doing, which is really just taking a sledgehammer in a very, very unsophisticated way, despite how Musk is portraying it to U.S. government services and benefits and operations, is a distinction well worth making. The one respect in which Musk's influence may benefit, I want to get back to India, how this affects India, is that he, as has been noted, he is in favor of immigration status, at least for well-educated people who are coming to the U.S., benefiting themselves, but also benefiting the U.S. economy by virtue of their engagement with tech and other issues. On the other hand, and this gets back to the tension, one of the things that Trump has proposed is to end birthright citizenship. Throughout our history, if you're born in the U.S., you're a U.S. citizen. What Trump wants to do is eliminate that right, which is unconstitutional, but he's pushing for it. And that could hurt India in terms of his being, if he's successful at that, in that it could hurt India immigrants as well as their relatives back in India if that goes through. And at the same time, getting back to this white Christian nationalist point, it feeds into all these biases that some of the people who support him have against immigrants, including people from India.
Right, but Stephen, it's about the tangibles of pushing out birthright citizenship, given the fact that it's constitutionally protected. So many state governments have pushed back against Donald Trump's move. He has a huge road ahead of him if he has to remove it. It's a massive legal tangle at the end of the day. I request our guests to please stay with us. We continue to decode this dynamic between Elon Musk as well as Donald Trump, as Prime Minister Modi seeks to make a deal in the United States to expand India's strategic interests. We're going to take a quick break now. More news and updates on the other side.
MDH का kitchen. Stuart, just how important are H-1B visa holders, and that will mean mostly Indians necessarily to the US economy and to creativity within the US economy?
Our research has found that over half of the billion-dollar companies have been created by immigrants to the United States, most of them H-1B visa holders, and many of them even international students as well. And so Indians and H-1Bs more generally are really crucial to the U.S. economy because over 70% of the graduate students in electrical engineering and computer science and fields like that are international students.
So is Trump reversing Biden's policy to attract talent? The policy seems not very clear because Trump has also been saying the right things.
Well, that's really the million-dollar question at this point, because in the first Trump administration, the policies were very negative. Some Indian companies saw their denial rates go up to really a 50% or higher. On average, in FY 2018, the denial rates for new H-1B visas were 24%. And the Trump administration policies continued until they lost in court. And then that reversed some of those policies, but not till the end of the term. Since then, Elon Musk has created somewhat of a counterweight so far, at least rhetorically, in that there's some positive statements that have been made about H-1B visas. However, we haven't yet seen the policies roll out. I find it hard to believe that you're going to go through the entire 4 years without any negative policies, considering Stephen Miller is really in charge of immigration policy, and he's been very negative towards international students and H-1B visas.
Is it the aim of the administration to attract talent but not retain it, so people come, do the clever creative things and then go back? So you have the creativity without the migration.
The government is often sends mixed signals, and you also have many people with different ideas. I think if you ask the average member of Congress in the United States, they would think it's a bad idea to have people educated here and then go back to another country and potentially compete against U.S. companies. That's how they would view it. However, the way our actual policies work is you have, it's very hard often for an international student to get an H-1B.
And welcome back to our continuous coverage as we count down to that key meeting between US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he aims to make a deal for the strategic interests of India. I'm also joined by Anang Mittal on the broadcast. Anang, Stephen was making this point that Elon Musk is taking a sledgehammer to government services, to the entire setup of the US government, and even talking about the tensions between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. But we recently saw that press conference where Elon Musk had one of his kids on his shoulder while he was addressing the media in the Oval Office, and Trump was just sitting down. He was completely quiet while Elon Musk was taking questions on Doge. He was pretty much setting the agenda of what Doge will be in front of Donald Trump. So do you think that Elon Musk has the upper hand when it comes to the entire governance agenda because he was central to Donald Trump's victory in the US elections?
Yeah, I mean, the clash of personalities is certainly going to be there. I mean, that's nothing new that people have never seen before. We've had presidents come in with great, people in the cabinet who have great credentials and a lot of positivity, and then by the midterms or even by the first year, they're gone. I certainly don't predict that, but Elon Musk kind of reminds me of Indian viewers will know this of Anil Kapoor from the movie Nayak, where he goes around handing out resignation letters to everybody on the fly. So I think some of that's going to continue because I think So far, it's only been 1 month, but the American people certainly seem to have given Donald Trump the trust. They want some of these things to be happening. They don't like the bloated bureaucracy. They don't like the aid that's going to various things that people don't even know what they're all about. Some of that may change, revert back later. It may go back to the Congress, and that's really Congress's job to sort of make sure that the aid is reaching those people properly. Why is it only through executive action or through executive agencies? So I think some of that cutting of the fat is going to happen there. But I think overall their relationship so far has been a good one, and I think Trump likes what Elon is doing. Trump likes the disruptive factor there, and that he's not the only person. If you remember in the first term, he really was the center of focus for every single thing that was going down. So I think he prefers that people like him more this time around. His approval ratings are still over 50%. So I think he likes what Elon is doing. He likes what disruptors are doing, and I think that's what he's going to continue to make sure that Elon does going forward in that Anil Kapoor style, where he's just handing out resignation letters to people left and right. And yeah, later on we may see some of that come back. We may see judicial action and another kind of legislative action happen that may restore some of that funding back. But currently, I think the American people are with Elon. They are with Trump and the MAGA agenda of cutting the fat from American government and making sure that it's actually acting in the favor of the people, of the American people. And I think, again, on the minimum government, maximum governance factor there, that again plays into the friendship that President Trump has with Prime Minister Modi, in that they're not big believers in bureaucracy. And even the digital schemes, the Yojana schemes that PM Modi has unveiled, yes, that has increased some of the bureaucracy, but the genius there is that it is digital governance. So the money is actually reaching the people that it needs to reach. So even what Elon Musk and MAGA are doing, the hope is that what they're doing is cutting out the bureaucracy and making sure, okay, if we need to give aid to people in India, if we need to increase aid for tuberculosis, it's actually reaching those people, and it's not paying for six-figure salaries for people who will live in D.C. and essentially don't do anything, but right. Only call in remotely from their TV, from their computers.
Right, but Anang, it doesn't help then when you spread misinformation that $50 million worth of condoms are being sent to Gaza. Those kind of things just muddy the waters when it comes to the entire efficiency agenda. We will continue to track all the developments coming in on that front. We are counting down to that key meeting between US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as PM Modi aims to make a big deal for India's strategic interests. We're going to take a quick break now. More news and updates on the other side.
Stuart, just how important are H-1B visa holders, and that will mean mostly Indians necessarily, to the US economy and to creativity within the US economy?
Our research has found that over half of the billion-dollar companies have been created by immigrants to the United States, most of them H-1B visa holders, and many of them even international students as well. And so Indians and H-1Bs more generally are really crucial to the U.S. economy, because over 70% of the graduate students in electrical engineering and computer science and fields like that are international students.
So is Trump reversing Biden's policy to attract talent? The policy seems not very clear, because Trump has also been saying the right things.
Well, that's really the million-dollar question at this point, because in the first Trump administration, the policies were very negative. Some Indian companies saw their denial rates go up to really a 50% or higher. On average, in FY 2018, the denial rates for new H-1B visas were 24%. And the Trump administration policies continued until they lost in court. And then that reversed some of those policies, but not till the end of the term. Since then, Elon Musk has created somewhat of a counterweight so far, at least rhetorically, in that there's some positive statements that have been made about H-1B visas. However, we haven't yet seen the policies roll out. I find it hard to believe that you're going to go through the entire 4 years without any negative policies, considering Stephen Miller is really in charge of immigration policy, and he's been very negative towards international students and H-1B visas.
Is it the aim of the administration to attract talent but not retain it So people come, do the clever, creative things, and then go back. So you have the creativity without the migration.
The government is often sends mixed signals, and you also have many people with different ideas. I think if you ask the average member of Congress in the United States, they would think it's a bad idea to have people educated here and then go back to another country and potentially compete.
And welcome back to CNN News 18, ladies and gentlemen. It's the art of the deal on the international stage. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Washington, D.C. The first meeting with Donald Trump after the MAGA movement stormed the U.S. election, securing Trump a second term. The Prime Minister met Elon Musk and U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, as well as Vivek Ramaswamy. While talks with Vivek Ramaswamy are currently underway right now as we speak. Those are the visuals on your screen. Trade and immigration are in focus with the upheaval caused by Trump's tariff threats, as well as the crackdown on illegal immigration, as well as the debate surrounding the transfer of technical talent from India, issues which have sent tremors in India as well as across the globe, given the upheaval caused by Trump's tariff mandate, not just against China, but even Mexico as well as Canada. But the big question remains, can Prime Minister Modi leverage his bonhomie with Donald Trump to smooth the rough edges of bilateral ties? Can Prime Minister Modi secure an India-specific foreign policy agenda and even open new avenues in crucial fields like defense? Are we in uncharted territory at the same time, where a good deal with Trump will also require an understanding with the richest man in the world, Elon Musk? We decode that further with our guests and reporters, but before that, let's listen in to what Salvatore Babones, American sociologist, had to say about the entire meeting, as well as the potential of furthering strategic ties between India and the United States.
Tariffs, will they become the deal maker here? Are both leaders better prepared? Do they know each other better now, better prepared?
It's an important point to raise that Trump 2 is not Trump 1. Now, everyone knows that the Trump 2 administration is very different from the Joe Biden administration that we just ended. But it's also very different from Trump 1 because Trump 2 is an unequivocal, no apologies Trump administration. Trump 1 was still more or less under the control of the Republican Party establishment. And you can see that just by looking at the appointees. Just look at who Narendra Modi is meeting today, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard could never have had a place in the first Trump administration. Now she's a key part of his national security staff. So that change means that the new administration really reflects entirely the mind of Donald Trump. Now, for some people that's very scary. For other people that's very exciting. It depends on your politics, but it does change the calculus. It means that international leaders who are negotiating with Donald Trump know that they only really have to please one person, and that's the president. They can be pretty confident that if they strike a deal with President Trump, they won't have to run the gauntlet of his security advisors and his people in Congress who want to hold things up. And the leash is off, as they say. And so dealing with Donald Trump is dealing with Donald Trump. For good and for bad, he's the only one you have to please.
And let's get to our guests. I'm joined by Puneet Ahluwalia, Republican strategist, joining us on the broadcast, as well as Angela Chitkara, founder and CEO of the US-India Corridor. Thank you for joining us on CNN News 18. Angela, I'll come to you first on this meetings that we've seen between Elon Musk as well as Prime Minister Modi, Mike Waltz as well as Prime Minister Modi, and also Vivek Ramaswamy. Very crucial meetings of people who are central to MAGA-verse. In your opinion, can India make a very India-specific deal with the Trump administration?
I think that India is going to have, India is coming into its own. I mean, they've over the last 3 decades have established a growing, a strengthening relationship with the United States. I think that there is going to be some negotiating that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be entirely Trump's way. I think from my perspective, I'm looking at this from multinationals, businesses that are doing business in India, that Indian, multinationals that are here in the United States. When I think about trade and tariffs, I think about how that's going to affect foreign direct investment, for example.
Right. And Puneet, when it comes to this entire meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the entire MAGAverse, as well as the countdown has started to that crucial meeting between Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi, Donald Trump has always had very kind words to say about Prime Minister Modi, about his entire reform agenda. Now, talking about strategic ties, we are in uncharted territories given Elon Musk's central position in the Trump administration. Do you think India will have to kind of walk with a lot of delicate steps around Donald Trump and the entire MAGA administration to achieve a good deal?
I think President Trump and Prime Minister Modi have a great dynamics. India doesn't have to walk on eggshells. India has really proved itself. First thing, India doesn't have to really prove itself. India is India. We need India as an equal important strategic partner. It's India to decide would they really want to be America's partner, or they want to wean away from Russia and other countries who are in the region. And that's important to India also for its own personal safety and security. But I look at this way that Prime Minister Modi has to come on issue which is a big concern to President Trump, is on immigration issue. We got to find those people who are pushing these people out of India and creating this concern, which is for Americans on safety and security and illegal immigration. And at the same time, you have to also find ways where there's reciprocal fair trade between US and India. That's the other aspect. At the same time, Prime Minister Modi has to also not look on just India focus, but also the regional focus, because that's how we kind of approach India, is not only to counter China, but to have a strong regional partner. And that's the reason why they're part of the Quad. And I think India has to come on and say, look, we are here with President Trump, as I heard with the earlier panel. We are unapologetic in this presidency in regards to what we want to achieve, which the clear goals are. And President Trump and his team are really implementing the mandate which was given to him by the Americans. So it's important for the people to recognize the focus President Trump has. And mind you, he has only 4 years. And if we are able to reduce the cost of gas and inflation is controlled, the cost of borrowing goes down, this president goes down in history who really changed and really made America truly great, and importantly brought peace and security to the world. As we see what's happening in Middle East, we're seeing what's going to happen in the Ukraine-Russia war. At the same time, a long-term solution for the Palestinians. And it's important that India becomes a strategic, important partner in this strong partnership.
But I'm sorry, Puneet, there's been a lot of pushback on his entire pitch to make Gaza a Middle Eastern Riviera. At the same time, he said that prices would come down on day one of his presidency. That still hasn't happened, and the inflationary pressure of tariffs continue to mount. Angela, on that front, given the fact that we've seen a lot of U-turns and, Trump has come 360 degrees on the issue of H-1B. I remember he opposed it. Then Vivek Ramaswamy talked about it. He supported it. Vivek Ramaswamy literally got iced out of the entire MAGA movement. Then Elon Musk comes and supports it. And then Trump tones down his entire language. When it comes to any deal with Donald Trump, if India signs on the dotted line, is that a good deal? Is that something India can bank on? Or do you think that India has to manage two power centers, Elon Musk as well as Donald Trump?
Okay, so thank you for the question. So from my perspective, as I think about H-1B visa, we have to think about, again, it's in the historical context over, I look at it over 3 decades. Why did how did the H-1B visa come into existence to begin with, right? So it started with, the Y2K, and then, throughout the years, the tech IT sector has been utilizing, the H-1B visa. And now every year, it's, every March, there is a time when the companies apply for these visas. So the visas are capped, and it's suffocating companies that are trying to do business here in the United States. And it's not just the IT sector or companies that are hiring highly skilled talent under software, but it's also Wall Street. It's a financial sector. Business Insider did an excellent report recently and cited they had a ranking of financial banks that use H-1B visas. So, JP Morgan Chase was on there, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Charles Schwab was on there. So it's not just the IT sector. I mean, this is the U.S. This is the U.S. business, and this is the foundation. If you think that we have entered the fourth industrial revolution, where technology is just at such a rapid clip, any and every business that's operational today has technology as part of it. Right. And the H-1B visa is very much part of that equation, along with, Indian companies that come here and set up. So, there is also a correlation with, tariffs and with FDI investing in the United States.
Right, but Angela, my main point was that how mercurial Donald Trump is. So let's say he takes a positive stand on H-1B. In your opinion, are there enough business forces and economic forces in the United States that will maintain the Trump administration's course in maintaining H-1B?
Well, the H-1B visa has become a national issue now. It's on a national agenda. So yes, I do think that there will be pressure, pushback from businesses, because how can they sustain themselves without the increase in H-1B visas when the IT sector is supposed to, it's supposed to be, a big year for them this year.
Right. And also, before I go to Puneet, we're also getting this reaction from Vivek Ramaswamy after his meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Let's listen in.
It was a pleasure and an honor to welcome Prime Minister Modi here. Hope he has a wonderful visit, and it was a great meeting.
Thank you.
So very few words coming in from Vivek Ramaswamy talking about his meeting with Prime Minister Modi, saying that he hopes he has a great time. Vivek Ramaswamy, the face of MAGA Indians, a new political class, if you will, that's emerging in the United States, given the fact that Indian Americans have primarily been Democratic. But clearly, Vivek Ramaswamy became a superstar during the Republican campaign for the presidency. Sanjay Suri also is joining us from Washington, D.C. as we are counting down on that big announcement of reciprocal tariffs, as well as that big meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump. Sanjay, when it comes to the entire dynamic surrounding this meeting, the optics are there. We've had those crucial meetings with Elon Musk, with Vivek Ramaswamy, with Mike Waltz. Clearly, there seems to be a lot of ideological resonance with the Trump administration, given the bonhomie Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump share. But clearly, inking a deal is easier said than done.
Well, this is going to be a difficulty with the Trump through the second term, as it has been through the first. We've been hearing a good deal, and certainly Indians love to believe this, about the great rapport between Modi and Trump. And you think of the howdy event, and you think of the namaste event, and the handshakes and the hugs, and you think, well, we are almost all the way across to getting everything sorted to the permanent satisfaction of India. But we do need to recall that through his first term also, Trump took very stern steps against India. He did over the H-1B visas. The number of approvals came down drastically as a result of his directions. The threshold for granting these visas was raised. One way or the other, restrictions were raised. He took India off the GSP, which is the generalized system of preferences. And so India lost that status and has not regained that yet. That set India at a disadvantage on trade on a number of fronts. India hit back. India imposed tariffs on US goods. I think about 42 were affected, and that it included such popular items in India as apples and almonds. And when it came to apples, a lot of the growers in Washington, a lot of the orchards there were affected. Almonds, a lot of the growers in California were affected. So all this resulted from Trump's actions and India's reaction to those, quite other than the restrictions that came into force over H-1B visa. Then we heard from him on Harley Davidson. The pressure on India to buy, rather than seek to trade on equal terms. Of course, when you look at the trade imbalance, it is unequal to India's advantage, and that certainly seems to upset Trump a great deal, as it does with other countries. He is trying to redress that, but India has its own compulsions. In any case, when negotiations are on now, this is not the first time that India is in a confrontation with Trump. This happened substantially through his first term, and now we are beginning to see another round of it, and we are just a few weeks into his second term.
Absolutely. And Puneet, on that point, I want to come to you. While the optics will be high given this entire visit of Prime Minister Modi to Washington D.C. and having that crucial meeting with Donald Trump, any tangible of a deal, be it in the defense sector, be it on the trade sector, it will take a lot of time because both sides will have to make a lot of concessions. Both sides will have to come to a common understanding. While there might be some ideological resonance that there should be good ties between India and the United States, what shape that takes, given the fact that Trump is cracking down on immigration, Trump is waging tariff wars with not just China, but even Mexico and Canada, to come to a concrete deal that benefits both countries, it'll take a long time.
Well, first thing is very important, that fundamental is that we look at India as a strong, reliable partner. And we have always made that move towards India. It's the Indian businesses who have to also play an important role in bringing in legal immigration and telling the story of the number of jobs created. We never do that, or the Indian American businesses never do that. At the same time, we are for legal immigration, not for illegal immigration. At the same time, you see how Claudia Sheinbaum from Mexico did a fantastic job in pushing the tariffs or the issues for a month to find a way to really make peace with President Trump. And that was followed by the Canadians. President Trump is not mercurial. He's focused on the mandate that's given to him to find tangible ways to bring back innovation, manufacturing, and the America being the leading power. And that's what everybody has seen. And that's the reason the last few weeks, you've seen most leadership from around the world have come and seen him and met him. And I'm glad President Modi is one of the first few people who's seeing him, because let's take the tariff issues out. Yes, there are going to be issues where we have to have reciprocal and fair trade. But at the same time, India and the Indian companies have to really step up and be a strong, reliable partner. Mark my words, we want to see India as on our side and our side of the aisle. And that's all depends on Prime Minister Modi and how he does and how his dynamics go. And the fact is, we want fair trade. At the same time, we do need H-1B visas and brilliant minds to come here to help U.S. companies. And at the same time, those ties help to importantly add to the bottom line. And we do want to have strong defense partnership, innovation, AI. And I think Elon Musk is also doing a great job, but he's doing it on the behalf of what President Trump has tasked him to do. Mind you, President Trump is leading the charge with his team implementing it. That's very important for folks to understand. He's not mercurial. He's very focused on achieving tangible results for American people and in short span of time. And at the same time, the Abraham Accord, which he was not able to fulfill, is going to be fulfilled because, as you will see, a solution coming from Egypt and Saudi Arabia and other nations. And on the other side of finding solution and peace, when he took the oath, he said, I want to be a peacemaker. That's how he wants to be remembered. So I believe we are going to have a very strong partnership coming out of this. I'm optimistic on this meeting with President Trump and Prime Minister Modi.
Right, but Puneet, so is the H-1B debate then over? Because Musk said back in December he will go to war over H-1B. When Vivek Ramaswamy echoed the same sentiment, he was iced out by the entire MAGA universe. But when Musk said it, Donald Trump agreed with him and the entire MAGA universe agreed with him. That's what we're talking about. There are different voices coming in over different issues.
The war in Washington is never over. You have battles every day. You have to fight on every issue.
Yeah.
It's a maze. Please understand this thing.
But let's face it, the word of the richest man in the world is the last word, it seems, in the United States.
No, I disagree. It's President Trump's word and the people around him. We want to see legal immigration and intellectual folks coming here, and we have a lot of students from India who are coming in here. So India is a reliable, great partner, but we want legal immigration at the same time. I believe the H1 story has to be told by Indian IT companies. That's the Tata, the Cognizance of the world, who have to tell the story that why it's important, and they don't play that very well. And That's what's needed in Washington.
I think that message then should go to Laura Loomer as well, to pipe down on the anti-H1B rhetoric as well in the MAGA base. Sanjay, this point that Puneet is making, that Donald Trump is not mercurial, Elon Musk is acting at the behest of Donald Trump, even though many are saying he's taking a sledgehammer to the entire welfare state. Does Donald Trump's interaction with Elon Musk, does this entire spread of Doge and Elon Musk's putting in, as several people are saying, unelected bureaucrats from his own camp to operate Doge, does this put India on its toes when making a deal with the Trump administration?
Well, before India could get on its toes, it's kept America on its toes. Nobody in this country knows exactly what's going on in the White House, where Musk stands in relation to Trump and vice versa, who has how much influence on whom. This is one of the most debated matters here in the US in the US currently. So there is a good deal of uncertainty on that. But going back for one moment to the question of the H1B visa, we are assuming that, well, the H1B visa is a great thing for America, which it undoubtedly is. It is these visa holders and the skills they bring that have placed the US at the cutting edge of new technology and innovation. That is without doubt. The question for a lot of these visa holders is not whether the H1B visa should stay, but whether it should be improved and when it can be improved. Over the last few days here in Washington, I've been speaking to a number of people on the H1B visas, Indians really, and their stories really demand attention. They have to move from job to job every 3 years if they can find a sponsor. And they go on moving without any certainty what their future can be. They can't see their future 10 years down the line. One person said the ultimate aim will have to be to, of course, the ultimate dream.
I think a big piece of breaking news now, what we are getting is that President Donald Trump has announced reciprocal tariffs. He has said we will charge them no more, no less. They charge us tax or tariff and we charge them the exact tax and tariff, is the pitch coming in from Donald Trump, not taking any names so far when it comes to which country is particularly targeting with these reciprocal tariffs, but trying to create this ambit that we will charge them no more, no less. They charge us tax or tariff and we charge them the exact tax and tariff. We're also getting that reaction from Donald Trump ahead of his crucial meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Let's listen in.
And on trade, I have decided, for purposes of fairness, that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the United States of America, we will charge them, no more, no less. In other words, they charge us a tax or tariff, and we charge them the exact same tax or tariff. Very simple. Nobody knows what that number is unless you go by the individual country. You can see what it is if you go to the individual country and you look at what they're charging us. In almost all cases, they're charging us vastly more than we charge them, but those days are over. And on trade, I have decided, for purposes of fairness, that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever.
So that is the message to every country, including India. The tariff that you charge us, we will charge you back that same tariff. That statement coming in from US President Donald Trump right ahead of that crucial meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Angela Chitkara continues to be with us on the broadcast. Angela, how do you see this big announcement coming in right ahead of that meeting with Prime Minister Modi?
I mean, this is gonna it's gonna affect inflation, right? I mean, and it's gonna set off a global trade war. I think it's gonna continue, and it will have an impact on on businesses and consumers.
Puneet, how do you react to that? Donald Trump is now waging a global trade war, saying reciprocal tariffs on every country. This is including India. As Prime Minister Modi is meeting top Trump officials, those visuals on our screen, he's just made this announcement that there will be reciprocal tariffs across the board. Every country that puts a tariff on America will get a reciprocal tariff.
What I said earlier, we want to be treated with fairness. And if you charge us tariff, we'll charge you back. That's what President Trump had said on his campaign trail, and he's saying it now. You treat us and we'll treat you the same way. No special treatment. And if we can do it to Mexico and Canada,
but react to what Angela was saying, that you have sparked a global trade war, and this
we
will
haven't sparked any
further
global trade war.
this
The
will
reason is that
further
now
boost
what we're doing is
inflation.
we're
How do you
doing
react to that?
equalization.
This will
We
further
are
boost
doing what's
inflation.
No, it would not, because you will see the tariffs will basically bring down the cost for the American public.
Right. Angela, Puneet saying that this will bring down costs.
I disagree with that. I mean, I disagree. The effects, I mean, are going to affect everyday Americans. So, like, think about even, FDI, even Indian, companies that are here in the U.S. The H-1B visa. If you even go back to the H-1B visa, it's going to affect jobs. It's going to affect sectors that are set up here in the United States that ultimately will have to lay off employees.
Right.
And Mexico has,
right. Go ahead, Puneet, go ahead.
Mexico and other companies, and including other nations, have been already recalibrating. It's basically, at least now they know clearly where they stand. Hence the reason the prices are going to come down, and you will see that the consumers, the people who are exporting to the United States, are going to find a way to reduce the cost and have fair prices, and the American public is going to respond to that. So what tariffs are going to do is find a way to balance our trade with other nations. At the same time, it's going to bring back manufacturing. It's going to be far more easier for U.S. companies now to compete with international companies. So you will see these impact. They will have what you call as a short-term pain, but in the long term, we Americans are going to win. And that's how President Trump and we as Americans are looking at it.
Angela, I'll let you finish, because I feel the problem at the end of the day, and this is something during the campaign trail as well, when Donald Trump was campaigning for the presidency, that no one exactly knows what is the impact of a tariff. What is the widespread impact of a tariff? There's such an economic gray area around it. Trump says something, it'll bring down prices. Every economist says that it'll lead to more inflation. Donald Trump says that those economists are bought by the Democrats. So there's this entire mix of information, if you will. Angela, please decode that for us.
I mean, I'm not claiming to be an economist in any way, but what I can say is that when we have these conversations, they affect everyday Americans. It comes down to individuals, citizens, whether it's in our country, whether it's in India, or elsewhere. I mean, we are a globally, interconnected world. We are in a globalized world. So whether you're talking about tariffs, we need to talk about tariffs relative to, how that affects foreign direct investment, how it affects H-1B visas, how decisions are made by companies for the short term, for the long term. You talked about Mexico. Well, Mexico, I mean, Indian companies are investing in Mexico along with China. So if we don't invest, if we don't, improve the H-1B visa, then, people will leave and go elsewhere. They'll go to Canada, they'll go to Australia. And then with the Make in India campaign and the Made in America campaign, I think, I've been thinking a lot about, can the two exist, or can we, can we be together and collaborate and address these issues?
Right, but we're living in a world where
in a U.S.-India strategic, they're calling it the U.S.-India strategic partnership for a reason.
Right,
no country, I don't think, can actually go it alone.
Absolutely, but we're also living in a world where Donald Trump and both Prime Minister Modi, they are aggressively pursuing their own national interests on the global stage.
That's right. So can a Make in India, Made in America campaign, can those two campaigns coexist?
Yes, it can, and it will.
I mean,
yes,
of course, there will be a lot of friction. Nothing can coexist that easily, of course, given the kind of clash of interests on several sectors. But of course, the pursuit will be to achieve some kind of balance between the two. But clearly, Donald Trump trying to achieve that balance, trying to achieve the control of inflation by announcing these reciprocal tariffs. This is still up for debate at the end of the day, because let's remember the tariffs have spread a lot of upheaval in the global markets, and at the same time Donald Trump's promise of bringing down prices on day one has not been fulfilled so far. Purnima Nath is also joining us on the broadcast, geopolitical observer and former US Congress candidate, is also joining us on the broadcast. Purnima, your reaction to Donald Trump's announcement just a short while back, reciprocal tariffs across the board, any tariff imposed on the United States, there will be a counter tariff on that same number.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me. Good evening to all the panelists as well. The first thing is that Donald Trump actually had promised his core base that he's going to bring back manufacturing to the country. He's actually going to impose tariff. He also specifically defined India as the biggest abuser of tariff. At the same time, we didn't go into details in terms of number of items that is being imported or what is being imposed on those items. For instance, the Harley-Davidson that becomes one of the talking points for 39-40% import tariff that India imposes, and obviously it's going to get cut at this point of time. I've heard the new budget also proposed certain balance as well. However, it's also important to notice that it's not just India is imposing tariff on import or export items to America. Remember, America also posed about 188% on dairy, 193% on cereals. So it's when we talk about the tariff issue, it has to be actually looked at this point of time, item by item now, because if you look at from a global tariff perspective, I've heard that there are South Koreans are imposing almost 400%. Japan is almost in around 700% or somewhere like that. In even America, somewhere it goes up to 350%. So when we come to India, US or so, we'll have to look at each item by item at this point of time, and also and look at exactly what.
The funny thing is that when it came to the January 6th pardoning storm, Trump was asked, you have to go case by case depending on the violent crimes. He didn't have time to go case by case on the January 6th incident, and he pardoned all of them. So I don't think the Trump administration has any time to look at each country case by case to achieve a deal. Primarily, India will have to do a lot of the legwork when it comes to trying to get the Trump administration to understand. But what you're talking about is an extremely arduous task to get to the bottom of what kind of resonance two countries can achieve after Trump has leveled these reciprocal tariffs. And that's something I don't think Trump has the temerity or even the patience to go through.
I agree with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with that, but at the same time, you have to understand. Remember, I think that the January 6th question was posed to Kash Patel as well. Kash Patel said he was not consulted, so his responses or perhaps strategy would have been different. My strategy would be different as well. I'm not in his administration, so I can say it from a perspective of understanding both the countries where they are in geopolitical standpoint today. One key point that I want to bring out today is because this tariff situation, obviously both Modi and Trump are protectionist. They want to make sure that our industries over here are protected, and we make in here, whether it's in India for Modi or whether it's in America for Trump. For short term, it's going to be a massive headache, obviously a massive pain in all of our back. But long term, if you look at it, this kind of situation is actually going to be in favor for India. It should actually inspire the Indian entrepreneurs to make things in India, to build the roads, build the equipments, build the product and services in India. But for instance, when I come to the conversation of immigration, when the H1B conversation was happening the last couple of months, it was extremely nasty for people like me as well, because I was not born in America. I was born in India. I'm an Indian born American citizen in this country. However, even though my background is Indian ethnicity, I'm still not an American enough. A Mexican can be American enough. And if you saw the recent example, the person who was actually in Doge's team,
Vivek Ramaswamy, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, his name is Marco Ellis. His name is obviously a Mexican name, and he feels more American than an Indian. He obviously said that normalize Indian hate. And these kind of things that I have seen in some of the organizations, some core base of Trump supporter. I'm a massive Trump supporter myself, but however, the Christian core base of Trump supporter is who I'm talking about at this point of time, who actually I've seen massive Indian hate, massive Hindu hate. And
Purnima,
not just from
you have to look no further. You have to look no further than Vivek Ramaswamy. When Donald Trump took a stand against H1B, Vivek Ramaswamy opposed him, and I thought he showed a lot of backbone. But then he got chewed out by the MAGA base. They launched such vile attacks against Vivek Ramaswamy, someone who has supported the entire MAGA movement. And then when Elon Musk supported H1B, he said, I will go to war for H1B. That's when the entire MAGA movement came in line behind Elon Musk. So clearly, of course, that is the difference, and that is something India will have to contend with, that you're dealing with a very mercurial political base. No matter what Puneet says, that everything is on the straight and narrow, everything is being calculated. We've seen Donald Trump switch sides and take U-turns on several issues. I want to get Senator Paul Strauss, US Senator from Columbia, on this point. Thank you, Mr. Strauss, for joining us on the broadcast. Donald Trump has just made this big announcement of reciprocal tariffs. And not just against China, not against Mexico, not against Canada, it's the entire world. So this is a global trade war now, and everyone has said that prices are only going to go up. Prime Minister Modi Donald Trump won the elections saying that I will bring prices down. On day one, all prices will come down. But clearly, do you think that he shot himself in his own foot?
I think what he's done is he shot the American people in our collective butts. Nobody thought tariffs were a good way to bring down prices. It's an economic policy that had questionable results a century ago, and it's unlikely to have any positive impacts here. The relationship with India is an important one, and I'm glad that President Modi had a chance to meet with the real leader of the United States, Elon Musk, who may be able to promote a more rational economic policy.
Right. And Senator Strauss, given the fact that I think any country that's dealing with Donald Trump is currently in uncharted water, given the amount of influence Elon Musk has inside the Trump administration. Now, my friend Puneet Ahluwalia over here would say that Elon Musk is following the lead of Donald Trump. But in your opinion, for any country to make a deal with Donald Trump means having an equally important deal with Elon Musk?
Look, it's hard to know what really goes on in the Oval Office, but it's clear that unelected Elon Musk seems to have a bizarre and inappropriate amount of influence. And the transition from a democracy to an oligarchy here in the United States is upsetting to so many Americans. The truth is the average American hasn't even had a chance to focus on an important visit like we have from President Modi, because the amount of executive orders and bizarre stunts and Trump's continued excesses of abuses of power are so distracting to folks that I think the average voter here in Washington hasn't even had a chance to focus on it. So the relationship between the world's oldest democracy, to the extent that we remain a democracy, and the world's largest democracy is important. India is an important partner, and I'm glad that these meetings are finally taking place. But it's very tough to understand what's happening with Donald Trump
Right,
he
Senator
changes
Strauss,
his
we're getting
mind
some news where Donald Trump, while he was announcing those reciprocal tariffs, he has said, and I quote, India has more tariffs than nearly any other country, is what he has said. And this is while he was imposing those reciprocal tariffs. He has said India has more tariffs than nearly any other country. Puneet, is he setting the tone, if you will? Ahead of his meeting with Prime Minister Modi, he's called out India, saying that India has more tariffs than nearly any other country and now announced reciprocal tariffs across the board.
Well, again, nothing to come as a surprise. This was, again, as I said earlier, fair and balanced trade. And if you charge us tariff, we're going to reciprocate the same way. That's what President Trump is doing. And I think, yes, he has set the tone for Prime Minister Modi to go and have a conversation on how you're going to scrub and rub and go down the list of items that we can need. India has to address. And in my earlier statement, I said India has to realize how strong of a reliable strategic and trade partner it wants to be to the United States. That's for Prime Minister Modi and Indian leadership to decide. At the same time, I say, Paul, you're watching liberal news, hence the reason you really don't watch the Fox, because if you watch the Fox News, you will see the open, transparent conversation between Musk and President Trump with the media, which was never happening under the Biden administration. So this administration has been pretty clear. And if you really want to know what Dodge is doing, you could go on the website and see what exactly they're doing. It's just that the liberal media is screaming because they have nothing else to tell, just to scream and say the sky is falling. The thing is, you watch Fox, you will get real news and fair and balanced news.
I mean, that's something I've never heard before. If you watch Fox, you get fair and balanced news. Senator Paul Strauss, can
maybe you should watch and then you will get an idea, I would say.
I think
because
when
the reason is, what President Trump does is
Puneet, I'm sorry. I watched Fox News and they said that the election where Joe Biden won was completely rigged. Then that same news channel had to do an out-of-court settlement close to $1 billion when the election technology company sued them.
Well, look at the CNN ratings also right now.
Let's not get into that. Let's not get into that, because we all know the kind of price Fox News had to pay for lying to the American people that
and we also see the viewership the CNN has in the United States.
Right. You're talking about truth doesn't matter, viewership is more important than truth. That's a very Trumpian way of looking at everything. Senator Strauss, you want to respond to Puneet?
Endorsements of particular media outlets. I'm proud to be appearing with you, and I appreciate that you have a balanced panel with a diverse perspective. That's what journalism is, that people who can disagree can try and reason together. The important thing is the relationship between the United States and India is more important than ever. And since we have such an unpredictable and unstable leader in the White House, the role of leaders like President Modi on the world stage in the next couple of years is going to become more important as more experienced leaders who understand how government works have to take more of a role. The United States has long been a leader on things like international human rights and standing up to oligarchs and totalitarian regimes like China and Russia. As we begin to align ourselves more closely with regimes like Russia, we have to count on the remaining democracies, whether it's India, whether it's the nations of Europe, to continue to protect democratic values and speak out for human rights. That doesn't mean that we don't want cooperation between our White House and President Modi where we can find it, but a lot of ordinary Americans, remember, Trump only got 48% of the vote. That's no mandate for anything. And so the other half of Americans are going to be looking to democratically elected leaders who respect democratic values to try and protect the world order from some of the more extreme.
Senator Strauss, but one thing has to be said. The Democrats used to boast about winning the Electoral College as well as the popular vote, and someone who's done it is Donald Trump. He won both the Electoral College and the popular vote. I remember when he beat Hillary Clinton, he didn't win the popular vote, and even after he lost to Joe Biden, he still kept saying that the election is rigged. Till now he says that the election is rigged. Even now he says that he won against Joe Biden and the election was rigged. None of the people he's put in top positions in their Senate confirmation hearings will admit to the fact that there was a free and fair election where Joe Biden won. And for Puneet to say that Fox News' coverage was fair and balanced about the elections, I think it's a complete fallacy.
You're mincing my words.
Sorry?
What I'm saying is that if you watch the transparency of this administration right now, with the
were $50 million worth of condoms sent to Gaza.
That's for USAID to
no. And you know, I'll tell you what Elon Musk said. I'll tell you what Elon Musk said in the Oval Office. He said, "I can't bat 1,000. I get some things wrong." When he was questioned about that,
and that's okay. We do get things wrong, don't we?
But will you admit it? But no one admits it in the entire ecosystem. Fox News doesn't admit it. Donald Trump doesn't admit it. Stephen Miller doesn't admit it. The White House spokesperson doesn't admit it. So I'm saying we live in this world of misinformation as well when it comes to the Trump administration. And that's something India has to navigate. I want to get Purnima Nath as well as Angela on this point. The fact that there is such a back and forth on this tariffs issue, Trump now calling out the Indian government on tariffs. Do you think this is a negotiating tactic, or is this something that will only hurt American interests?
Thank you so much. I want to add one thing before we go into the tariff situation.
Okay.
You talked about Fox. Punitji talked about Fox, but ideally, when we're looking at this point of time in the media situation as well as legacy media, unfortunately, it has come down to Fox versus everybody else. Its entire 99.99% media is actually left-based, and it was never for Donald Trump. They never said a single word nicely about Modi also. But the fact that we are only talking about Fox News is actually very concerning to me, actually, because this is exactly why today Donald Trump won. I'll tell you why. Because of Elon Musk and X. If Elon Musk never bought or shelled $44 billion for X a few months ago, and we didn't have a public square to just put out our thoughts, there was no way Donald Trump wins this particular election, because of the fact that the legacy media and also other social media platform actually was against Donald Trump and was constantly feeding information which was against that. And even people like me, who has no political authority in Trump administration or somewhere else, we didn't have any way to communicate our point of view that we are seeing. And that's why I think it's important for all of us to understand this particular discussion has become just Fox 6 versus everybody else. And tomorrow it's going to be Elon Musk versus Soros. And that's how this is going to shape out. But coming back to tariff, I'll tell you one thing. My observation is that obviously it's a campaign promise that Mr. Trump has put forth to his own base. But how India is going to get targeted here at this point of time is because initially it's going to be hiccup. Can they actually manage the higher tariff that President Trump is going to impose? But at the same time, as I said, I mean, you also expect perhaps we are not going to be able to look at it by case basis or product by product basis or service by service basis. But I hope that Narendra Modi and his team has done the homework for President Trump, and when this discussion happens, actually they are the one who's going to put forward saying that, okay, this is how are you going to put us into problem now, let's turn the discussion. So hopefully they have done the work in their cabinet and came up with massive solid examples of product by product basis tariff.
But that's so unlikely to happen, Purnima, at the end of the day. Angela, I want to get your take on this, calling out India while announcing reciprocal tariffs. Is this a chapter from Out of the Deal?
Okay, so thank you for the question. I just want to, I need to chime in as well.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
The earlier question. Okay, so it is my hope that we're able to have respectful conversations to advance the discussion. So I'm here because I'd like to be part of a constructive discussion that's helpful to viewers in trying to understand as we navigate in this era of uncertainty that we're living in right now. So any sort of decision that President Trump makes will have an impact globally, because I still believe in my heart that the world wants to see the United States succeed. And I do believe that this U.S.-India relationship has strengthened over the course of decades, over the last three decades. through across administrations. I'd like to give you an example of the Select USA, which is the biggest FDI summit last year. The biggest delegation was from India in terms of, the biggest delegation representation and investment dollars. So that means that there's a growing interest by Indian companies to set up businesses in the United States. That means that they're becoming part of the American fabric in our communities where they're living, operating, and serving. That means that they're bringing their corporate social responsibility, their values into the communities. They're creating jobs. They're contributing to the economy. So that's why I believe that the H-1B visas, when we think about it, it's important. It's critical to innovation in our country and globally. I also wanted to mention the FCPA, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. That was something that President Trump is saying that he wants to bring back. Now, let's think about that. All right, let's think about this in context. Over the last several decades, American companies have gone from being risk averse to being fully vested in the India market. If you look at U.S. multinationals, 40%, at least 40% of their employees are outside of the home market in markets like India. So this is I recently had an interview with the U.S. ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, and he said that it's a people-to-people interaction that makes this relationship with U.S.-India so special. And I do agree with it if you think about that. In our communities in the United States, it's the soft power. The soft power has power. Now we've gone from from the Y2K era to outsourcing to now setting up global capability centers in India, right, where there's training and development that's going on to support multinationals in India. So we truly are interconnected. And this FCPA, now how is that going to play out? U.S. companies, are they going to want to go into, so U.S. companies want transparency, but there's also a sense of an ethical obligation in compliance within their own organizations. Absolutely. To adhere to the level of risk. And so if...
And absolutely, and Angela, we're getting some news where the reverberations of Trump's announcement are already being felt, where economists from global banks like Morgan Stanley as well as Nomura Holdings have now identified India and Thailand as among the nations most exposed to risks from President Trump's vow to impose reciprocal tariffs. So that is the impact that's coming in. The analysis also coming in that India and Thailand will be two economies which will be most exposed to risk after this big announcement coming in from Donald Trump. Let's listen into that announcement once again.
Those days are over. And on trade, I have decided for purposes of fairness that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the United States of America, we will charge them, no more, no less. In other words, they charge us a tax or tariff, and we charge them the exact same tax or tariff. Very simple. Nobody knows what that number is unless you go by the individual country. You can see what it is if you go to the individual country and you look at what they're charging us. In almost all cases, they're charging us vastly more than we charge.
And Senator Paul Strauss, the analysis is already in. India and Thailand will be the most exposed to risk. Do you think Donald Trump saw this coming, or is this just shoot and spray, if you will?
It's hard to understand what his thought process is. We want an American president to stand up to our enemies and not pick fights with our friends. So to start a trade war with a strong ally like India, to threaten a peaceful place like Greenland, to try and intimidate Canada into becoming the 51st state. These just don't seem like the rational policies of someone who understands the complex interdependency of a truly global economy. So I hope that, and it's also going to make consumer goods more expensive for the Americans that voted for someone they thought would bring prices down. So I don't understand what he's trying to do. It's simplistic. It ignores the reality of a globally interdependent economy, and hopefully President Musk can maybe bring some sense into this.
Right. So, Puneet, I'll also want your take from this, because we've been asking all our panelists what is the thinking behind this tactic coming in from Donald Trump. And he's been known for being, using strong arm tactics when it comes to getting the best deal. Do you see this announcement of reciprocal tariffs calling out India, now economists saying that India and Thailand will be the most exposed to risk? Is this a chapter out of the deal? Is Donald Trump open to making deal now with every nation on the planet?
It's important what President Trump is doing, what exactly he promised on the campaign trail. And he's kind of living up to the promise that he did. He wants to create American jobs, bring back manufacturing, bring back opportunities for Americans. And that means we recalibrate our relationship with allies and friends, and also, people who we don't really like around the world. So it's a new world. But I think in the end, people will see that it'll recalibrate to where Americans and the rest of the world wins. Because in the end, we want to create opportunities in the United States. And when there are opportunities in the United States, we create opportunities around the world. That's exactly how I see, and that's how it's being thought through by the President Trump. I think the reciprocal trade tariff was not a surprise. As I said, he's always said, even in 2016 when he was running, he wanted fair trade. He had said that before he even ran for president. So that's how it is. He doesn't want other countries to take advantage of us. But most importantly, for the viewers, look, the folks who are were given a mandate by the American public, as whatever folks may say, look, be on the front of immigration, illegal immigration, be it on fighting fentanyl and bad actors who come into our country, broken laws. He's doing exactly that. And right, it's just not been 100 days yet. We'll see the price of gas coming down, and most importantly, he's making sure the inflation is in control so we can lower the short-term borrowing, which helps small and mid-sized businesses, which is so needed. So I believe he's a businessman, and we'll see an uptick in the coming months. So folks, have some patience and believe in America and its allies, because we stand by our friends, and India is a friend.
Absolutely, and the American people will hold Donald Trump to that promise as well. Senator Paul Strauss, Puneet Ahluwalia, Purnima Nath, Angela Chitkara, thank you so much for joining us for this very illuminating and, if not charged, conversation surrounding Donald Trump. I'm sure Donald Trump always evokes those kind of sentiments out of anyone who talks about him. We're also getting a reaction from John Mearsheimer, American political scientist, right ahead of Prime Minister Modi's crucial meeting with Donald Trump. This is what he had to say.
The magnitude of this visit in itself. First, there was Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, then the Japanese Prime Minister. Earlier this week, you had the King of Jordan. So today for you, Prime Minister Modi will become just the fourth world leader to get an audience with President Trump. What do you make of that?
Well, I think there's no question that the chemistry between Modi and Trump is excellent. And Trump has all sorts of incentives to have good relations with India. Trump is famous for picking fights with other countries, but there's really no reason for him to pick a fight with India. And if anything, he has powerful incentives to have good relations with India. So I find it hardly surprising that Modi would be among the first leaders that he would bring to the White House to talk to.
But just ahead of that, there is this looming threat of the Trump tariffs. In fact, the president has just tweeted that later tonight he will be announcing reciprocal tariffs, and he's quoted in his characteristic style, "Make America Great Again." How worried should India be about this?
I don't think they should be terribly worried. I think that Trump is mainly focused on Mexico and Canada here in the Western Hemisphere. He's certainly focused on China. He wants to pick a fight with China. And in that case, India is an ally. And he is especially interested in causing trouble for the Europeans. Those are his principal targets. This is not to say there won't be some collateral damage for India, but I don't think there'll be much at all. And of course, Prime Minister Modi is well aware of the fact that he has to come to Washington and he has to do something to accommodate President Trump. And he will do that. He's a sophisticated politician. He knows how to operate with somebody like Trump. So I think that if there's any damage, it'll be limited.
So if you could explain for our viewers, what is the Trump worldview on tariffs? Some say he uses the threat of tariffs as a negotiating tool. He wants to get people on board, and then eventually, they succumb and they give him what he wants. There are some who say, he believes in his veins that America has been ripped off by the global trade arrangement, the WTO, and so on. So he views trade deficits that America has and trade surpluses that other countries like India have with America. India, I think, has about a $45 billion trade surplus, almost like a sin, and he wants to correct that. So if you could, it's almost like a 1925 William McKinley kind of view when it comes to trade and tariffs.
Yeah, I think that he believes that the United States is being ripped off by countries around the world. And I think this is why he has such a beef with the Europeans. It's not just the fact that you have these trade deficits. It's also the fact that the United States spends an enormous amount of money to defend Europe. And he thinks this is ridiculous. We shouldn't be defending Europe. Europe should be defending itself. They should be spending much more money on defense. But what's happening here? We're getting ripped off. This is his mentality. And I also think that he is something of a bully, and he likes to push weaker countries around, and he even likes to push his adversaries around. And one of his favorite levers for doing that is tariffs. He thinks that he can get other countries to dance to his tune by using tariffs as a weapon. And you saw this with Canada and Mexico. And from India's point of view, I think the good thing is that he has no real problem with India.
India, by some estimates, and I think this is a Pew Research study from 2022, the country with the third highest number of illegal immigrants in the United States, more than 700,000 of them. How does the Modi government navigate this, given how sensitive this issue is for Mr. Trump and his administration?
Well, my sense is that the Modi government is willing to work with Trump on this issue and take the issue off the table as much as possible. The problem is, as you said, that the first tranche of illegal immigrants who came back to India were in chains and shackles. And obviously, this is disastrous for making this policy work. So my assumption would be that the Indians are talking to the Americans about making sure that it doesn't happen this way in the future, and therefore the situation should be handled more smoothly in the future. If it's not, it's going to become a huge problem for all the obvious reasons. But one would think that both sides, both India and the United States, have a vested interest in making this work smoothly.
And I'm joined by my colleague Sanjay Suri on the broadcast. Sanjay, there's a meltdown now taking place in the democratic ecosystem after Trump's announcement of reciprocal tariffs across the board. Many Democratic leaders now saying that Trump has now shot America in the foot.
You know, he's shot America in the foot. He's shot a lot of other people in the foot as well. We've been considering in some discussions in recent hours, last day or two, whether this is a tactic, whether this is just a gambit to secure a more advantageous position for the US in negotiations, so that he will threaten tariffs and pull back from there. What we've just heard from Trump is a very simple, stark announcement from the White House. This is how we will charge, no less, no more. Now, how would Trump go back on that? If this were to be just a negotiating ploy, would he say 2 days later or X number of weeks later that India, say, has given us the following concessions, so I don't apply this to India? Come on, Hungary, maybe I'll apply it to you. Is that the way Trump can go? Well, with Trump, anything is possible, but he has not left a lot of room for movement here. This announcement, and we had been hoping really that it would not be as stark as this, but it has been expressed very, very clearly. There, of course, is a question whether he will act on it. I mean, with Trump, that's a question we can't answer that here and now. But if this were to go ahead, this would be very serious for India, and there's no point pretending it won't be. If you speak to any exporting firm in India today that is exporting some sort of goods or services to the US, they would be very, very worried by what they have seen. Because if this is going to be like for like, nobody in the world has more reason to worry than India. For the reason that the differential between the tariffs that the US applies and the tariffs that India applies is the greatest. India is the highest. So if the US were going to match that, as Trump has said it will, then that's going to mean very much higher tariffs for goods from India. And that can have all sorts of consequences in India and in the US.
Absolutely. Balance sheets have gone for a toss across the world, if you will, after Donald Trump's announcement. I'm joined by Julia Benbrook from the White House, a CNN reporter. Thank you, Julia, for joining us on CNN News 18. Please decode this big announcement coming in from Donald Trump. Has he jolted both allies and adversaries with this announcement of reciprocal tariffs? Julia, can you hear me? I think we'll try to reconnect with Julia over there. I don't think she can hear me, but we'll try to reconnect with Julia Benbrook, who's reporting from outside the White House. Let's get to our guests as well. I'm joined by Catherine Hadda, visiting fellow of CSIS US-India Policy and former US Consul General in Hyderabad. Thank you, Ms. Hadda, for joining us on CNN News 18. Your first reaction to what you just heard from Donald Trump, reciprocal tariffs across the board. A lot of Democrats are saying that Donald Trump has shot the entire nation in the foot. This is coming right ahead of that crucial meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Yeah, the timing, I would agree, is interesting. And it's a good thing that Prime Minister Modi and President Trump have such a good personal relationship, and also that Prime Minister Modi is a very good negotiator himself and a very even-tempered person, I think. So my guess, from what I've read, and this just happened, and I was out until a short time ago, but what I see was announced was a plan to raise tariffs, and that it's sort of similar to what happened with Mexico and Canada. And there would be room with talks to maybe defer that. And since he's having a meeting with the Prime Minister now, it's not out of the question to me that that will be some kind of announcement, that they're going to talk the way they did in Trump 1. Now, in Trump 1, though, if you recall, there were reciprocal tariffs. There were tariffs placed. There were reciprocal tariffs, and they were that was never resolved during the entire presidency. So we don't really know what's ahead of us on this. But my guess is because there were other signals already sent. For example, meetings with President Trump's new security senior officials, the National Security Advisor,
Mike Waltz.
Tulsi Gabbard, the head of intelligence. So I think there's also a signal sent that our relationship is broader. And so we have to focus on that as well.
Right. I'm also joined by Julia Benbrook from the White House, CNN reporter. Thank you, Julia, for connecting back with us. Decode this announcement coming in from Donald Trump, because he seems to have jolted both his adversaries as well as his allies, coming right ahead of that meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Yes, and these reciprocal tariffs are something that he's been teasing for several days now. We knew that they were coming, and he really set that into motion when he signed executive orders in the Oval Office just a little while ago, but they're not going to go into immediate effect. And our team has been told by a White House official that that is strategic, that this actually gives nations time to negotiate new trade terms with the United States. And these reciprocal tariffs are a big part of Trump's campaign promises, something that could boost the Americans' revenue, but could also ignite a global trade war. And that, of course, would have big implications. And then, as you mentioned, this is coming just hours before Prime Minister Modi is going to arrive here at the White House. He's going to sit down for a bilateral meeting with Trump. We do expect them to then hold a press conference and then have dinner as well. Now, in the past, highlighting some of Trump's past comments about India, he has said that they've taken advantage of tariffs in the past, calling him a tariff king, calling India a tariff king. And so it will be interesting to see how these conversations go forward as they sit down. And of course, they're going to discuss a wide range of issues, but no doubt these tariffs are going to come up.
Right, but at the same time, the announcement that comes in from the White House, it spreads turmoil in the global markets. It jolts a lot of allies. It even sends a message to the adversaries. And also, this is all in connection to Donald Trump's entire plan to bring grocery prices down. That's something which he said he would achieve on day one. But clearly, this tariff war and his attempt to renegotiate these trade deals with allies across the globe, with countries across the globe, this doesn't seem to be achieving the desired results. It's spreading more alarm than putting forward solutions.
And there are a lot of economists that can speak to all of the different details on that. But you're exactly right. There's a lot of conversations about how he's going to make good on bringing grocery prices down and how he's going to make good on those things going forward. These tariffs have been a big part of his whole pitch and plan. And what we're seeing today is on top of a lot of other moves. In fact, earlier in the week, he imposed a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum imports.
Right. Thank you, Julia Benbrook, for joining us from the White House. Donald Trump also sending that message right ahead of Prime Minister Modi's meeting at the White House. Sanjay, so how do you see this playing out? Because I remember those announcements of tariffs against Canada and Mexico. Then Canada and Mexico said that they would give some concessions when it comes to border security. And Trump then came out and said that the tariffs are on hold, claiming that he's won. He's been able to strong arm both Mexico as well as Canada when it comes to the entire tariff war. Do you think he's trying to apply that same model now to the rest of the world, including India?
Well, talking of that particular model with Canada and Mexico, it was a 4-week delay and we are not at the end of that 4-week period yet. It's too soon to suggest that he has abandoned the plans for those tariffs. They may still come, and that whole game is very much in play. In this instance, certainly it could not be expected that he makes the announcement today and the tariffs get introduced from tomorrow. Clearly, there is going to be some administrative management time required, and these will have to be worked out because we are talking about a whole myriad of products of different kinds, different price ranges, different amounts exported, imported, and so this is a whole world of and it's a very complex world. It's not going to be sorted very easily by a trade agreement that we've also been hearing about. That would sort matters out between the US and India. We've been talking of a trade agreement being negotiated between India and Britain, and how many years has that been?
Absolutely.
A trade agreement being negotiated between India and the EU. How many years more has that been? Where is one agreement or the other? Nowhere in sight. So this is a very complex issue. This is not going to be solved by an instant kind of trade deal with the US. So what will the US government now do? I mean, given that there will be a period naturally before the intended implementation can come, that still leaves the question if there is some sort of agreement that is worked out. Some offers most certainly will be made within a few minutes from now. In fact, when the Indian team and the US team sit down at the White House to conduct negotiations after the leaders meet. So what is it that India offers and how will the US receive that? This is now the question.
Absolutely.
Whether that will be enough. There will be enough of offer and acceptance for Trump to negate what he has done, or to at least set that aside indefinitely. Okay, I have ordered this. This is the policy now. I'm putting it aside. but because you've given me concessions, I'm giving you time. Really, this is a very uncertain territory. Perhaps Trump himself doesn't know exactly what's going to transpire and what he intends to do, but really a very worrying situation. And if we are looking at it from a point of view of an Indian exporter, an alarming situation.
Absolutely. But as Julia was pointing out outside the White House, that this seems to be like a negotiating tactic being used by Donald Trump. And Sanjay, I completely agree with you. Those trade deals with the EU as well as the United Kingdom, they were always delayed because of the political turmoil inside the EU and the United Kingdom. And what Donald Trump is presiding over currently in the United States is nothing but political turmoil with the Democrats and all the different issues that he's butting heads with the Democrats with. I'm also joined by Dr. Bharat Barai on the broadcast. He's the chairman of the US-India Community Foundation based in Chicago. Thank you, Dr. Barai, for joining us on CNN News 18. Your first reaction, just hours to go. In fact, I think just 2 hours to go before Donald Trump meets Prime Minister Modi, and he makes this big announcement of reciprocal tariffs across the board, even calling out India, saying that India is the tariff king and we need to renegotiate where we stand. How do you react to that?
Well, this is something that was expected. He had been saying that during his campaign that he is going to put the tariff, so that part is not surprising. The timing, well, because he is treating all the countries of the world by the same measurement, that whatever is the amount of duty that they put on American exports, so it is the same amount of duty they will put on the import from those countries. The question is, how are they going to calculate it? This is more like a political statement than an economic statement, because the items that India exports, for example, to USA is different than what USA exports to India. And the percentage duty now on different items is different. One possibility is that they might just make a sort of average. For example, Trump said that USA imposing 2.2% duty on all the imports that come into USA. That is the average. And he said that India has putting duty like something like 9.2% on an average. So is he going to say that we are going to put 9% or 9.2% duty on everything that comes from India? Maybe. So that part will have to be clarified. What duty will be on what items, or it will be just going to be a flat duty on anything and everything based on the average law.
Right. So Dr. Barai, then how do you see it? Is this a negotiating tactic or is this pure politics? Because at the end of the day, the Indian side, Prime Minister Modi will need clarity on everything, on each and every aspect of this tariff war.
You know, in my opinion, I don't think this is a negotiating technique. What he did with Mexico and Canada was different, because he singled out those two countries and put initially 25% duty. And Canada and Mexico had to take into account certain concerns that President Trump had. This is applicable to all the countries of the world, because you always felt that USA was putting very minimal duty on everything coming from other countries, where other countries were putting a lot of duties, lot of administrative burden, lot of regulatory burden on US companies. They were trying to do business.
Right, Dr. Barai, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're cutting across to CNN.
I remember when Harley Davidson couldn't sell their motorbikes into India because of the fact that India, the tax was so high, the tariff was so high. And Harley was forced to build, I guess they built, I don't know, that was a while ago, but I think they built a factory in India in order to avoid paying the tariffs. And that's what people can do with us. They can build a factory here, a plant or whatever it might be here, and that includes the medical, that includes cars, that includes chips and semiconductors, that includes everything. If you build here, you have no tariffs whatsoever. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think our country is going to be flooded with jobs.
What should consumers expect? Are prices going to go up short-term,
Well,
long-term?
not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily. But what will go up is jobs. The jobs will go up tremendously. We're going to have great jobs, jobs for everybody. This is something that should have been done many years ago. China did it. I mean, China did it at a level that probably nobody's ever seen before. If you manufactured a car, you couldn't send it into China. The tariff was so high. So everybody went and they built in China. It was no big secret. So we're going to see, but it's going to mean tremendous amounts of jobs. And ultimately, prices will stay the same, go down. But we're going to have a very dynamic country.
But if prices go up, Mr. President, because of these tariffs, who do you think voters should hold responsible?
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up, and prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down. And I think the farmers are going to be helped by this very much because product is being dumped into our country, and our farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration. The last administration hated our farmers, like at a level that I've never seen before. I think our farmers are going to be helped. Jobs are going to be helped, but our farmers are going to be helped. Our manufacturers are going to be helped. And again, if somebody wants to come in, including the car companies, if they want to come in and build car plants, they'll do it without tariffs, and therefore prices won't go up. There could be some short-term disturbance, but long-term, it's gonna make our country a fortune.
So Americans should prepare for some short-term pain.
No, you said that. I didn't say that. You know?
But if the prices go up,
Let's see what happens. Nobody really knows what is going to happen, other than we know that jobs are going to be produced at levels that we haven't seen before. We know that we think interest rates are going to ultimately be coming down because of things that happen, and they go hand in hand with the tariffs. But we think that the prices for some things, many things, it could be all things, will go down. Ultimately, will go down.
Mr. President, can you explain the timeline here, sir? There's a period of time for a review, a report, 180 days. Sure. What's the earliest date that you think tariffs will actually be implemented and executed?
Well, I would say, maybe I'll ask Howard to answer that, because he's going to be the one that's implementing. What do you think?
Our studies should be all complete by April 1st. So we'll hand the president the opportunity to start on April 2nd if he wants. So I think we'll be ready to go on April 1st, and we'll hand it to the president, and he'll make his decisions. But remember, if they drop their tariffs, prices for Americans are coming down. Our production's going up, and our costs are going down. Remember, it's a two-way street. That's why it's called reciprocal.
Have you spoken to any American CEOs directly about this? Are they calling you and asking for
I've spoken to many, and many love it. And they say this is going to be the thing that makes our country really prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down to $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be, this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day, and in a very positive way for our country. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you've talked about the VAT and the EU before, and your concerns with how the EU treats you. Do you have a number in mind on the European Union? Do you have an idea of where that number is going to land?
Well, what they are now is they have a 20% VAT tax, which we're considering to be similar or the same as the tariff. Plus, they charge lots of fees, and they're doing something else. European Union's been very tough on our companies. They sued Apple, they sued Google, they sued Facebook, they sued many other companies, and they're American companies, and the kind of numbers are staggering. And the court system over there is not very good to our companies. If you know that Apple had to pay, I think, $16 billion in a penalty, a court case that was really shocking, because most people thought they would have won that court case, people that watched it. So they've been very tough. Airlines have called me up and they said, could you help us with Europe, because they're charging us so many different fees. I got a call from the head of American, United, and other airlines saying every time we land a plane, we get just absolutely killed by the European Union. And so they haven't, we think the European Union is wonderful. We all love Europe, love the countries in Europe, but European Union has been absolutely brutal on trade. Canada's been very bad to us on trade, but now Canada's going to have to start paying up. And Canada's been tough on the military, because they have a very low military cost. They think we're going to, protect them with our military, which is unfair. So Canada's going to be a very interesting situation, because we just don't need their product. And yet they survive off the fact that we do 95% of what they do. And Canada is just absolutely, I say it, and sometimes people smile and sometimes they say great idea, but Canada, their taxes would come down greatly, their security would go up greatly. Amazing things happen to Canada and really Canada in this particular, why would we pay $200 billion a year in subsidies to Canada when they're not a state? You do that for a state, but you don't do that for somebody else's country. So I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
Mr. President, how are negotiations going with Canada? There was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs.
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right now. They'd have perfect military protection. They don't have any military protection because and you take a look at what's going on out there. You have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have Chinese ships, you have a lot of ships out there, and people are in danger. This is a different world today. It's a different world. They need our protection.
You
Yes.
just mentioned Elon Musk and the efforts that he's undertaking with your authority. You granted him new authority this week. Will he secure any new government contracts while he is working on DOGE?
No, not if there's a conflict. If there's no conflict, I guess what difference does it make? But we won't let him do anything having to do with the conflict.
Are you personally checking to make sure there's no conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I am.
He answers to you.
Sure, he does. First of all, he wouldn't do it. And second of all, we're not going to let him do anything where there's a conflict of interest.
Mr. President, your negotiations with the EU there's discussions ongoing already. How quickly do you expect that you'll hear back from them about any of these other measures? I can't tell you. Yeah, the EU's been very nasty. It's just been, they haven't treated us properly. Look, we were great to them on NATO. Essentially, it's a similar group of countries. When I came in my first term, I raised their fees. I mean, they were not paying. We were paying for, in my opinion, almost all of NATO. And now, I had the bad moment with the press where the press said, well, does this mean you won't protect them? And I said, I won't protect them if they're not paying. But because I said that, the Secretary General, as you know, said it was the greatest thing he's ever seen because the money came pouring in. But they don't treat us right on trade. They don't treat us right on the military either. I mean, if you look at Ukraine, we're in for probably $200 billion more than Europe. Why are we in for more than Europe? We're in for more than Europe. I mean, think of it, or NATO. I mean, let's call it NATO because Canada's in. By the way, Canada is just about the lowest payer. Also, they shouldn't be. They are just about the lowest payer in NATO, in addition to everything else. So Canada's really been taken advantage of. And if they had to pay just something modestly fair, they wouldn't be able to succeed as a country. And that's why I feel they have to become a state. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your expectation that partners will offer major concessions and that you actually don't end up applying those tariffs?
No, I think that a lot of them will stay the same, and whatever they pay, I'll pay. I mean, we'll have a lot of them stay the same. I think some. Look, I heard as an example, EU lowered their tax on cars down to the exact same amount that they were much higher. They were approximately 5 times higher, and they lowered them down to the exact tax that we're charging. That took place like yesterday or the day before. Is that a correct statement? I think so, yeah.
Do you expect any exemptions or waivers?
I don't expect that, no. This is a simple system. I mean, there wouldn't be any. And in the case of Apple, I gave them a waiver, an exemption in my first term because Samsung was in South Korea. And Samsung didn't have to pay the tax because it was a tax on China. And Apple makes a lot of their product in China. So I did that because it wouldn't have been fair. But now this applies to everybody across the board. This is a much simpler way of doing it, much better way.
Did you, Mr. President, you had that major call yesterday with President Putin of Russia. President Zelensky responded today basically saying any agreements they won't accept unless they're made with Ukraine. Will Ukraine have a seat at that table for those negotiations?
Of course they would. I mean, they're part of it. We would have Ukraine, we'd have Russia, and we'll have other people involved too.
And that was President Donald Trump explaining his reciprocal tariffs. And I'm joined by Catherine Harda as well as Dr. Bharat Barai, who heard that entire speech by Donald Trump. Catherine, I'll come to you first. Donald Trump saying that America will be flooded with jobs the minute these reciprocal tariffs hit home, saying that there will be short-term inconvenience, but in the long term, America will be flooded with jobs. Also making the point, and I quote, many CEOs love what I am doing. How do you see this statement coming in from Donald Trump?
Well, let me bring it back to India because that's why we're here. What I would predict would happen today at the meeting today is this is an opening signal for a negotiation on trade, which, as the good doctor observed, we were expecting anyway. But I think if you really parse all the different strands of what the administration says, they're most concerned about the countries with the biggest trade surplus with us. And India has quite a large trade surplus with us. I believe it's about $50 million. So if today, for example, India were to announce, as I think is very likely, their intention to purchase more defense equipment, which is quite expensive, more liquid natural gas, liquefied natural gas, all these things could help signal that that deficit is going down, and that's your starting point. And then you negotiate on the rest, and I believe that will be one of the outcomes today. And then they have a lot of other things to talk about as well, including, the world, China, security, things that they talked about already by phone last month after the inauguration. And of course, immigration, I think, will be an issue as well. Specifically, the recent removals of undocumented Indians, but also the future of what those deportations will look like.
Of course, India will pitch for a more humane treatment of Indian citizens who come into the United States illegally. But at the same time, India and the United States are on the same page that strict action should be taken against illegal immigrants. But just seeking some wiggle room from the Trump administration, that will be a part of the dialogue between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump. Dr. Barai, this statement coming in from Donald Trump that there will be short-term discomfort, but long-term it will be good for America. But of course, he opens that room for India to negotiate with the United States. Do you think there is room for a deal to be made, or is Donald Trump in the mood to punish nations across the globe when it comes to the tariff war?
No, I don't think that he is trying to punish. What he's trying to do is bring the level playing field. Right. There are many products that go from United States that suffer from disadvantage. I'll give you the example about Europe. Yeah. And you can say the same thing about India. For example, an American-made car is exported to Europe. Not only there is an import duty, but there is also VAT or value-added tax. So when that car is sold, for example, in Germany, they have to pay the import duty, plus they have to pay 22% or whatever is the value-added tax. So an American car will have 32% cost disadvantage. Now, when that car comes, Mercedes-Benz or BMW, which is made in Europe, and it is sold in USA does not have any VAT. Each state has its own sales tax, but then there are a state like Delaware, which don't have any sales tax, or there are states which have 4% sales tax. So there is almost 30% advantage that is built to the European-made cars, and same can be applied for many other countries. Now, that has been the complaint of many business people. Same thing is about China. China does not give its workers any health insurance. They don't give them many other benefits that American companies give to their workers. So the cost of manufacturing in USA is higher than what will be in China. And that way, the American companies are at a disadvantage. By putting reciprocal duty, it puts people on the notice that it has to be a balanced trade. And whatever he can do towards that by putting the duty will be welcome. Now, right. Will it lead to many of the companies trying to bring back business or manufacturing to USA? I would say at least to a degree, yes, because if it means 10 to 20% in savings, the companies will think that it is better to try to bring and manufacture in USA rather than manufacture in other countries.
Right, but Dr. Barai, does the United States economy have those shock absorbers in place if these reciprocal tariffs come into play? Does the US economy have those shock absorbers in place that can help them, take care of the initial discomfort while he tries to get a better deal with countries across the globe?
That is a question because yesterday the CPI data that came out, it showed that at retail level there was 0.5% increase in the prices. And today morning, the PPI data, producer price index data that came out in USA showed 0.4%. And if the tariffs go into effect and they increase the import prices by 10% or so, yes, there will be increase in the cost and increase in inflation. But those people who don't buy imported products, it's not going to affect them because if there is no domestic component to it. So we'll have to see. I guess initially, yes, there will be some increase in the cost. For example, if you go to Walmart, Walmart is more like a China mart. Everything that is sold in Walmart is made in China. So once the duty is put in or tariff, the cost will go up by that much. And people will initially complain.
But China has scale, China has low cost of production. All these factors come into play for that. I'm also joined by Sanjay Suri right after Donald Trump's statement. Sanjay Suri, I want to get your take on what Donald Trump has just said. He has said this is a tactic to create jobs. There will be short-term discomfort, but clearly he's created room for nations across the globe to make a deal with the United States. He's willing to risk it all, risk the economic health of the United States to make a better deal. He has said that this is something that is required when it comes to make America great again, if you will.
You know, the Wall Street Journal put a question the other day, a simple question. Does Trump understand money? On the basis of this decision, that question becomes a bit louder. We are speaking about reciprocal tariffs, and let's say we speak of India first, because India does come first. The reciprocal tariffs will affect no country on earth more than they will affect India, because of all the trading partners of the US, the difference is highest with India. So the tariffs are highest in India amongst all the countries that the US trades with. So if the US government were to now act exactly as Trump has said that it must, exactly in line with the declared policy of the President of the United States, how do you then have reciprocal tariffs? You have to compare apples with apples, not oranges with apples. What is it that India exports to the US? What is it the US exports to India? If India is exporting, say, a set of clothes, and they are going into the retail market and we bought at some place down the street from here, that will have one level of tariffs. And if India is importing the F414 engines from General Electric, that has another set of tariffs. How are you going to start matching this? This is a morass. This is a whole maze. The whole world is being engaged in trying to work out how trade balances can be worked out in micro ways and in macro ways. Neither way do they quite work out. There is no agreement really that is functioning. The World Trade Organization, who has said that it's the umbrella group that has brought predictable uniformity in world trade. It's a long way from that. In the US, you had the trade agreement with Canada and Mexico. Where did that go? Overnight, it disappeared. So we are looking at a world of trade where regulation is difficult and evening out rules across all sales, across all products. We are talking about millions and millions of products, each with its own circumstances of manufacturing, its own pricing, its own profit margins worked out. How are you going to start comparing and working these things out? This is going to look a very, very difficult job unless, in the best case scenario, it were to be said that, well, he didn't quite mean it, and Trump ought himself to acknowledge, as he would have to in such a scenario one day, I didn't quite mean it. I just was using it as a negotiating ploy. I'm okay with different levels of tariffs to the US. Again, not very likely that Trump can come on board and say that, even if he has secured some concessions. So this is really starting something where the end is nowhere in sight. Immediately, just a quick final thought on this. In the immediate, the one to be hit most perhaps will be the US itself, because once you have imposed tariffs, then who is going to pay for the higher costs? It's going to be the consumer. How much can the retailer absorb? How much can the exporter absorb? And once inflation goes up, and we are talking about import of tomatoes, food, bread, basic everyday food. If this goes up, then how kind will America be to Trump?
Absolutely, and the Trump official there standing next to him said that we will conduct and finish all the studies by the 1st of April. But as Sanjay is pointing out, this is a huge and arduous task to try to figure out a balancing point with nations across the globe. Now, at the same time, Trump also has to think about the midterm elections. He won the elections against Joe Biden by promising to bring down prices. If his move escalates inflation, raises prices on essential goods, he has the midterm elections to think of, because the American people will punish him if he doesn't control inflation. I'm also joined by Sanjeev Joshipura, Executive Director of Indiaspora, on the broadcast. Thank you, Sanjeev, for joining us on CNN News 18. Your first reaction, Donald Trump taking a sledgehammer to the global economic order, a negotiating tactic right ahead of meeting Prime Minister Modi?
Thank you for having me, and delighted to be joining all of these distinguished panelists, many of whom I'm very familiar with. I just have 5 quick points to make on this subject. First of all, I do think that Donald Trump is, he's a strong negotiator. As he and other members of his administration have often said, tariffs are being used as a negotiating tactic, right? So at the end of the day, there will be some kind of agreement that is reached that is favorable to America and favorable to India while keeping trade and commerce flowing. I don't think this is the end of the world, as people are foreseeing. Now, I know there is an economic theory debate to be had about tariffs being good, tariffs being bad. Does tariffs hurt the importer, the exporter? I recognize that economic policy debate. It's an important one. But from a practical perspective, I view tariffs as a negotiating tactic. Think of the 100% trade tariff that Trump made on BRICS countries. I think that also is a negotiating tactic. That's point number 1. Point number 2, in terms of the exports from the United States and imports into India, look at LNG, liquefied natural gas. India is desirous of those imports. America wants to export LNG. And I think that trade will reduce the trade balance and make it more favorable, more equitable. So I think both countries will be happy with that. That's second. Third, India has also shown a pragmatic streak, a pragmatic leaning under Prime Minister Modi. As the scholar C. Raja Mohan pointed out in the Indian newspapers a few days ago, normative pontification is something that India is also going away from. So it's not only America who is looking for the transaction, India is looking to make the deal as well. That's point number 3. Point number 4, India and America have broad ties on multiple different issues. Yes, trade is important. Yes, immigration is important. Defense is important. But there are much broader strategic ties and much broader diaspora ties that link the two nations. So the relationship is mature enough that one irritant will not really cause broad problems. They will ring fence the issues and yet have continuing upward trajectory in relations. Point number 5 and last point. If you look at the meetings that Prime Minister Modi has had here in Washington, D.C., they've been meetings where he has really taken a broad sort of set of people in the administration at very, very senior levels. Look at a level below Donald Trump. He has been meeting with J.D. Vance recently in Paris. He has met with Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Mike Waltz. He has met with several people on a range of different subjects. So he is cultivating relationships, and India is cultivating relationships with the exact right set of people in this administration. So I think in the longer term, this bodes well for India-US relations over the next 4 years.
Right, but Sanjeev, this is not Trump. This is not the first Trump administration, because everyone he's got in these top positions, the minute he changes his mind, they won't be like the grown-ups in the room to try to convince him. They'll follow suit with him. Anything that he has in his mind, anything he wants to implement, they will not question him. This is not an administration that will question the man at the top, Donald Trump. This is not an administration that has guardrails versus the political and the partisan politics that Donald Trump plays. And Catherine, I want to come to you on that front. As I was pointing out, we have the midterm elections as well. Donald Trump will have to maintain his hold on both the Senate as well as the House. Of course, he'll be in the White House for the next 4 years, but for his legislative agenda, he needs control of both the Senate and the House. Now, if this entire tariff strategy backfires and there is inflation while he tries to work out the deals with other countries, including India, the American people will be hurting and this will hit him politically.
Perhaps. I mean, there's just a couple of things I will say. One is that if there's anything we've learned from this president, it's, I can't always take him literally. So when we talk about tariff reductions, maybe the end result will be, to push countries to lower their tariffs, or maybe there'll be something else to the deal. And as I mentioned earlier, if India, and my friend was alluding to, if India picks up imports from the United States then and lowers the trade surplus already, that is a victory that the president can clock. But there is one thing I will say: we are in uncharted territories in a long way. This is the system that the United States built, this free trade system, this reduced tariff system. If there's one thing I might disagree a little bit with Dr. Bahai, it's that, I think there's not a consumer in the United States who doesn't buy imported goods at this point. So we don't really know, what will happen in the shorter term with prices, and we don't know the response of our trading partners either. So we are in a bit of uncharted territory. I think, though, in terms of the United States and India, this is part of what will be a productive conversation, not always an easy one. Again, as Sanjeev was saying, as I had said earlier, we have a very wide agenda with India, so I think there'll be other things to occupy us. So overall, I remain very optimistic about the trajectory of our bilateral relations, and I don't think this is the issue, even this, that will tear us asunder.
Right. So you agree with Sanjeev that this entire issue will be ring-fenced in a way, that there'll be a very managed approach to this entire reciprocal tariffs issue. And Sanjeev, coming to your point, I remember what Mao Zedong once said. He said, there is chaos in heaven and earth. The situation is excellent. Do you think this is also an opportunity for India to redefine its trade ties and to gain more than it gives in its relationship with America?
India is now at a different stage. You mentioned in your earlier comments, where I agree with you, you mentioned the first Trump administration being different from the second Trump administration. Mm-hmm. And you're absolutely spot on in that regard. But I think it's also worthwhile to note that India is at a different place now than where it was during the first Trump administration. Mm-hmm. And so my point there being that India will continue to do, as Dr. Jaishankar has always said, India will continue to do what is in its best national interests while maintaining strong ties and strong relationships with its lead partners and friends around the world, of which the United States is clearly at the top of the list. So the issues will be managed not only from the US side in terms of ring fencing it, which is contrary to what the Canadians have done, by the way, but the issue will also be ring fenced from the Indian side in terms of managing the US relationship.
Right. And Dr. Barai, let's talk about another aspect. Let's move away from the entire tariff storm, because I think the modalities of what India and America will experience in the bilateral talks will be ironed out in that conversation Prime Minister Modi has with Donald Trump. Clearly, Donald Trump has a lot of explaining to do when it comes to the modalities of the reciprocal tariffs, and the Trump officials have said that the studies will be completed by the 1st of April. So it's a work in progress to know how this will play out. But on the immigration front, Elon Musk has made it very clear he will go to war for H-1B. He said that in December. In your opinion, is the entire debate surrounding H-1B and Trump's differing stand on the H-1B visa program, do you think that debate has now come to an end in the United States and the Trump administration is firmly behind attracting technical talent from India?
As far as H-1B is concerned, it is in the best interest of the United States and in companies that are based in Silicon Valley and other places to have highly trained engineers. Let's face it, I've been living in USA now for 50 years. Mm-hmm. Reality is, most people who are born in USA, they do not want to go through the rigorous training of the science, math, technology. They like to go for branches like law, sales, so real estate. So if you are going to be competitive in the world, look at all the companies that have come up in Silicon Valley, whether it is Microsoft, whether it is Google, whether it is Apple. most of the engineers that are working there are from India and to a small degree China. So if suddenly by magic, if you were to say all H-1B visa people disappear, all those companies will collapse. Who is going to do it? So reality, and Musk can see for himself. He came as a student to United States. He was on an F-1 visa, then he converted it, and now he has become a billionaire. But how did he become billionaire? By being an entrepreneur. I mean, he has brought to the world these things which never would have come. He started with PayPal, then Tesla, then SpaceX, then Starlinks, and he's talking about many other things. So there is no way in reality, no matter how much anyone wishes, for H-1 visa people to disappear. Now, yes, there is a small section of MAGA supporters who don't like H-1B visa, but Trump had more than 84 million people who voted for him, and maybe there is a 500,000 who don't like H-1B visa. But Trump is a smart person, he is a business person, Musk is a smart person, J.D. Vance is a smart person, and they will be able to convince most people in Congress. And when we as Indian Americans talk to congressmen and senators, they clearly realize the importance of H-1B visa. And as I said, many of them want to give them green card right away because they think that these are the people who are beneficial to the U.S. economy. And the entire economy of United States nowadays, if you look at the U.S. stock market, what are the companies that are going up? These are the high-tech companies. And now it is coming to AI. So there is no way United States can be leader in the world in technology and in AI unless they had very highly skilled people who mostly are coming from India, to some degree from China.
Right, Musk
so there
has
will be noise.
Right, Musk has.
There will be noise, but at the end,
right,
they will realize what is the reality and what is in the best interest of the United States.
Absolutely, and Musk has made it very clear that H-1B is here to stay. Donald Trump also has softened his stand, but the only people that need convincing are the extreme wing of the MAGA base at the end of the day. But I think Donald Trump can manage them pretty effectively. Catherine, I want to come to you on the point when it comes to the crackdown on illegal immigration. There was a huge storm back home, given those visuals of illegal immigrants from India who were shackled and put on that military plane when they were sent back home. There was a lot of outrage over here. We had protests on the streets of the national capital as well as other parts of the country where effigies of Donald Trump were also burnt. This was a point of contention that the Ministry of External Affairs here in India raised with the Trump administration as well. Clearly, this will be a point of discussion as Donald Trump continues that crackdown on illegal immigration. But those visuals of shackled illegal immigrants works very well with the MAGA base. The MAGA supporters eat it up when they see it on Fox News. Do you think that Narendra Modi can achieve some wiggle room with Donald Trump, particularly on the issue of illegal immigrants from India?
I suspect that he can, but you're hitting on a very important point, which is that to some extent, some of what are the priorities for a Modi government and a Trump government are going to be in conflict, and both are very good at addressing the needs of their bases. So you have, make in India, make in the United States. You have this issue of immigration. So these are issues that have to be managed. One thing that concerns me is that India has stepped up and said we will accept home all the undocumented Indians. We understand the United States has the right to enforce its immigration rules. And even the opposition, I was watching Shashi Tharoor, says, yes, it's just the treatment that we're talking about. But we're talking about a very large number of undocumented Indians, way beyond what has already been discussed. 20,000 have been discussed, but there may be 7.25 lakh, according to the Pew study that was cited, I believe, earlier in this program. So the question becomes, what about cases where Indians claim they were unfairly deported? What about cases where they claim they've been abused, not just shackled, but, something happened? And I, as a former consul general, had seen some of these on a much smaller scale, and they can create pressure on local government. So I think it's and so this is the national government, and this is the Prime Minister. So I do think it's important for both leaders to take this very very seriously. I think this is another area where, for example, cooperative work to eliminate the traffickers who take advantage of a lot of Indians and helping them cross the border, often very perilously for the Indians involved. That's an area we need to cooperate on. We need to cooperate on public diplomacy, just educating the public in India the dangers of illegal immigration and the likelihood that they'll be deported. And I actually hope to see the full staffing of both consulates that we've talked about opening in India, because to some extent, the increase in undocumented Indians, and it's the third largest group after Mexico and El Salvador in our country right now, that was correlated with the difficulty in getting a normal visa interview where you would have been rejected at the window and wouldn't have to go through all that expense and danger. So all these are things I think our countries can work on, but we need to do it, and we need to be upfront about it, because it risks derailing other very important things that we hope to do together.
Absolutely. And Sanjeev, how do you see that same point? Do you think Donald Trump will turn around and tell Prime Minister Modi, this is a you problem. You have to stop these guys from coming into the United States illegally. I have declared an emergency at the border, and I will invoke the military to take action against anyone who is illegally in the United States. And at the same time, the Modi government also has a very strong stand when it comes to illegal immigration, when it comes to Rohingyas, when it comes to people coming in from Bangladesh illegally. So Donald Trump will only echo the term, I will handle my borders, you handle your borders, and we need to come to that common understanding.
Yeah, I do agree with the points that Catherine made a short while earlier. And I also agree with the premise of your question that it is up to every country to handle immigration as it deems fit. India would not tolerate America telling them what to do, and nor should it. And America would not tolerate India telling them what to do. And I think that is mutually understood by both countries. But there are just 3 points I want to make here. One is, in terms of the optics, the one thing that Dr. Jaishankar had said when he came to America before the Modi visit is, please make sure that the undocumented immigrants who you send back, India will accept them. India recognizes that we must accept them. But make sure they are treated humanely. Make sure they are treated with dignity. And that visual really strikes a negative chord in India, like you were saying, although there is a section of American society with whom it strikes a positive chord. Now, my point here is that as long as Donald Trump is achieving his objectives of deporting the illegal immigrants in mass numbers, he doesn't necessarily have to rub that in by, making sure that they're in shackles, right? So that is one thing that I hope the American side changes, and have guarded air marshals, armed air marshals on the plane to ensure that, the immigrants don't take over the plane, right? Because I know that's a security risk. That's one. Second, a point that India has raised is that please make sure that the people you are sending back to India, because many of them don't have their papers, please make sure they are actually Indian. India is a multicultural country. India is a multi-religious country, like America is. And you can't tell by a person's name that they are Indian. Right? So how do we make sure they're Indian? That was a second important point that India has made to America for a long time. The third point is on the numbers, my last point, on the numbers of undocumented immigrants from India in America. I know that the Pew report has said in the past, as Catherine pointed out, 725,000 people from India who are undocumented immigrants in America. However, just about 3 days ago, there was a new report released with statistical analyses by Devesh Kapoor, a professor at Johns Hopkins University, who has said that that number is very, very high, unreasonably high. And Abby Budiman, who is a co-writer, that number is unreasonably high, and that the actual number is probably around 1/3 of that number. So there is a significant dispute about the degree of the problem as well.
Dr. Barai, Catherine, as well as Sanjeev, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your perspective on this big meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Donald Trump, which will kick off in the next half an hour, ladies and gentlemen. A huge gamut of issues that have to be discussed between the two leaders, especially after Donald Trump has said that there will be reciprocal tariffs across the board. We're getting a piece of breaking news now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted about his meeting with Vivek Ramaswamy, saying that they discussed a range of issues from culture to as well as technical talent moving in from India to the United States. But before we get to that, CNN News 18's Rahul Shiv Shankar also had a conversation with former envoy to the United States, Taranjeet Singh Sandhu. This is what he had to say.
Mr. Sandhu, thank you for speaking to me. President Trump's meeting with Prime Minister Modi just in the first month, as we've been talking, of the presidency. Can you explain the significance of this to our viewers? Because it's not very commonplace, is it?
So Rahul, yes, the timing is very significant. We have all been reading about Trump 2.0. I just want to mention here that in Trump 1.0, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi developed a very good relationship, and President Trump has often spoken about it. Prime Minister Modi has also, in his tweets, can be seen there. Now, what is the importance of this early meeting? As you very clearly pointed out, it's in the first 3-4 weeks. India is one of the important countries. I think that's the signal that comes. And secondly, as I have mentioned, that both Prime Minister and President have a good relationship, which also means that they have been having candid conversations with each other. It's very important that early in the administration, there is an exchange of views, a frank exchange of views about international situation as well as bilateral ties.
What? Thank you, Mr. Sandhu. Stay with me, because what you are saying really nails this propaganda that has been sort of spewed, which is to suggest that Prime Minister Modi is rushing there because he's scared, this, that, the other. But anyhow, let me just ask you this, because Trump has only met Israel's Prime Minister, King Abdullah of Jordan, and Japanese Premier, and of course, Mr. Modi is a fourth leader. Now, can you spot a pattern here amongst the people that he has met already?
Look, I think, Rahul, I'll leave it to President Trump's team and you to see the pattern. But I can certainly tell you that, look, two of them are Quad leaders, and the other two, of course, are very important vis-a-vis the current issues. Israel's and Jordan's importance.
Yeah.
And I think Middle East is quite on his agenda.
It's quite on his agenda. Where does Trump see India's place in his MAGA-verse, so to speak?
If I take you along from 2014 onwards, there's always been challenges, and those have been converted into opportunities. So 2014, you recall, when Prime Minister Modi came for the first time. And then again, there was a change in 2020. Before that in 2017, when Trump 1 came, and 2020. And this is 2025.
Yeah.
So I think what is important is that certainly these are relations between two democracies, and there will be issues. And let me not minimize those. Challenges will come. But I'm confident that both sides, and Prime Minister Modi has dealt with these challenges in the past. They, of course, become different every time, but those will be converted into opportunities.
And as we continue the coverage ahead of Prime Minister Modi's meeting with US President Donald Trump, I'm joined by the founder of the Republican Hindu Coalition, Shalabh Kumar, on the broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for joining us on CNN News 18. My first question, what do you expect from this important dialogue between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump?
Opportunities are great. United States and India are destined to be close partners, particularly in the region with the Chinese threat. China is an existential threat for both United States and India. And I was on Steve Bannon's War Room yesterday, where the key phrase came out to be that America needs India. America needs India as a partner to confront the elephant in the room, or the dragon in the room, which is Chinese CCP. So a deal could be cut if we have United States impose sustained tariffs on imports from China. That means a lot of manufacturing of everyday normal items. Like I'm in the electronics business, Ethernet switches, HMIs, machine operator interfaces, a lot of panel meters. And that is used to be manufactured in the United States. That could come back to United States, as well as they could go to India in case where the labor cost is too important. So in my proposal that should be adopted by both countries, you have we are right now importing about $400 billion per year of Chinese manufactured goods. Out of that, 50%, 2/3, 60% could come back to the United States, and 30 to 40% could go to India. That will transform India. Just imagine, say $150 billion of manufacturing in India exports to United States, just to United States, and then you take double that to EU, and India becomes India now will be the shooting for the manufacturing capital of the world, which China is today.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Shalabh Kumar, for joining us on the broadcast and giving us your perspective. So pretty much you're in favor of the reciprocal tariff, saying that it will be good for both India and the United States. But that's all from me. My colleague Akanksha takes you forward with the latest news and updates right ahead of that crucial meeting between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump.
Trade, tariffs, technology and tough talk await the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Donald J. Trump in the White House. And just hours before the two world leaders meet, the US President has announced sweeping reciprocal tariffs hitting both allies and competitors in a dramatic escalation of an international trade war that economists warn could fuel inflation at home. Speaking in the Oval Office, Trump said he decided to impose reciprocal duties, telling reporters that US allies were often worse than our enemies. Exactly what he had to say with regards to these tariffs on trade issues. Now, the levies would be tailored to each US trading partner and consider factors including value-added tax. Trump's announcement, remember, comes hours before he is to meet Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is currently in Washington. It remains unclear when exactly these tariffs would take effect, if they are imposed from today. Now, analysts have warned that reciprocal duties could bring a broad tariff hike to emerging market economies, primarily India and Thailand, which tend to have higher effective tariff rates on US products. Whether India stands up for itself and exercises its strategic autonomy in the face of the US President's headstrong ways will be closely watched in what many experts believe will be India's biggest acid test of dialogue and diplomacy today. In fact, Parikshit Luthra is joining me live on the broadcast from Washington, D.C. A very warm welcome to you, Parikshit. Thank you for joining in. I want to begin by asking you what Donald Trump has exactly said while, in fact, signing that executive order, everything that was in context to India. Please break it down for our viewers.
Well, Donald Trump had been warning about this for a while, that they will impose reciprocal tariffs. He said that US and American companies have been unfairly treated by Europe, by several other countries around the world, including India. In fact, in a press statement that he made a short while back at the White House. He said that India has enormous tariffs. It's right up the table. It's got higher tariffs than any other country in the world. He spoke about the Musk-Modi meeting, saying that Elon Musk is looking to do business in India. It is a very difficult place to do business, and I hope he's able to get a good deal with the Indian government. So very strong words were used by him against India. Now, on the issue of reciprocal tariffs, what does this really mean? This means that if a country, for example, imposes 70% tariff on American products, then America will do the same. If there is a 10% tariff that American exports to that country face, it will be a 10% tariff from America as well. So this announcement on reciprocal tariffs by Donald Trump, the executive order, does not mention any particular country. What this does is mandate US federal agencies to begin a study of where all they need to impose reciprocal tariffs. So while it will automatically apply to India as well, there is a breathing period within which federal agencies will study the tariff structure, see the areas where the US is impacted the most, and then come out with final orders. So what this does is give some breathing room, negotiation room to the Indian government. In fact, sources we've been speaking to have said exactly this, that India was not the only target of this. There were several other countries who will be facing reciprocal tariffs. Number two, the kind of pressure that Donald Trump has made just before the meeting with Prime Minister Modi shows that he wants to create maximum pressure on the Indian delegation to reduce the trade deficit, come to a trade deal which America wants, because his vision is all about make America great again and America first, American manufacturing and American jobs. So that's going to be his focus. He would want India to give more market access to American companies such as Harley Davidson, Tesla, and so many other players in the pharmaceutical sector, electronic sector, and agriculture as well. Now, we're told that today in the joint statement of the two leaders, in fact, I'm at White House right now, Prime Minister Modi is just about to arrive. He will be welcomed by Donald Trump, and both leaders will go inside for bilateral meetings. In fact, after that bilateral, there will be a press conference that will be followed by a joint statement, and in that joint statement, there will be a roadmap to sign a limited trade agreement by the middle of 2025, when Donald Trump visits India for the Quad Summit. In fact, Elon Musk is likely to come again with Donald Trump at that point in time, and let's see whether there is any development on that front. But clearly, we are going to see the contours of a trade deal today in that joint statement, and sector-specific arrangements could also be spoken about.
Absolutely. And when you say that sector-specific arrangements will also be spoken about with regards to the FTA, should we now expect a sectoral FTA come into existence? Since you said that there is still room for negotiation, how can India now use that space for negotiation to its advantage today?
You know, the Indian government has already announced a lot of tariff cuts in the union budget. And we'll make that point to Donald Trump that we are very cognizant of your concerns. We've already made a lot of changes in the union budget when it comes to luxury cars being imported into India, high-end motorcycles such as Harley Davidson, electric vehicle batteries. And there are at least 12 to 13 other sectors where we can offer concessions to you. So we're not really close to the idea of reducing the trade deficit. We are going to buy more energy. We are going to buy more defense equipment. In fact, senior White House officials speaking to us earlier said that talks on India procuring more defense equipment from the US are moving on very positively, and that would help in reducing the trade deficit. On the energy side, he said that US has the capacity to be an energy powerhouse in the world and literally power the Indian economy. So they also feel that energy will be an area where India will procure more, and that will bring down the trade deficit. So that's exactly the tone and tenor of the conversation. The Indian side would say that we're buying more defense equipment, we'll buy more energy, we'll reduce the trade deficit, and let's have a win-win trade deal. It cannot be a one-way street. It has to be something that both parties can take back to their businesses, take back to their citizens, say that we've got a victory for you. So let's see how the talks with Donald Trump progress, but we are told that the joint statement will be very high on substance, on artificial intelligence, on innovation, on trade, on defense. In fact, a new India-US defense framework could also be signed today, and we'll see notes on that as well.
I'm sure there is going to be a silver lining to that meeting, despite the threat of tariffs as well. But many thanks to you, Parikshit, for bringing us all those latest inputs. We will keep coming back to you as and when the bilateral meet, in fact, takes off. Expect that to happen in a few minutes from now. But to take this discussion forward, let me also introduce my guests today. I'm joined in by Bishop Garrison, who's a former U.S. defense official, Corinne Clark, who's a Republican strategist. I'm also joined in by Deepak Vora, who's a former diplomat. Many thanks to you all for joining in. Bishop, if I could begin with you about your assessment as far as this reciprocal tariff threat is concerned. It's no longer a threat. Well, it has been imposed. Economists are, in fact, now of the view that this is indeed going to disturb the world economy, and it is also going to lead to a higher inflation in various countries. But of course, India and Thailand are expected to bear the maximum impact. I'd like your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Well, the big thing from the White House right now is this is an opportunity, as they see it, to do somewhat of a soft reset in terms of trade relationships with a lot of U.S. allies. There's a $46 billion trade deficit right now between the U.S. and India, understanding that we have a lot of mutual interests in terms of innovation and technology, and in terms of those skilled workers that we need to continue to develop and speak through. But the White House and Donald Trump is looking for this opportunity to re-engage with a lot of our longtime partners to get them to understand that we're looking for just a slightly better percentage here as we're looking at it. When you talk about our trade deficit specifically, you're looking at about a 2.2% tariff that the U.S. has traditionally put on those products coming from India, compared to roughly around 12% from the India side. So we're looking for opportunities to shift that right now.
You're looking for opportunities to shift that, but Corinne, if I could bring you in on the point that experts are also of the view that this is going to hurt the Americans as well, because remember, the cost of products will go up, because it's not just India. Expect China, expect Canada, expect Mexico and various other countries who are currently going to be reeling with that threat of tariffs to come up with their own set of reciprocal duties. So do you really think that this is eventually going to lead to America first?
I do think it will eventually lead to America first, and we've seen success with that already with the tariffs that we've implemented on Canada and Mexico. They immediately came to the negotiation table because no one really wants to pay those higher prices. That is the beauty of these tariff deals. I think Donald Trump has made this a major strategy of his economic plan. Tariffs force people to the table. No one wants their people to pay more for something than they have to. It forces negotiation, and I think that's what it will do here as well. And this is how we get the conversation started. Without the tariffs, nobody really wants to have these tough conversations. With these tariffs, it really puts a timeline. It makes people very motivated to get the problem fixed. I think we'll see quick movement from India and other nations here, just like we saw from Mexico and from Canada.
Retaliatory tariffs, if I could bring in Ambassador Deepak Vora as well. So how do you see the prospect of retaliatory tariffs coming in from other countries? Is that not going to hurt the US economy itself? And is that not damaging to the prospect of diplomacy, something for which Prime Minister, along with that entire delegation, is there in the White House?
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. What an honor and a privilege to be with you at 02:15 in the morning, Indian Standard Time. How do you manage to smile? Please do let me know. Well, it's great early morning to be.
I have esteemed guests like you all to keep me awake. Please go
You're
ahead.
very kind. Thank you very much. And I'm staying awake only because you have such a wonderful channel and you yourself are outstanding. Yeah, you've talked of retaliatory tariffs. Now, I'm a development economist. I have been for 53 years. What does that achieve? You hit me, I hit you, then you hit me back and I hit you back, and it goes on and on and on. Where does it stop? The whole idea of the World Trade Organization initially was to make sure that this business of international trade moved smoothly, but then it turned out to be a damn squib, and the WTO was totally subverted by a nation. I think you heard its name, it's called China. We know what has happened to that. My own understanding is that Donald Trump is a bilateral fellow. He doesn't believe in all this multilateral nonsense that we'll talk about in United Nations. We'll talk about it here, there, and everywhere. All the multilateral agencies that don't do anything for the global good, he's pulling out. Whether it's the Weird Health, sorry, not the Weird Health, the World Health Organization and all these other things, he's moving out from them. He would prefer to have a bilateral relationship. Therefore, the decree that he has just passed is on reciprocal tariffs. He's not talked of retaliatory tariffs. What did he say a little while ago, a few days ago? That there are many countries that were taking advantage of America's relatively open system to sell us much more than they were buying from us. And so they were taking away our money. And now I want to tell them, go find another sucker. That period is over. Ma'am, the whole concept of tariffs is that it's customs duties. If I impose customs duties on certain products, it goes into my treasury. The other fellow does it in his country on my products, it goes into his treasury. So he's talked of several $1 billion. The figures keep varying, but Wikipedia will tell you what the amounts are and so on, which experts have talked about. The basic issue, as far as I see it, and I've served in the United States, is that between India and the United States, this is a new era, and I'm not being melodramatic. There was a lack of trust between the two countries. There was a lack of respect to a very large extent, particularly from the United States towards India. That seems to be ending now. That seems to be changing along with India's rise in the international community. Why do I say a lack of respect? Well, many of my American friends have said that, we are sorry we hurt you guys on your nuclear program, space program, missile program, this, that, and the other. You've never hurt us. We've never done anything, even when we were great buddies with the Soviet Union, to hurt the United States. They hurt us. But now I think that period is also over. Donald Trump is transactional. I call him Donald Tariff Trump. But he's up against a fellow called Narendra Negotiator Modi. I think he'll meet his match. We will give way here, you give way there, let's come to an agreement. There's no point fighting. You don't want to lose, Mr. Trump, the massive, emerging, growing Indian market. Because if you lose that, there's nothing left for you in terms of wanting to sell American products.
I'm sure Bishop would also agree that this is only going to lead to greater space for negotiation, which is in fact being predicted at the moment. How do you see the entire negotiation now going forward with regards to FTA? Certainly we can't expect a complete deal over there, but many are saying that there can be a part FTA that can be negotiated or a sectoral FTA at the moment, but that's of course just trade. But look at how much we can stand to gain under a new framework which is being designed for our own defense partnership that we currently have with the United States. Bishop.
Yeah, so one thing I do definitely agree with the ambassador on 2 points. One, Donald Trump, more than anything, I think, when it comes to foreign policy, does enjoy bilateral agreements, having the opportunity to meet one-on-one with a lot of these countries, with a lot of their executives, and have these types of in-depth conversations and come out of them with attempting to place America in a better position when it went in. Because, as he noted, he's a businessman at the end of the day. So I think a lot of what we're going to see with the tariffs is going to continue to reflect that, as well as with some of the defense posturing. We all have a vested interest in being concerned about China's rising influence throughout the world as they look to gain more footholds not only in Southwestern Asia, but on the African continent and elsewhere, particularly when you're talking about critical minerals and a lot of the supply chain elements that are necessary in order for us to build a lot of these technologies that both our countries really rely on now. So you're going to see an in-depth conversation, debate between these two leaders about this particular topic. And I do think that one of Donald Trump's greatest strengths, whether or not everyone on this panel may agree, but one of his strengths is his ability to negotiate as a businessman. And he's hoping that the push that he's making right now will be beneficial. And I think that's something that time will ultimately tell.
All right. If I could quickly bring in Corinne on that note as well. Corinne, many experts are of the view that tariffs or reciprocal tariffs that we've seen, in fact, will invite retaliatory tariffs from other countries that could mean a greater cost of living for the middle class in the United United States? Will that not now invite attacks from the Democrats as well? And it was on the promise of America first, after all, that Donald Trump arrived to power. But is that a promise that he can keep with such a looming threat of not being able to protect the economy? Can he in fact protect the economy with that threat of retaliatory tariffs now about to come their way?
I think he will, and I have to agree with Bishop. This is one of his strengths. His strengths in negotiating are really underrated. It's one of the things that makes him should make him a bipartisan success in the end, because we will look back on these deals and think, gosh, how did this guy even do it? I think there is always the threat of retaliatory tariffs when you do something like this, but this should be not a controversial thing. A reciprocal tariff, just saying we are only going to tariff you as much as you are tariffing us. That really evens the playing field. I don't think that there's anything crazy about that. And that is definitely something he ran on. He said that he was going to do. And that is an America First policy. I don't have this intense fear of retaliatory tariffs that a lot of journalists are talking about right now and a lot of alarmist economists, because we have seen what happens when you bring a tariff forward. It forces someone to the negotiation table. We know that Trump can negotiate. We know that Modi can negotiate, and they will find ways, like we said, industry standards, industry exceptions, something that benefits India and something that benefits the United States, and they will come up with a deal that benefits both nations. That is the goal. We don't want to hurt anyone else's economy, and we certainly don't want to hurt our own. And I think together they will come towards an agreement that benefits both nations in a way that is fair and benefits us equally.
Let me quickly, in fact, bring in Mr. Deepak Vora on that note. Mr. Vora, how do you weigh in on this policy of Donald Trump's? Do you really think that this is going to win bipartisan support? Because remember, it was under the Joe Biden administration, we did see them sort of give India some sort of relief from the previous tariffs that were imposed during Trump's previous presidency. And I do see Donald Trump now going back to what he had brought in his previous presidency, this time in fact going full throttle, because remember, we did manage to escape some sanctions. Now right now we're also reeling with the threat of sanctions. But that aside, do you think that this is going to invite any kind of bipartisan support? Mr. Vora, can you hear me? All right, we seem to have lost that line with him, but let me also quickly bring you a conversation that CNN-News18's managing editor, Mr. Zaka Jacob, had with Mr. Atul Kashyap. Let's listen in.
This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to the Trump White House in Mr. Trump's second term. It's at a time when, global relations are shifting. We've seen Mr. Trump's White House issue tariffs on a whole bunch of countries, on Canada, on Mexico, on China. What is the significance of Prime Minister Modi meeting with President Trump so early in his second term? I believe he'll be the fourth head of government to be visiting the White House just in the last 3 weeks that Mr. Trump has been president in his second term. Specifically on the issue of trade and tariffs, how does India navigate this?
So, Zaka, first of all, let's just take a moment to appreciate the fact that Prime Minister Modi is one of the top world leaders to come and make an early call on President Trump in this new administration. We've only had the prime ministers of Israel and Japan. We'll have the King of Jordan today, and then Prime Minister Modi. And that's really quite a reflection of Prime Minister Modi's relationship with President Trump and the regard, frankly, that I think the American people have for India. So let's celebrate that, and then let's move on to the agenda of the discussion. Obviously, we have an enormous amount that we view in common. We have shared strategic perspectives on the Indo-Pacific, on Africa, on the Indian Ocean, Pacific region, Latin America, and Middle East. And so there'll be a lot of discussion about the strategic convergence between Delhi and Washington. But there's also going to be a lot of talk about the economy, because India and the United States are two of the most vibrant economies on earth. We are growing well. We have large, diverse populations. We have an enormous, broad, well-developed economies, and we need to keep that going. It's important that that winning streak be sustained. And so what I hope is that both leaders will have ambition for the relationship between the United States and India, and that they will take bold steps toward maybe even some form of trade agreement that would facilitate the growth of our relations. In truth, trade relations between the U.S. and India are a little bit stalled out on a plateau. They haven't been growing very fast. They need innovation. They need opening up. They need some reforms. And this is where I think the two leaders can inject a lot of ambition if they have the kind of conversation I expect they will have, which is an honest, friendly, direct, open conversation about issues that constrain our trade and economic relationship.
All right, let me quickly go back to our guests. In fact, go back to Ambassador Deepak Vora, who continues to stay with us. Mr. Vora, how do you see these tariffs now hurting the Indian economy? Many are saying that if the rural belt has been important to the US president, it's equally important to Prime Minister Modi. At the moment, we've seen the kind of political role that, the farmers of India have played. So how do you see this now hurting the Indian economy?
I don't think it's going to hurt the Indian economy, ma'am. I've been observing this kind of doomsday scenario for a long time. We'll adjust to it very easily. If the United States, for example, decides it's going to import less from India, I wouldn't be beating my breast and saying, oh, we are dead, we are finished, we are gone. No, it wouldn't. We will find alternatives to this. We have a very large domestic market. In fact, most of India's growth is driven by the domestic market. And so we are able to absorb these shocks much better than many other countries. One thing that I do understand, having lived in the United States, served there, and having known Mr. Trump, listened to him, that the MAGA thing, make America great again, doesn't really mean make the rest of the world poor again, make the colonies, the former colonies, poor again. So he wants America to provide the leadership, which it will. America's economy is the world's largest. The Chinese make any claims, nobody trusts them in any case. But the economy of the United States is its major weapon. Militarily, perhaps some people can challenge them, but not economically. You might recall, ma'am, 2019, after the United States had beaten up that carrot or dispatched that fellow called Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi to his 72 virgins and wherever. After that, the American forces withdrew. And then the Turkish president, chap called Recep Tayyip Erdogan, said, now I'm going to beat up the Kurds who were America's allies. Donald Trump tweeted then, 2019, if you do that, buddy, I will obliterate your economy. And he's done that with Colombia. He's done that
and
with,
when you're saying you
obliterate
this is exactly what I want to ask you about. When you talk about obliterating the economy, there's also the fear of currency wars, because let's say if China does choose to retaliate and it devalues the currency, how does that pressurize other currencies? Does that also put greater pressure on the INR?
China will not be able to do it, ma'am. It's not in their line of thinking. They are unable to think out of the box. They're just so stuck. Whatever Ting Tong or Ping Ling, whatever the fellow's name is, what he decides, China will follow. He doesn't listen to anybody. You know that better than I do. So my own feeling is that anybody trying, President Donald Trump talked about if you try and create an alternative to the mighty dollar, that was his word, to the mighty dollar, then I will create a lot of trouble for you. And people talked of the BRICS dollar. All that talk has died out. We, in fact, went on record saying that we stand by the dollar. It has been the international reserve currency. Now, I'm not going to go into the reasons why it has become the international reserve currency, but it is. Everywhere it is accepted, the US dollar, the mighty greenback, as we say. I don't see that changing. All President Trump is doing is reminding the world that, look, guys, I am the largest economy. I will be very happy if you follow certain rules of the game. You tell me your rules, I'll tell you my rules, and we'll come to a consensus. This is exactly what is going to happen today, ma'am. You'll see them coming hand in hand when they address the press conference. And of course, all the groundwork has already been done by poor diplomats like me. We've prepared the talking points, we've prepared the joint statement, etc. The two leaders will approve it and say, okay, change this, put this comma here, put that full stop there, etc., etc. Where there are major divergences, we normally, and I have again speak from experience, having been ambassador in 6 countries, we'll go and tell our leaders, look, this other fellow is not listening to us, what do I do? And then their leader will tell our leader, or our leader will tell their chap, listen, guys, let's come to an agreement on this. Let's state it like this. And it gets done.
Right.
So there is goodwill, ma'am. Where there is trust and where there is respect, nothing is impossible.
Bishop, As far as our defense cooperation is concerned, which of course is a key pillar to our bilateral relationship when it comes to Washington and New Delhi, there have been hurdles which in fact go back to the Biden administration's time. There are issues of technology transfer, of supplies, which have still not been made. Let's say engines to the Tejas also have still not arrived. How does one ensure that those technology transfers and the supplies in fact now are kicked in?
Yeah, first of all, I could listen to the ambassador talk about this stuff all day. He's just been right on point on large swaths of this, and definitely my heart goes out to a lot of folks behind the scenes that have to make these types of bilateral meetings and agreements work. In terms of defense cooperation, look, I think he also hit the nail on the head on a lot of this. It's going to come back to some degree to economic power, when you talk about what other countries are willing to do and willing to achieve. Everyone's going to become a bit more self-interested in this period, to include China. And their thought processes are going to be focused and fixed on, well, what does China think is best for China? And that is going to include any type of nefarious activity, any type of kinetic activity, anything that has to do with the potential risk and threat to any other countries or any stability within any of the regions, South China Sea and elsewhere. So there's going to continue to be a lot of discussions with all of our allies, to include India, around things like tech transfer, around ensuring that our national security supply chains, our logistics are properly supported or independent and resilient. They can withstand any type of activity that we're going to see from China, from Russia, from any of the other countries that are looking to erode our partnerships or erode our power within their particular regions. So I think that's something that we're going to hear from the leaders, hopefully today, but we'll definitely hear more about it in the coming days and weeks.
All right, and Corinne, a very simple question I have. When you look at America First policy of Donald Trump, that key promise that Donald Trump used to arrive on. Now, I want to know, how will this now shape up America's foreign policy in the days ahead? Something that we've in fact been witnessing. There's been a lot of focus on the two wars. He's also focusing westwards when you look at Latin American countries with regards to illegal immigration. Of course, there's Canada and Mexico as well. And today, that grand announcement which has arrived minutes before he meets the Indian Prime Minister. How do you think this is now going to shape up the United States foreign policy?
I think the biggest difference with Donald Trump and from our previous president is that he does approach every negotiation with the idea that he supports America first, but he is thinking, yeah, everybody that we are negotiating with is thinking it with their own interest in mind, like Bishop said. I think what is different is that previous presidents just assumed for some reason that we're all working towards the same goal. We don't always have the same goals. We don't have the same goals as China. We don't have the same goals as Russia. We have to negotiate for our best interest and assume that they're negotiating with their best interest in mind as well, and meet somewhere in the middle. The good thing about Trump being who he is that you know that's where he's coming from. And I think that's how he'll address the war in Ukraine. That's how he'll address immigration. And there's though he's considered to be unpredictable in some matters on the world stage, there's a lot of predictability in knowing that he is going to argue for his stated interest. And I think that alone makes negotiation a lot easier.
All right, stay with me, Corinne. In fact, let me quickly go across to our correspondent Parikshit, who's also joining us live from the White House right now. Parikshit, give us a sense of what's exactly happening and in how much time should we expect the bilateral to take place?
Well, things are completely packed here at the White House. You've got a huge media pool. You've got at least 35 to 40 journalists from the Indian side, and you would have an equal number of journalists or even more from the US side. So right now, everyone is waiting in the White House lawns. Prime Minister is set to arrive. Donald Trump will receive him. A selected set of people from both sides in the media will go inside. This will be the press pool. They will be recording the opening remarks of both leaders before they get down to those hardcore bilateral conversations on trade, trade deficit, tariffs, defense, energy, and much more. We are also going to see a press conference by both leaders. They would come out in the press conference room in the White House. They will address the press of both countries. They will take questions from both sides. And after that, there will be a joint statement that will also be issued. So currently, we're trying to make sense of some of the announcements that have been made by Donald Trump. On the issue of reciprocal tariffs, we must make it very clear to our viewers that currently this is a study that has been launched. The study for these reciprocal tariffs will continue till the 1st of April. And if after that the US federal agencies feel necessary, then these tariffs would be imposed. So immediately there is no impact, specifically not against India. It is a broad brush, so to say. But yes, Trump had some of the harshest remarks for European Union and India. He said India has enormous tariffs, very high tariffs. It's a very difficult place to do business, and it's really up there when it comes to a high tariff structure, and that's something that really must be changed. So clearly, he wanted to send out a message to Prime Minister Narendra Modi before things really get rolling, and we are told that there will be some sort of contours of a limited trade partnership that will be announced by the two leaders. It will figure there quite prominently, the joint statement. And the expectation is, both from the White House and the Indian government side, that by the fall of 2025, when President Trump visits India, that limited trade deal would be signed. And it will have several sectoral arrangements as well, especially on energy, defense, because these are sectors where India can immediately buy more and reduce the trade deficit.
All right, Parikshit, stay with us. We will keep coming back to you as and when there's more movement over there in the White House. I'm also joined in by our managing editor, Zaka Jacob. Zaka, whatever Donald Trump has said while signing that executive order, that India is the country which it's a very difficult place to work with, and it is been imposing the maximum tariffs. The other statement that came from him was that allies are often worse than enemies. Do you think that this is in fact setting the tone for the discussion ahead, or is this just Donald Trump meaning hard talk?
Well, look, there's a lot of grandstanding by Donald Trump. I don't think any of the statements he made or the executive order he signed some time back is specifically targeted at India. Having said that, look, you have to understand the way Trump views tariffs. He views tariffs as an instrument that can be used to sort of discipline countries, if you will. So he's used tariffs, or at least the threat of it, against Canada and Mexico. He's put that on a pause for a month. And the reason why he paused it is because both Canada and Mexico said, okay, we'll deploy additional troops at the border, and we'll, control fentanyl, and we'll control the flow of illegal immigrants and so on. And so Trump was like, okay, I'm happy with this. Let's pause the tariffs. The other thing that he's put tariffs on is steel and aluminum. Again, this is absolutely sort of without any, discrimination across all geographies, across all markets, because again, Trump views trade in a very mercantile way. He sees trade as this sort of level playing field where if America is the biggest economy in the world, then America should not be running a $1 trillion trade deficit, whether it's with China or with India or any other country around the world. So he views trade from a very anti-globalist prism, from a very anti-globalization prism. He views trade as something that should be an advantage or a card that you play. If you're the United States, you're the biggest economy in the world. The way Trump views trade, he sees trade as something that should be played to the advantage of the United States, and not that, in his own words, the rest of the world is ripping the US off using globalized trade and WTO and so on. So that's where he comes from. As far as India is concerned, look, India does have a trade surplus with the US. It's in excess of $40 billion. There's a whole bunch of stuff that India exports to the US, from gems and jewelry to steel to refined petroleum to generic compounds for manufacturing of drugs. These are all things. Look, this is important for the US, but the problem is the way Trump views it. It's that all of this is contributing to that trade deficit with India. And he wants to even out the trade deficit. So if that means that there will be lower tariffs for those goods that are being imported by India from the US, whether that is Harley-Davidson motorcycles or whether that is, pecan nuts or California almonds or whatever it is, bourbon whiskey, he wants those tariffs to be proportional to what the US is charging India for gems and jewelry and refined petroleum and some of these other major items that India is exporting. The way to work around that, look, I don't think, PM Modi or his delegation members can go into this as like a, like for like kind of conversation, because agricultural subsidies, fuel subsidies, these are things that India can ill afford to remove or to lower. But at the same time, I think there is room for negotiation with Trump to at least convince him that, look, we are an ally and we're a partner and we want to sort of even out the playing field. We get your concerns. We understand why you want, an even trade balance between the US and India. But at the same time, these are our concerns and, can you sort of meet us halfway? I think that's going to be the nature of the conversation today between the Prime Minister and the President, and we'll see how it progresses.
That's why I want to quickly bring in Parikshit on that note. Parikshit, some very valid points being made by Zaka over there, and that's why I want to ask you, what are those factors which will sort of shape up that space for negotiation over here? Is it going to be defense, or is it going to be a strategic contribution to groupings like I2U2 or even the Quad, which of course has been talked about at great length? Parikshit, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead again, Akanksha.
Parikshit, I wanted to ask you, what are those factors that will shape up that room or that space for negotiation between India and the United States today? Is it going to be a defense cooperation, the kind of contribution that we've been making as integral members of groupings like the Quad or even I2U2?
Right. There will be a couple of things that the Indian government is going to offer, and that is on the wish list of America as well. One is buying more defense equipment from the US, and that is predominantly US defense technology. A senior White House official speaking to the media has made it clear that yes, US wants to sell more military equipment to the Indian government. Those talks are taking place and they are very, very positive, and that's an area where the trade deficit can be reduced. On energy, there is an expectation that India buys more LNG, has more long-term contracts with US LNG companies, crude oil companies, and that can also reduce the trade deficit. On the civil nuclear front, there is an expectation on the Indian side and the US side to take forward the partnership. We signed the nuclear deal way back in 2005, but no commercial contracting took place because of sanctions on Indian entities and also US laws which not allow manufacturing of nuclear equipment, transfer of technology in this critical sector to any other nation. Now the Indian government is going to seek those exemptions, say that we are making changes to our own civil liability for nuclear damage law. We are making changes to help companies in the United States come and invest in the nuclear energy sector. So we would want some sort of arrangement under ISET or US India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies. So we are going to see the mention of a public-private partnership in small modular nuclear reactors, advanced modular nuclear reactors in the joint statement. You will find a lot of emphasis on artificial intelligence. Donald Trump has previously said that he wants America to become the capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. There is going to be a focus on AI, focus on innovation. Now, when it comes to the trade deal, we are going to give more access to America when it comes to US industrial products. And from the Indian side, we would like to give access, get more market access for products where MSMEs are involved in the supply chain and where we have an advantage as labor-intensive sectors such as textiles, such as footwear, toy making. So these are sectors which employ a large amount of labor, and we would want more market access for those products. What would be the concessions on agriculture? Remember, agriculture, dairy farming, those were sensitive issues for both America and India. And America has always wanted more access for US agricultural products and US dairy products as well. So where will the two sides find a compromise on that? That remains to be seen. Where does services, H-1B, legal forms of migration figure in the trade agreement? That is also something that we need to watch, because there are about 18 or 19,000 Indians who are staying illegally in the US who have to be deported. India will say that yes, we can take them back, but let's have more avenues of legal migration to the US. Let's have more safeguards in place for the Indian diaspora, which is contributing so much to American revenues and the American economy. So India would like a comprehensive trade pact which has sector-specific announcements and also some sort of arrangement on services as well.
I want to quickly bring in Bishop on that note. Bishop, it's been nearly 2 decades. I'm sure you'll agree that India-US civil nuclear cooperation still remains unfinished business. How can this be taken forward now?
Well, I think your colleague's comment, particularly on SMRs, is a very important one when you talk about the potential that type of technology has when we're looking at the need for just exponential energy when it comes to development of more AI. We're going to have larger server facilities that are going to be able to support the data analytics and just the overall technological needs as we continue to build out these types of technologies, and not just the current set of LLM when you talk about AI, but also the potential of artificial general intelligence and some of these leaps that we're looking to make from an innovation standpoint. So having these agreements in line when you talk about the further development of some type of small modular nuclear reactors and other forms of energy that are going to be supported by these technologies it's just going to be huge. It's something that we have to continue to work together to figure out.
Ambassador Vora, I want to bring you in. When you talk about companies from India who have expressed their strong interest, especially when it comes to their own decarbonization strategy with the help of SMRs, you have Reliance, you have Adani, you have the Tata and Birla, but they've not really been able to be given that kind of platform. Do you think India can now make that push today?
100%, ma'am. You've put it brilliantly. Both sides have their own interests. And what I see happening, which I've seen in many countries that I've had the privilege of serving in, we'll probably set up working groups on issues that remain contentious. And the working groups will be told that you'll produce your consensus document within a certain period of time. Artificial intelligence will certainly be the fundamental core issue. America is the strongest country in the world as far as that is concerned. They invented artificial intelligence. Defense will be another major thing. America wants to sell a lot of its weapons now that the Ukraine pipeline is drying up. Israel probably will not want as many once Gaza ceases to exist in its present form. And I believe that these two are going to be very important. And of course, other kinds of technology, space technology, agriculture, medicine, and so on, so on, education. And then mobility is going to be a major issue where, as my colleague just said, instead of people going there illegally and then getting thrown out, we'd probably say, let's talk about structured immigration, as we are doing with Japan, with Germany, with Malaysia, with Jordan, with few other countries, that you want people, you want the youth of India, you want the youth power of India to come and work in your factories, to start them up, to fire them up, and to produce more. Well, let's do it in a legal basis so that it doesn't hurt anybody. I think that is what is going to come. A working group on immigration is a certainty. A working group on artificial intelligence is going to be announced. You'll hear about it in the next 1 hour. I believe, ma'am, that there is ample goodwill on both sides. Despite the theatrics of, I'll do this, I'll do that, etc. I believe that they are going to find a consensus and build on that consensus. Most cynical observers would be pleasantly surprised at the joint statement.
I hope so. I certainly hope so. Zaka, I want to bring you in on that point itself, because so far we've seen regulatory hurdles have in fact been stopping companies, private US companies from investing in India. Can India now start to ease its law that were governing civil nuclear policy?
So there are two parts to it. One is the civil nuclear liability law, which was passed in 2010, which puts, the liability on suppliers as well. It's not just about the operator of the nuclear reactor, but also the one who supplied that nuclear reactor, and that many American companies, not just American, but many foreign companies have found, problematic. The reason why India incorporated that clause, the civil nuclear liability, supplier side nuclear liability law in 2010 when the UPA was in power, was because of lessons learned from the 1984 Bhopal gas tragedy, in which, over 3,000 people were killed, and Union Carbide and the main sort of individuals who were part of that company just got away scot-free. So it was sort of a lesson in retrospect, if you will. But this was, like 15 years ago. The reason why many US companies, Westinghouse and GE, Hitachi, are not willing to, take forward the Indo-US civil nuclear deal and go ahead and, supply these small modular reactors or these AMRs, as you put them, is because of this liability clause that suppliers are also liable. It's not just the operators. And I believe the cavalcade of Prime Minister Modi is just arriving at the White House. This is just on the far side of the West Wing of the White House. So I think President Trump will come out and receive Prime Minister Modi as he steps down from his cavalcade. You can see one of the members of the Trump administration there receiving Prime Minister Modi. There he goes. Yeah, he goes in. It's just him, and of course, we will have both one-on-one as well as delegation-level talks. So this building is to the right. If you were to face the White House, this is to the right of where the White House is. This is where the press briefing room is. This is the East Wing, as it were, and of course, where the president operates from, where the president sits, is the West Wing. That's on the other side of the White House. So this is where the Prime Minister has just alighted. He's got off his cavalcade. He's getting into the White House complex. He will be received by President Trump at the Oval Office, which is, like I said, on the West Wing of the White House.
Take place any time from now. Zaka, I want to ask you, you were covering that state visit of the Prime Minister under the Biden administration. Many have in fact wondered why this particular visit has been low on optics. Certainly this one is a working trip, it's not a state visit. But having said that, how do you see the contrast now between that visit under the Biden administration and this one?
Oh, the 2023 visit had a lot of pomp and ceremony. There was a lot of crowd. I think there was 5,000 plus people at the South Lawns of the White House. There was the US military band playing. The state visit is really the highest form of rolling out the red carpet, if you will, by the United States. Prime Minister Modi got his first state visit in 2023. Dr. Manmohan Singh got his first state visit in 2009. So the idea of the state visit is just a lot of pomp and ceremony and, just really elevating the guest of honor, elevating the head of government who's visiting you to another level. This visit is very different from that. This visit, I think, of course, it is at the invitation of President Trump, but at the same time, I think the Indian side was also very keen to very quickly, in the second term of President Trump, within the first few weeks, to try and squeeze in this visit, because I think they've come to this sort of calculated assessment that it's better to be proactive when it comes to the Trump administration, particularly when it comes to issues like tariffs and trade and immigration, to try and get ahead of the curve, as it were, with the Trump administration. So the Indian side was very, very keen to get a visit, to get some face time, if you will, to use Gen Z lingo, with President Trump, so that A, India's concerns are articulated to the president, and B, to try and find some kind of consensus, some kind of via media middle path for the concerns that President Trump has, and he has a lot of them. Immigration is a huge concern that he has. The whole business of balancing out trade and not having too much of a trade surplus, that's again a big bugbear with President Trump. So I think the Indian side was very clear that they want to get this visit going. There's no agenda, there's no structured format in which the president and the prime minister will be speaking. Generally what happens is, whenever there's an official visit of the head of government, You have the foreign minister going prior to that. You have the NSA going prior to that. And they kind of, there are these meetings that happen in the background to try and set the stage, to try and set expectations and to see what are the agreements that can be announced when the two principals meet. This time, none of that was there. And the reason for that is it's really, really close and really, really within the early days of the Trump 2.2 administration. And the reason why the Indian side wanted this meeting to quickly go through is because they wanted to preempt any kind of India-specific tariffs that Trump could likely impose. Now, he has imposed what he calls reciprocal tariffs. We don't know the exact details or the contours of what that means for India. As you see the delegation of Dr. Jaishankar, Mr. Doval, and the rest of the Indian delegation going in. Of course, they were in a separate car from the Prime Minister. They're just walking in to that east wing of the White House. Of course, they will all be part of the delegation level talks, but ultimately, given the manner in which President Trump does business, I think it's going to be very, very deeply personalized between him and Prime Minister Modi.
Certainly is going to be, and one that is being watched by not just people in India and the United States, but by, in fact, the entire world right now. Sanjay Suri also joins me live on the broadcast. He's in fact very much in Washington as we speak. Sanjay, give us a sense of what could be the sticking points. That executive order has certainly arrived as a dampener right now, but I'm sure India and the United States will find some key sticking points to take this relationship forward.
Well, I hope you're right, and a lot of us hope you're right. The fear is that the reciprocal tariffs may turn out to be not a dampener but a disruptor, because if this were to proceed exactly as Trump has said it will, the disruption caused is going to be widespread, severe, both in India and in the US. And the reason we speak of India is, of course, because that's where we are, and that's where our interest lies, that's where we are. But the fact is that India is affected by this more than any other country in the world. Of all the US trade partners, the tariffs are highest in India, and therefore, if the reciprocal arrangement were to be applied evenly and simply, if at all possible, then no one will be forced or cornered into paying more than Indian companies. If Indian exporters have to pay 5 or 6 times as much to export their goods, this is going to completely derail the business models and the business practices. So the optimistic view of this has been, and this has been around for a while, that this is a tactical ploy, it's a negotiating tactic, that he will state the extreme position, give people time, come to him with offers, and then meet them halfway or
and
some
Sanjay,
point
it's interesting
along the way.
that you say that it could be a way to negotiate, and that's why I want to ask you, shouldn't India also be razor sharp focused on gaining full access to the US market, especially for our own labor intensive industries like footwear, apparel, textile, accessories, all of us, all of these labor intensive industries, remember, have the biggest destination that is in the United States.
Yes, that would normally be the case, and certainly the Indian team is going to negotiate for all that and more. The trouble here is that Trump is not the easiest person to deal with. Trump's worldview is that America does for itself and the world must do for America. If not, he will then punish the rest of the world for being itself and for looking after its own. That is the worldview that we are dealing with. Of course, this is going to be a tough negotiating position, and of course, India does not have to be in an appeasing and pleasing position, and India has dealt strongly with Trump before. Remember 2019, that's when Trump took away the GSP, the generalized system of preferences that give so many Indian companies an advantage in trading with the US. That was lost, and the Indian government hit back with tariffs on 42 US products, and these were popular products in India like apples from Washington State or almonds from California. the Indian government hit back with its own tariffs. So India will, of course, want to take a strong position and not simply sit back and try to appease Trump.
All right. In fact, let me also introduce my other guests right now. I'm joined in by Amy Tarkanian, who is a former Nevada State GOP chairwoman, also a Republican strategist. I'm also joined in by Ray Locker, who's an author and journalist. I'm also joined in by Professor Andrew Latham, who's a columnist. And let me, in fact, quickly take a question from Zaka right now. Zaka, I just want to take that point forward which was being made by Sanjay. How can we in fact mitigate the risk right now and use this as a strategic opportunity, the whole risk of tariffs?
So there are different views to this. Mukesh Aghi, for example, who's with the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum, I spoke to him last night and he said, look, Trump is a deal maker. He's written the art of the deal. He thinks he's the world's best deal maker. So the best way for India to try and deal with this is to try and propose a limited trade deal with Trump. If you go back to his first term between 2016 and 2020, there was an attempt to try and sort of procure some kind of a limited trade deal. There were negotiations that went on. Finally, both principals couldn't sign off on it because, there were extraneous factors. COVID happened, and of course, Mr. Trump lost that election in 2020. So Trump, I think for India to play this smartly would be to say, okay, we understand your concerns. There is a trade surplus, $45 billion. There are goods that India exports to the US, from refined petroleum to medical equipment to gems and jewelry, which, contribute to that trade surplus. So we'll try and sort of tighten our belt on that. But more importantly, I think what Parikshit was talking about some time back was that I think the way the US administration, the way the Trump administration views the way in which they can sort of reduce this trade surplus is if India buys more American-made weapons and if India buys more American oil and gas. Yeah. And I think on both those counts, you will see India sort of committing much more than it already has in terms of both defense equipment as well as oil and gas in a way to assuage Mr. Trump's concerns, but more importantly, to try and balance out the trade.
Ray Locker, I want to bring you in. Ray, how do you weigh in on everything that's happened today? Do you think India can stand to still benefit, especially when you look at our defense procurement? Could that in fact come to our rescue and save the day? Till now, India has been preferring the French and the Russian makes. Yes, of course, our defense procurement has also been going upward. But do you think that India will now be opening its market to more defense equipment?
Well, first of all, this is what happens when you elect a convicted felon who should be in prison for trying to overthrow an election president. Yes, he was elected. He is the president, but he does things that make no sense. To your main point, should India be buying more U.S.-made weapons? Well, does India need more U.S.-made weapons? I mean, just because we want to sell more tanks and fighter jets to India doesn't mean that India has to buy them. I mean, as I've talked with many people, one of the great things about India is it's never gone outside its borders to attack a neighbor. People aren't afraid of India. Why do, the Indians need to buy more of our stuff unless they absolutely need it? Is there a need there for U.S.-made weaponry? For years, India was based on a Soviet military platform because of the alliances that happened in the 50s, 60s, 70s. And now it's changing, buying more from France and other places. So it depends if it's in India's best interest, then it'll do that. But it shouldn't go out and go buy more U.S.-made weapons just to make Donald Trump happy, because he's going to change his mind in 15 minutes anyway.
I want to bring in Amy Tarkanian. Amy, how do you respond to what Ray is saying? In fact, that point that he's made, I'm sure many will be able to relate to it in India as well, but how do you respond to that?
Sure. Well, Donald Trump definitely is unpredictable, and that's something I think is a strength. It keeps everyone on their toes. And he made it quite clear today that there are going to be no exemptions and that there's going to be a level playing field across the board with every single country on every tariff. So if you feel that the tariff is too high on your end, then you lower it and then we lower ours. And he made that extremely clear. And yes, he's known for, his business tactics, for negotiating, but I don't see him budging on this, at least not anytime soon. But once again, he is unpredictable, but he was pretty strong about his message on there being no exemptions this afternoon.
I want to quickly bring in Zaka on that note. Zaka, how do you respond to that whole talk of bringing in a level playing field? As I highlighted in the first hour of this discussion also, was the threat or the risk of devaluing the currency, because that's what economists are also predicting, that this could also lead to a currency war, say if China, sort of chooses to devalue its own currency if they have to fight this tariff war, and what will that mean in terms of greater pressure for the INR?
Look, there is a fundamental flaw in the way Trump is approaching this whole, what he thinks is a global trading system that is set up to rip America off and to have huge trade deficits running up, America running up huge trade deficits with China, with India, with a whole bunch of other countries. And the fundamental flaw is this: he views trade from a very narrow bilateral prism. And that is that if America is running a $40 billion deficit with India or a $100+ billion deficit with China, that's bad for America. The trade needs to be more even. The problem is this: Trump has imposed, for example, 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. There is no way the United States can produce steel or aluminum which is cheaper than importing that same steel or aluminum either from China or even, for that matter, from Canada or Mexico, because basically, the Chinese are using Canada and Mexico as a conduit to export steel into the United States. There is no way that United States can produce steel or aluminum cheaper than either China does, or for that matter, either Canada or Mexico does. There is sense in being trade protectionist if, Trump says, I want to go up the high end of the value chain when it comes to manufacturing, so production of iPhones, production of really state-of-the-art robotics, that's where I want to move the US economy towards. That makes sense. That is still something that is understandable because all countries want to be moving up the value chain. 20, 30 years ago, China was known for mass producing things like, textiles and consumer goods. Today, China is right at the forefront of, cutting edge technology, whether it's on critical emerging technologies, whether it's stuff that uses semiconductors, smartphones, etc. And China is slowly sort of weaving away all the lower end manufacturing, whether it's apparel, whether it is other, fast moving consumer goods, to countries like Vietnam and Thailand and other Southeast Asian countries. So clearly, I think the mismatch in Trump's worldview towards trade and using tariffs or the threat of tariffs as some kind of negotiating tool is almost like from 100 years ago. It's what his idol, President William McKinley back in the 1920s, viewed global trade. He saw global trade as a bit of an evil. He said America has to have a trade balance, a trade surplus with Europe and with other countries around the world. He was very protectionist, and eventually it led to the Great Depression of the 1930s. So Trump is cut of that cloth. He is convinced to his bone that the way to deal with this trade imbalance is to go ahead and impose tariffs left, right, and center, and to force these countries, India included, to come to the negotiating table and get them to forcibly climb down on some of these import duties. That is his worldview. That's what he believes in, and I don't see him changing that playbook a great deal much.
All right, Professor Andrew, if I could bring you in, do you see a change in approach towards India, particularly as far as the previous Donald Trump presidency was concerned? Because remember, many are talking about how we did manage to navigate certain threats back then as far as tariffs were concerned. We also agreed with the United States in May of 2019 to stop importing Iranian crude oil. Having said that, I do believe personally that that decision particularly did set the tone for India's bilateral relationship with the United States, particularly under the previous Donald Trump presidency. Do you think he's going to turn more draconian this time around?
No, I don't. First of all, India's tariffs across the border average about 14%, except when it comes to American goods, it's about 5%. And the reason for that is the Indian government in Trump 1.0 responded to a lot of his whining, especially, tariffs on high-end Harley-Davidson motorbikes and things like that. And the Modi government has decided that it's going to accommodate the United States in various ways. India is not in Trump's crosshairs the way Canada and Mexico and the European Union and China are. Simply isn't. And the reason for that is twofold. One has to do with domestic politics. The Indian diaspora in the United States is the wealthiest demographic in the country. It's becoming increasingly influential politically. And the two parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, are vying for their support at the ballot box. There's no way in the world Donald Trump is going to alienate that group. It's just inconceivable. That's domestic politics. Now, if we look at geopolitics, foreign policy, the U.S., and Donald Trump understands this, and his advisors understand this, needs India in the Indo-Pacific to balance, if not contain, China. And so it's more than willing to turn a blind eye to a lot of the excesses of the perceived excesses in the past of India's tariff regime. There's also the interpersonal dimension. Modi and Trump are cut from the same cloth. They're both center-right populists, larger than life. They have a good working relationship, and neither of them wants to jeopardize that. So if you put all of these bits and pieces together, you have the ingredients for a very amiable, amicable relationship between the two countries. Will there be frictions here and there? Inevitably. And one last point I would make on this score is the reason why India is importing more and more American defense goods. So Hindustan Aeronautics doing a deal with General Electric and the Indian government buying something like $30 billion worth of American drones and things like that is because we don't live in the Cold War era anymore. The neutral and non-aligned movement it's over. We are in an era of multipolarity and great power competition. And part of that is multi-alignment. So whether it's Saudi Arabia or India, sometimes they do business with Russia, sometimes with China, sometimes with the US. But when it comes to defense relations, I just referenced the Quad very quickly, that India understands, first of all, India has in fact invaded other countries. Just ask your Pakistani friends. But they see the primary threat, the People's Republic of China, and they want to be in, if not an alliance in the technical sense, a security partnership with the United States. And part of that involves weaning themselves off Russian weapons, which aren't all that good, and tying themselves into the American defense industrial base. That's going to be a two-way street down the road, but right now it's a one-way street. They're going to be buying.
I want to quickly bring in Sanjay on that note. Ritesh, I know you've been very patiently awaiting your turn. I will come to you in just a second. But Sanjay, I want to talk about the threat to multi-alignment, as Professor Andrew was also talking about. But look at Donald Trump. I mean, he's threatening to even exit the WTO. This is a body that was already approached by China when they were slapped with those tariffs. We've already seen what's happening to, all right, we are getting in the first images of that bilateral meet, which is currently underway. Prime Minister Modi and the US President, in fact, very much present inside the White House, exchanging a firm handshake. The first image is out. You can see it's a tightly packed White House where you can see press from all across the globe. In fact, several of them are also from India, have in fact thronged that entire space as Prime Minister Modi and US President now in fact get ahead with that bilateral meet. We've earlier also seen how the entire delegation followed the Prime Minister as well. Let's quickly go across to Zaka. Zaka, this is in fact a bilateral meet which is in restricted and delegation level format as well. But what do you make of the body language of that first image that's now come out?
Well, so this is the Oval Office. This is where American presidents meet with visiting heads of government, heads of state. I was in this same room, when in 2023, when President Biden had the state visit for Prime Minister Modi. And it's not really that big a room. I mean, you see this in like the West Wing, and you see it in traditional sort of TV series. It's not really a big room in terms of size, but it's very ostentatious. It's got the pictures of some of the most iconic presidents of the US, from Abraham Lincoln, George Washington. It's adorned all over the walls. So where they are sitting, the two sofas next to the fireplace, bang opposite that is where the Resolute desk is. That's where the President of the United States sits and takes the most important decisions that affect the world. So this is exactly on the opposite side of where that desk is. It's a small room. It's a circular room. It's called the Oval Office for a reason. And the press pool. And Trump has been having his sort of back and forth with the press pool. He in fact debarred an AP reporter from being part of the press pool. That's become a bit of a sort of talking point, a bit of a point of consternation between the White House press department and of course the press pool. So here what you have is very informal comments that both the President and the Prime Minister will make. You will get those comments in just a minute. These are usually just a few sentences. They kind of say, I'm happy to be here. I thank the President for inviting me. I look forward to the talks. We want to cover these range of issues and so on and so forth. So it's very much a set template. Sometimes, the US press can get a bit exuberant, so they ask a question of the President. It depends. It can be completely unrelated to the visit, it can be completely unrelated to the head of state or head of government who is being felicitated in the White House, in the Oval Office at that particular point of time. It could be purely, something domestic that's in the news. But this time around, I suspect, if at all questions are being asked now at the Oval Office before they move in for the one-on-one talks and then subsequently the delegation level talks, the questions might be around these tariffs and these reciprocal tariffs that President Trump has signed an executive order for about a couple of hours ago, maybe 3 hours ago. So maybe there will be questions on that, but in terms of specifics, how much Indian industry, steel industry, metals industry, assembling, pharmaceuticals, how much would they be impacted by those reciprocal tariffs? We still don't know. We are still waiting for the expert word on that. But I think one of the things that we are sort of getting an idea and getting a hang of, particularly when Parikshit was speaking to this White House official on background briefing, is that the White House expects India to buy more American defense equipment, buy more American oil, and this they view as a way to sort of balance out the trade. So if it's a trade deficit vis-a-vis the US, about $40 or $45 billion, they would expect India to announce, let's say, a $4 billion, $5 billion defense deal, procure more American oil. And the way Trump looks at it, it's very business-like. For President Trump, it's about, you're not ripping America off. The trade balance is much more even, and that ultimately it's cheaper for American consumers and for American businesses if they were to do business with Indian companies.
But Zaka, if you do look at the United States now asking for greater market access, so far we have in fact abstained from giving the US that access to, say, staples like rice, wheat, but can we give it to them in, say, areas like dairy, and if not dairy, even say apples, nuts, cashews, walnuts? What are going to be those key agricultural areas?
So look, I mean, there's a lot of talk about lowering the duties on pecan nuts and California almonds and, you know, apples and stuff like that. Well, you know, the reason why countries have tariffs, particularly in the farming sector, in agricultural sector, is to protect domestic constituencies. I mean, even the United States, the richest country in the world, has subsidies when it comes to farm produce. And the reason they do that is because farmers are an important vote bank. Certainly here in India, they're a huge vote bank. So which is why no political party, even if, you know, you have a center-right conservative party like the BJP, they are very much, you know, pro farm loan waiver, very pro, you know, free electricity for the farmers, free water pumps for the farmers. That's not, you know, that's not what you would normally associate with a center-right party. But because the farmers are such a powerful vote bank, a powerful constituency, no government wants to be seen as alienating them. So I don't see it as an easy give from India as far as, you know, lowering tariffs on agricultural produce is concerned. But there could be individual items, like I said, pecan nuts and California almonds. There's a lot of chatter around, you know, bourbon whiskey becoming cheaper and so on. So those might sort of be a bit of a tinkering. But ultimately, look, I'm firmly of the belief that this whole mismatch between what Trump wants and what India can offer can only be addressed if both countries agree to some kind of a limited trade deal.
And I'm sure India will also be able to communicate from its own end the fact that the tariffs are not same for all products. So to say that India is the tariff king and there is a standard tariff for all products, that's something which India will have to argue out. But Ritesh Tandon, who's an Indian American politician, also joining us. First of all, thank you so much, Ritesh, for so patiently awaiting your turn. I want to ask you, Ritesh, as far as the America First Trade Policy Memorandum of January 20th is concerned, it clearly shows America's own willingness to in fact allow or make space for sectoral trade agreements. Do you think that that could in fact come to India's rescue today, even if we cannot forge a complete FTA?
So look, thank you so much for inviting me here. First of all, let me tell you about the President Trump. Last 4 weeks, what he has done, the last government has not done in 4 years. When we look into, as a common person, those who are living here, I'm in the Bay Area, California. We are tired of high crime, tired of companies moving out of California, tired of all the suffering what the people are going through, and a lot of things. What Trump is trying to do with the tariff is very simple. It's just asking for the fair treatment, nothing else. Today, with the India, I see it's not like a $40 billion, it's not a big amount. But what the previous speakers has also mentioned, that with the defense, with energy partnership, we can cover that part. But bigger picture, if we see, and again, coming back to your question as well, I think this is a great opportunity for India and US for the alliance. When we look into the President Trump, he has only invited close ally. Netanyahu was there last week. Now Prime Minister Modi is here. In fact, Trump loves Modi, Trump loves India, and I can tell you this part, this whole deal, whatever will happen today, it will be beneficial not only to the Indian people, but for Americans and everyone. One thing I like to mention that Trump is very fair. He's asking the fair question that we give you open market, you give us open market. Let's work together. Also, he, as a businessman, understands the whole environment. And in fact, this is a great opportunity for India, where India is looking for the nuclear power for all the growth what India is seeing today. India is looking to the technologies, and I think this is a great opportunity for India to go more deeper, as well as open the market for the future investment. India is looking for agriculture revolution, which a lot of things can come from here, and technology advancement. So I see it's a great opportunity for India, and I'm very positive. Like today, when the news come out, Modi and Trump will be speaking very positive. What will be good for the Indian people, Indian community? And again, there are some here and there things like immigration policies and all those things. Of course, there are some pain points, but I'm sure that can be resolved because Modi and Trump, they both align together and both are the man
And
of action.
that's why the Indian Prime Minister is there. I'm sure they'll be able to work out something. But let me quickly go across to Sanjay. Sanjay, news coming in that Prime Minister Modi has communicated this to the US President, that he is very happy that President Donald Trump spoke to President Putin to ensure peace in Ukraine. India is not neutral and our stand is one to ensure peace. And remember, that is the message that Prime Minister himself had delivered to both of them, whether it was the Russian president or the Ukrainian president when he met both of them last year.
Yes, India has played an active peacemaker, and Prime Minister Modi particularly has taken the lead. He spoke with Putin in Moscow, and then he visited Kiev, as we know. And India has sought for very long to play that peacemaker role. India has long held the view that this can only be resolved through diplomacy and dialogue and not on the battlefield. And the Prime Minister also was very emphatic in his support for human rights. He was emphatic in his support for territorial
Another image,
rights.
in fact, coming there. Sanjay,
right?
going to just ask you to hold on to those thoughts. Let me also show our viewers that the latest image that's come in of Prime Minister Modi, in fact, sharing that bear hug with the US President over there in the Oval Office as he arrived in the White House. Yes, Sanjay, please go ahead and finish the point you were making.
Yes, of course, because India has long sought to play a peacemaker here, and now if there is an initiative that moves both countries in that direction, certainly it would be something that India would welcome and that Prime Minister Modi particularly and personally would welcome, given how much energy and effort he's put into trying.
Had a wonderful relationship, and we kept the relationship during the 4-year period. The period that was a very interesting period indeed. I got to see how not to do things, and we've just started up again, and we have, I think, some very big things to talk about. Number one is they're going to be purchasing a lot of our oil and gas. We have more oil and gas than any other country in the world by far, and they need it, and we have it. And we're going to talk about trade. We're going to talk about many things, but it's really an honor to see you, and you've been my friend for a long time, and congratulations on having done a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको मिलकर बहुत सम्मान महसूस हो रहा है कि मुझे बहुत खुशी कि आज फिर आप यहाँ पर आए हैं और हम पिछले 4 साल आपसे हमारी बात हुई है और हम उस रिश्ते को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं जो 4 साल पहले बढ़ाया है। और ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और रुचिकर समय आने वाला है हमारे सामने में विषयों के लिए। आपने देखा है कि हमारे पास बहुत कुछ करने को है अभी। पहली बात है तेल और गैस की बात है, और हमारे पास काफ़ी तेल और गैस है और आप इंडिया में इसकी ज़रूरत है जो हम देंगे। बाद में बात आती है ट्रेड की, व्यापार की, और इसके अलावा हमें बहुत खुशी है और बहुत ही हमारे लिए एक सम्मान की बात है कि मेरे एक मित्र आज वापस यहाँ आए हैं और उनसे मिलकर मुझे बहुत खुशी है।
Would you like to say anything more?
No, I'm okay.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं सबसे पहले तो फिर एक बार आपको यहाँ पर देख करके और आपको यहाँ पर मिल करके बहुत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मैं आपके इस भव्य विजय के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। न सिर्फ मेरी तरफ से, 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से आपको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ।
Your Excellency, I'm delighted to see you back in the White House and to meet with you today in this room. On behalf of 1.4 billion people of India, let me convey my heartiest congratulations to you on your grand and historic victory.
ये बहुत ही सुखद संयोग है कि भारत की जनता ने 60 साल के बाद किसी प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार लगातार देश की सेवा करने का अवसर दिया है। और मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि मुझे इस कार्यकाल में राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के साथ फिर एक बार कार्य करने का अवसर मिला है। मैं कह सकता हूं कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के पहले 4 वर्ष का मेरा जो अनुभव था, जो गर्मजोशी थी, जो उत्साह था, जो विश्वास था, वही गर्मजोशी, वही उत्साह, वही विश्वास के साथ हम फिर एक बार साथ मिलकर के आगे बढ़ेंगे।
Last year, the people of India gave me the opportunity to serve them for the third consecutive time, and it has happened in the history of India in the last 60 years for the first time. And in this term, I will have an opportunity to work with you over the next 4 years, and it's a great pleasure to see the two coincide. And I can say from my past experience of working with you in your first term that we will continue to advance the India-US strategic partnership with the same warmth, with the same trust, and with the same excitement.
और मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि आते ही राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने एक मित्र की तरह मुझे पुराने अहमदाबाद के स्टेडियम की याद दिलाई। ये बात सही है कि ह्यूस्टन में हाउडी मोदी और गुजरात में अहमदाबाद में नमस्ते ट्रंप, वो दो एक ऐसी बहुत बड़े विशाल कार्यक्रम रहे जिसकी गूंज आज भी भारत के हर कोने में सुनाई दे रही है।
I'm happy that as soon as I entered this room, my friend reminded me of Ahmedabad and the cricket stadium where we held the big rally, and the events that we did, the mega events that we did in Ahmedabad, Namaste Trump, or the Howdy Modi in Houston. We had conveyed a very strong message of our friendship through those events, and the resounding echo of those events can be heard even today in India and the world.
भारत अमेरिका संबंधों को प्रगाढ़ बनाने में, उसको एक नई ऊंचाई देने में और व्यापकता देने में राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की पहली टर्म की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है, और मुझे विश्वास है कि दूसरे टर्म में भी हम उसी गति से आगे बढ़ेंगे।
Excellency, you made immense personal contribution towards strengthening of our relations, towards making them more comprehensive, and in attaining unprecedented heights in our relationship. And I firmly believe that in your second term, we will work with even more speed.
और मैं जैसे भारत के नागरिकों को वादा किया है कि मैं तीसरे टर्म में 3 गुना गति से काम करूंगा, और मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के साथ आने वाले 4 वर्ष हम भारत अमेरिका के संबंधों की गति में 2 गुना गति से काम करेंगे।
As I had promised to the people of India that in my third term as the Prime Minister of India, we will work with thrice the speed. I firmly believe that with President Trump during the next 4 years, during his second term, we will work with twice the speed that we did in the first term.
मैं राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से एक बात हमेशा अप्रिशिएट करता आया हूँ, सीखता आया हूँ कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रख कर के काम करते हैं। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की तरह मुझे भी भारत के हितों को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए कार्य करना, ये मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है।
One thing that I deeply appreciate and I learned from President Trump is that he keeps the national interest supreme, and like him, I also keep the national interest of India at the top of everything else, and this has been my real fortune.
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की जब भी बात आती है तब मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन हर किसी को याद आता है, हर किसी को उससे प्रेरणा मिलती है। वैसे ही भारत में विकसित भारत 2047, जब भारत की आज़ादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब तक भारत को विकसित बनाने के संकल्प के साथ 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का संकल्प, उसको आज नई गति मिल रही है, नई ऊर्जा मिल रही है।
President Donald Trump and Make America Great Again are inseparable. Whenever we talk about President Trump, one has to talk about Make America Great Again. Similarly, that vision inspires everybody. Similarly, in India, we have the resolve of 1.4 billion people of India that by the time India reaches the 100th anniversary of its independence, we will make our country a developed country by 2047. And this is getting new speed and new resolve.
अमेरिका विश्व का सबसे पुराना लोकतंत्र, भारत विशाल लोकतंत्र, और इसलिए हम दोनों का मिलने का मतलब 1+1 2 नहीं, 1 और 1 11 होता है, और ये 11 की तख्ती वो ताकत विश्व के कल्याण के भी काम आएगी।
US is the world's oldest democracy, and India is the world's largest democracy. So when India and the US come together, they make 1 + 1 11 and not 2. And this is the power of 11 that is going to work for the welfare of the humanity.
मैं राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप का, मेरे एक अच्छे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि हम फिर से एक बार प्रगति की राह पर नई ऊंचाइयों को छूने के लिए चल पड़ेंगे।
I once again thank my friend President Trump, and we together resolve that we will together march towards progress and towards prosperity for our nations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And he's doing a great job in India. Everybody talks about it. He's doing a really fantastic job. A great leader. Great leader.
मोदी जी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं भारत में, और हर कोई इसकी बात कर रहा है कि वे बहुत बड़े नेता हैं, बहुत महान नेता हैं।
मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं आपके इन शब्दों के लिए, और मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत का हर नागरिक आपकी इस भावना का आदर करता है।
I thank you for your warm words, Mr. President, and I firmly believe that every person in India respects your sentiments.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thanks a lot.
Any questions, please?
Yes, President. You are both very popular leaders in your respective countries. You have spoken about a common sense diplomatic doctrine. So what's a Trump-Modi doctrine that we should expect from the meetings today to make our world better and safer?
Well, I think more than anything else will be the unity. We have great unity. We have great friendship, he and I and our countries. And I think it's only going to get closer. But it's very important that we remain united as countries. We're friends, and we're going to stay that way.
President Trump, how are you going to fight China if you're going to be tough with India on trade? How are you going to beat China then?
We're in very good shape to beat anybody we want, but we're not looking to beat anybody. We're looking to do a really good job. We've done a fantastic job for the American people. We had a great 4 years, and we were interrupted by terrible administration, absolutely terrible. They didn't know what they were doing, and now we're putting it back together, and I think it's going to end up being much stronger than it was before, even much stronger than it was before.
May I? Yeah. President Trump, first of all, congratulations for the fantastic 24 days of your presidency. Historic and unprecedented decisions that you made, transformational reforms. I'm particularly impressed by the expose on USAID. And I would like you to share with us if you think USAID had a role in election interference in the US in 2020 and Indian elections in 2024.
So it could have had a role. There were a lot of bad things that happened in 2020. I think bad things happened in 2024, but it was too big to rig. We won by a tremendous margin. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions of votes. So it was too big to rig. But yeah, I think they probably tried. We're looking to go to a system now much different, where one-day voting, voter ID, and we have to do that. And paper ballots. We want paper ballots. And when they do that, we're going to clean it up very, very well. But we had a great 2016. We had a much better 2020 election. But bad things happened. And we had the best of all. We had, they say, the most consequential in history, 129 years. Most consequential. So it was a great election, and it gives me a chance to work again with the Prime Minister and India. We're going to have a great relationship together.
Mr. Prime Minister, कल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप ने प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से बात की है और युद्ध को रोकने की बात करी है। आप हमेशा से
Do you see India playing a role in your plan to broker a peace in Ukraine? And if I could ask you about a development in your hometown today, the U.S. attorney has resigned over the DOJ's request to drop the case into Eric Adams. Did you personally request the Justice Department to drop that case?
No, I didn't. I know nothing about it. I did not. I think that, just to answer your other question, we're just going to get along well. We're going to get along with all countries. We're going to do very well. We're going to be doing, I think, record business, record numbers. And we're going to work with India also. We have some very big trade deals to announce in the very near future.
प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से बात की है, आप दुनिया के अकेले ऐसे लीडर हैं जिन्होंने प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से मीटिंग की है, प्रेसिडेंट जेलेंस्की से मीटिंग की है, पहले प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन से मिले और अब प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप से मिले। आपको लग रहा है कि जिस शांति की बात आप करते आए थे उसमें अब भारत रूस और यूक्रेन को युद्ध खत्म कराने के लिए अमेरिका के साथ मिलकर कोई नया रास्ता बना सकता है? और दूसरा, प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप भारत आने वाले हैं, प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन भारत आने वाले हैं, तो क्या भारत भूमि से शांति का संदेश जा सकता है? And Mr. President, what you would like to say about the Bangladesh issue, because we saw and it is evident that how the deep state of United States was involved in regime change during the Biden administration, and then Mohammed Yunus made Junior Soros also. So what is your point of view about the Bangladesh?
Junior Soros, and what is the role that the deep state played in the situation in Bangladesh?
Well, there was no role for our deep state. It was. This is something that the Prime Minister has been working on for a long time and has been worked on for hundreds of years, frankly. I've been reading about it. But I will leave Bangladesh to the Prime Minister.
जहाँ तक रूस और यूक्रेन के बीच का लड़ाई का सवाल है, मुझे खुशी है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने शांति के प्रयासों का इनिशिएटिव लेते हुए कल राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से बात की है। दुनिया का एक सोच रही है कि भारत न्यूट्रल है। भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है। भारत का अपना पक्ष है और भारत का पक्ष है शांति। हम पहले दिन से ही, और मैंने राष्ट्रपति पुतिन को उनकी मौजूदगी में मीडिया के सामने कहा था कि ये समय युद्ध का नहीं है, और मेरा एक कन्विक्शन है कि समस्याओं का समाधान युद्ध के मैदानों में नहीं निकलता है, वो टेबल पर चर्चा करके ही निकलता है।
As far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict is concerned, I'm very happy that President Trump has taken initiatives to restore peace and had telephone calls with President Putin and President Zelensky. The world had this thinking that India somehow is a neutral country in this whole process, but this is not true. India has a side, and that side is of peace. From the very first day, I have been talking about the importance of dialogue and diplomacy and a peaceful solution. And when I met President Putin in the presence of media, I had told him that this is not the era of war, and I have firm conviction that problems cannot be resolved on the battlefield. The two sides will have to come to the negotiating table.
शांति के हर प्रयास का हम समर्थन करते हैं, और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने जो इनिशिएटिव लिया है, मैं उनका हर सख्त समर्थन करता हूँ।
Prime Minister, can you let him translate, please? Just wait.
I just want to add to that. We had a very good phone call yesterday with President Putin. It lasted maybe an hour and a half. It was excellent, and I think we went a long way toward getting a solution to the horrible war where so many people are being killed, especially soldiers on the battlefield. At least 1.5 million soldiers have been killed on a ridiculous war that would have never happened if I were president. But we've got a long way to, I think we've got a long way to solving it. Tomorrow there's a meeting in Munich, and then next week there's a meeting in Saudi Arabia, not with myself or President Putin, but with top officials. And Ukraine will be a part of it too. And we're going to see if we can end that war. That war is a horrible war. It's a vicious, bloody war. We want to end it. To your other question, that U.S. attorney was actually fired. I don't know if he or she resigned, but that U.S. attorney was fired. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, what is the role? Mr. Prime Minister, I have a question. The trade competition with China. What is the role that you expect India to play vis-a-vis US competition with China and in your broader vision for peace in the Middle East?
Exactly. Well, I think we're doing very well in our competition with everybody. I think you're going to see a nation that really is going forward at a very rapid pace. Our economy is going to be fantastic. We're doing things to make it that way. And we announced some very big elements today of success. I call it an element of success. Reciprocal tariffs, so that somebody charges us, we charge them the same amount, which has never been done in our country before. We've always been taken advantage of by other countries, and we allow that to happen foolishly, but we're not going to allow that any longer. So I think we're going to do very well. We've been doing they say the last 3 weeks was among the best 3 weeks ever for a start in a presidency. There's never been anything like it. And when you see what we've been able to do in 3 weeks, people are really amazed. Even the Prime Minister mentioned it. I think other countries are looking at it. But I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is a terrific man. We're going to make some wonderful trade deals for India and for the U.S. And thank you all very much. Thank you.
Gotta stand up. Draw my head.
Thank you, President.
Let's go. Let's go. Keep going, guys. Yep. Keep going.
Mr. Narendra Modi and the US President, as he assured the Indian Prime Minister that they are going to have a very wonderful relationship. In fact, Prime Minister also talked about all those points that both the democracies in fact are in fact converging when it comes to especially the both the heads of state, in fact, working towards the national interest and for the interest of the people, while it is Donald Trump's America First policy on one hand, it is Prime Minister Modi's Viksit Bharat, which ensures the interest of Indians. So a host of talking points over there. I'd like to quickly bring in Zaka Jacob on that note. Zaka, how do you assess this exchange that's taken place?
So these are brief initial comments. Obviously, this is before they go in for their individual talks and their delegation level talks. So clearly, I think both leaders are outlining what are priority areas for them. You heard the President of the United States talk about, Russia, Ukraine, the call that he had with President Putin. We haven't heard anything about him, asking Prime Minister Modi to play some kind of a mediatory role, because Prime Minister Modi has good ties with both President Putin as well as President Zelensky. President Trump also talked in quite great detail about the tariffs and the reciprocal tariffs, which he, in his own words, he says it's the best thing that's happened and so on. Now, these are not India specific. These are across the board tariffs, across a whole bunch of items, irrespective of who is exporting this into the United States. Will it have an impact on India? Certainly it will. But I think the amount of impact that it will have on Indian exports into the US will not be as much as was previously anticipated. And I think one of the ways in which India is hoping to mitigate the effect of these Trump tariffs is to try and import more from the United States, whether it's in the form of defense equipment, whether it's in the form of more energy. President Trump talked about, America being a great producer of natural gas and other forms of oil and energy. And I think he expects India to import a lot more US.
Zaka, in fact, we are getting in fresh visuals on the right side of our screen. We can see President Donald Trump, in fact, gifting Prime Minister Modi his book, Journey Together, showing him the photograph of Donald Trump's 2020 visit to the Taj Mahal. Those visuals where we can see Prime Minister, in fact, being gifted that book by the US President. It's also a nostalgic moment, Zaka, because remember, Prime Minister Modi was also alluding to his previous presidency, where Donald Trump also visited Ahmedabad in that Namaste Trump event, which was, of course, we've also seen how Prime Minister was welcomed in Houston prior to that. So it's also a moment of nostalgia.
Oh, certainly. I mean, I think in that sense, both leaders have a similar playbook. They're larger than life. They love a pomp and show. So whether it's Howdy Modi, whether it is Namaste Trump, it was really playing to the galleries. And both of them are cut of that same cloth in that sense. They're politicians who, really have a mass connect, both Prime Minister Modi here in India and, of course, President Trump in the United States. They love playing to the galleries and they really love working up an audience. So I think, to that extent, they really have fond memories of what happened both in Howdy Modi in 2019, of course, what happened in Namaste Trump in 2020. Unfortunately, the world really changed in 2020 with COVID and Mr. Trump losing that election. But frankly, most successful US presidents have had 2 terms consecutively. In Mr. Trump's case, he's had a gap of 4 years. He's coming back again after 4 years. And a lot has changed in these last 4 years. I think Trump individually as a personality has changed. His priorities in his second term have changed. And I think he seems to be like a man in a hurry. He wants to sort of carve his name in history. He wants to leave behind a legacy that will be remembered for 2-3 generations to come. And I think that's why you're seeing all of these, 100, 200, 300 executive orders really appending the very nature of the US state, as it were, whether it's, curtailing US aid, whether it is pulling out of multilateral arrangements like the WHO, the Paris Climate Accords, and even domestically, really going after the setup of the federal government, asking for federal government employees to go on leave, some of the personal information being, put out in the public domain, and really saying that, if America has to be made great again, that's his slogan, Make America Great Again, then you have to really curtail the activities of the deep state, and you have to really cut down to size the federal government. So these are priority areas for President Trump. I just want to quickly come back to the whole trade conversation, because he's just announced reciprocal tariffs on all items that are being imported into the US. There will be a reciprocal tariff on items that are being exported from the United States. But I think where President Trump might be missing a trick or two, we saw remnants of this in his first term. For example, both on steel and aluminum, there were high tariffs that were put in. Ultimately, what happened was, it's not like American companies started manufacturing the steel or aluminum on which there were higher tariffs. China was producing all of that, and China started looking at various other markets other than the United States. So it was selling much more to, say, Western Europe, or to India, or to Africa, or Latin America, much more than before these tariffs came in place. So I think President Trump, while he's trying to sort of assuage the concerns of his voter base, to try and appease sections of the MAGA base, many of whom have lost jobs, industrial jobs in the Midwest of the United States, he's also sort of trying to reinvent the wheel, if I can put it that way. And unfortunately for him, I don't think that's how the rest of the world will respond. So you've had this instance where Canada and Mexico have said, okay, we will deploy additional troops in our respective borders with the US, and therefore he's put on pause the 25% tariffs on both Canada and Mexico. But the tariffs with China are going to go on. And China is not going to stop. China has a $1 trillion surplus in trade with the rest of the world. So they have to find markets and avenues where they can dump all of this stuff, whether it's solar panels or steel, reams and all of that. So really, I think these tariffs are ultimately going to help very big mass manufacturing countries like China. You also have a whole bunch of countries in Southeast Asia that are going to be the beneficiaries of the Trump tariffs. But I think for India, it's going to be a bit of a tough navigation, because India needs the United States for defense, for its strategic affairs, for countering the threat that China is. But at the same time, because trade has been such a bugbear for President Trump, India will have to sort of, in a way, nuance its way through some of the concerns that he has.
Oh, absolutely. That India will have a lot of skillful negotiating to do. But I want to bring in Sanjay also on that note. Sanjay, the US president was very quick to focus on how he's looking forward to doing greater trade, and he's looking towards Indian investment as far as the energy sector in the United States is concerned. At the same time, he said, not to forget, a very crucial point he made was that the India-United States relations were disrupted under the Biden administration. One also wonders, what was he referring to?
Well, on Biden, it's pretty much clear. He has called him crooked Joe Biden, almost as if that was a prefix to Joe Biden's name, and this has been going on and on. And we had more of that same tone in this press conference and in this briefing. But really, the question here is the assertion that was made that, well, we'll have a trade deal and we will sort things out. And this again is a slightly worrying shorthand. A couple of quick questions here that I think we all need to ask. How long have India and Britain been negotiating a trade deal? How many years? Where is it? How many years more has India been negotiating a trade deal with the European Union? It was almost for a decade or even more. Then it was going nowhere, they gave it up. It was abandoned. Then there has been a very hesitant restart. How many years have we had the World Trade Organization? And where is a universal agreement on world trade rules anywhere? We had the NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, and look what's happened between the US, Mexico and Canada. So these trade deals are very, very difficult. You're talking about different production systems and economies for each of millions of products. And the levies and the profit margins and various regulations have to be sorted out for each, and each keeps changing. Where is there going to be a complete trade agreement with the US just like that, and that will deliver wonderful results? This is what I mean by worrying shorthand. I don't think that President Trump always knows what he's talking about.
Zaka, would you like to add to that? Because I think there are a host of concerns right now we still have. If India will be able to sort of get any concession, in the end, there was a journalist who had posed that question about the reciprocal tariffs, and that sort of did not really get a response. But I want to bring you in on the point in terms of the kind of equation that we sense today, the body language, the bonhomie. It started on a very transactional note, but Prime Minister Modi was able to bring the US president, to a very nostalgic point where he also used his warmth and his praises for the US president, and that's when he in fact opened up a little more. Do you think that the fact that the US president agrees and has praised the Indian Prime Minister, and that kind of nostalgia and the equation of the past will perhaps be able to use, will help the Indian Prime Minister to use his good offices with the US president?
Well, it will certainly be helpful. I think, look, Trump is a sort of leader who either likes other world leaders or he hates them. So some of his best friends are, Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. We had the Japanese Prime Minister there last week. So he has this sort of very, very almost mercurial temperament, and that sort of rubs off on his relationships with other world leaders as well. And Prime Minister Modi's had a good equation with President Trump, both in his first term and now. But, there's only so much that personal equations get you as far as diplomatic relations are concerned, as we see Prime Minister Modi now signing the visitors book, I think, at the White House. This is again in the Oval Office, a warm shake of hands between both the Prime Minister and the President. So there are two separate issues. I think one is, obviously, for President Trump, trade is a real bugbear. It's a sore point. And it's not just with India. It's with countries across the board. He is convinced that countries around the world, China, India, manufacturing countries, are really taking America for a ride. He doesn't believe in the globalized WTO framework of trade in the world. He wants to dismantle that. And he believes trade has to be between country to country, so it's much more bilateral rather than multilateral. And in that bilateral trade, he is a firm believer that it has to be even, both for the US and for whichever country it's trading with. There can't be these huge trade deficits that America is running up with other countries. So he firmly believes that. But having said that, as you see these first pictures, you can see Howard Lutnick, Marco Rubio, that's Mr. Gates. He just met with this is Stephen Miller. Of course, Elon Musk is there as part of the delegation as well. So it's again interesting to see the members of the Trump cabinet, the members of the Trump administration who are there in the meeting that's happening right now at the Oval Office. I want to come back to that point. So trade is really a sore point for President Trump. I think there are concessions that India will offer him, whether it's reducing duties on some of the products that America wants to export into India. At the same time, India will try and sort of balance out the trade when it comes to purchasing more American energy, purchasing more American defense equipment. One thing that really stood out for me was, you compare this to the conversation that President Biden and Prime Minister Modi had a couple of years ago. There was a lot more reference to China.
Yes.
China was really the overhang in that conversation because both countries realized that China is what they need to keep their eye on, and that's where the ball is, and they need to keep their eye on the ball. President Trump, I think one of the reporters tried to ask him a question about China, and he didn't really sort of get into it. And he said, I'm not going to answer that. Again, on Bangladesh, he didn't sort of directly respond. But I think really the crux of this relationship over the next 4 years is going to be determined by that question. Are America and India on the same page when it comes to the threat that emanates from China? So far, at least with Trump 2.0, I'm not seeing a visible articulation of that, certainly not from President Trump. Like I said, President Trump and Xi Jinping of China have not had a conversation. Tariffs have been imposed. You contrast that with the manner in which Canada and Mexico sort of really, rolled out the red carpet for Trump, bent over backwards and ensured that those tariffs are paused. Xi Jinping has had no conversation with Trump. He's like, you're going to impose tariffs on me, I'm going to impose counter tariffs on you. So I want to wait to see that first conversation between Trump and Xi Jinping, and post that you will get a fairer understanding of, are India and America on the same page when it comes to how to deal with China. Right now, I don't see enough evidence, at least I haven't heard that from the horse's mouth, that is from President Trump, that he believes that the fundamental challenge over the next 4 years of his presidency for America is going to emanate from China, and therefore in that endeavor he needs India as a partner.
On that note, let me also introduce our guests I'm joined in by, and before I do that, in fact, we can see visuals coming in of the joint press conference that is all set to take place in some minutes from now, and we will be quickly cutting across to it. But I'm also joined in by Ajay Jain Baturia, who is an entrepreneur and also a Democratic Party leader, Peter Kuznick, who's a professor of history and director at Nuclear Studies Institute at American University in Washington, D.C., Glenn Carr, who's a former CIA officer as well. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Ajay, I want to begin with you. People have always, foreign policy experts, critics of Donald Trump, they have often drawn the Mad King analogy when it comes to Donald Trump. And this time around, it's been more sweeping in nature. Look at the way he has, in fact, exited the UNHRC. He's, in fact, shown no respect towards UNRWA, at the same time also threatening to exit the WTO. He has already sanctioned the ICJ. Why is it going to be a greater challenge this time around for India, especially for Prime Minister Modi, to navigate the challenges of trade and tariffs in Donald Trump presidency 2.0?
I feel that a little otherwise. I feel that Donald Trump is pretty clear that he wants to lead the world from economic growth point of view. He wants to be a peacemaker, and he doesn't want to get involved in wars. So with that mindset, he knows exactly what he's needing, which helps to meet his goal of make America great, which America first, which means that he's using the tools of tariffs and all those things. But with India, I guess he's looking, and Elon Musk is looking to enter the market in India, whether it's EV cars or other items. And at the same time, in the changing world, Trump administration realizes that it's not Russia which is bigger threat to US, it's China, which is bigger threat to US. So he's doing a realignment.
Mr. Baturia, I'm so sorry. I'll have to quickly go across to our correspondent Parikshit because he's then going to get occupied with the joint press conference that's about to take place. Parikshit, I want to quickly ask you if that meeting and the exchange that's taken place between the US President and the Indian Prime Minister was a teaser of what is about to come. What are you learning in terms of what can we expect from the bilateral meet today?
There was a clear bonhomie in the room when the two leaders met. Donald Trump said that we were great friends at the first term and we continue to be good friends now and nothing can stop the relationship. Prime Minister Modi said on behalf of all the Indians, I actually thank you for all your support and I congratulate you on winning a second term. He said that I'm in my third term and I will make sure that we work with thrice the speed. And he said, I'm sure you would work with twice the speed. They discussed the war that is taking place in Ukraine as well. And Prime Minister said that it is a wrong perception that India is a neutral country. We're not neutral. We are on the side of peace. And we've always said that conflicts cannot be resolved on the battlefield. It must be on the negotiating table. And we support every move that Donald Trump is making towards peace in Ukraine. And I welcome his conversation with Putin as well. There was a question of China as well. And Donald Trump said that US and India are very strong partners. Together, they can.
All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Parikshit, but we'll go back to him. Remember that joint press conference should be taking place any time from now. Let me quickly bring in Professor Peter Kuznick and Glenn, who continue to stay with us. Professor Kuznick, I think is this also a pressure tactic when you see Donald Trump in a very transactional sort of body language that he displayed in the first half of that meet? And how can India find greater room for negotiation now? Is this also an opportunity for India to forge closer defense ties?
Well, you have to remember that Donald Trump does not believe in a win-win negotiation. He's got more of a zero-sum game mentality. We win and you lose. And so that does not leave a lot of room. Now, he is transactional. He doesn't have fixed beliefs, really. He's not an ideologue, but he wants a win. And he looks at India and the tariffs that India charges, which he says correctly are among the highest in the world and the highest among the major economic powers. And he's going to match India dollar for dollar in these tariffs. That is going to be very, very hurtful. And the fact that he announced this on the eve of his meeting with Modi, I think is very insulting. So I don't see this as a good start, the way that some of my Indian colleagues do. Now, he and Modi do have a warm personal relation, but as they say in The Godfather, this is not personal, this is about business. And so I think it's gotten off in that regard to a bad start. And Modi can make concessions, India can make concessions to appease Trump to a limited extent, but I'm afraid that this is going to hurt trade, hurt relations, hurt India, and it's not really in the America's interest to be doing this. The United States very much wants India as a partner in terms of geopolitics, especially to the extent that the U.S. is concerned about containing China. But this kind of treatment, I don't think is going to work, and I think is going to be seen as insulting by many proud Indians.
Absolutely. Glenn, how do you weigh in on the point that's being made by Professor Kuznick? The fact that India and, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one of the early leaders to be visiting the US President, that too at his own invitation. Is that not an indication of the kind of strong strategic partnership that we already share? But yes, that threat of tariffs, something that is already been now placed or given the form of an executive order. How will India be able to navigate that? Do you think that we can latch on to that key pillar of this bilateral relationship, which is our defense cooperation, to sort of navigate the situation better?
Well, decades ago, there was a comedy record about then President Kennedy, and it had a little skit quoting then Premier Khrushchev from the Soviet Union. And Kennedy was having Khrushchev for lunch, and he ordered a Western sandwich, which is a kind of sandwich in the United States. And Khrushchev said, well, I'll have the eastern portion of the Western sandwich at the least. And he would just take what he could get. Donald Trump is the same, really. He doesn't have an ideology. He doesn't care about India. He doesn't care about anything except for looking good. And so if he can get a better trade tariff regime or a series of agreements with India, then he will be happy. If he can sell more defense equipment, he'll be happy. If India will coordinate more strategically on security issues with regard to China specifically, he'll be happy. Otherwise, he will become abrasive and aggressive. The reason that the meeting occurred very early between Modi and Trump is that India is an important country. He's not meeting with Liechtenstein or Bolivia because they don't have 1.4 billion people and a dramatically growing market and strategic importance. And that's it. He will. I completely subscribe to the comment by the gentleman before that he views the world and every interaction from a zero-sum perspective.
But Glenn, I want to follow up that with the fact that, you know, you're looking at a person who has a method to his madness, somebody who's shown complete disregard for multi-alignment, whether it is the WTO that he's recently threatened to exit, or sanctioning of the ICJ, exiting the UNHRC, or even the UNRWA. What does one do, or where does one go to address trade issues? The key question right now is that who or which body does address these trade issues or trade wars? Like China, in fact, had gone and issued a complaint with the WTO. But what is one to do when you have a president who has complete disregard for a body like the WTO?
That's a very good question. I mean, he is dismantling because he does not understand and does not care about and is hostile to the extent that he does understand any multilateral agreement or forum. It's a particular of interest to me since I was a trade negotiator in one of my earlier incarnations, and certainly understand, as anyone who has taken one semester of economics at university will, the benefits of multilateral trade agreements and low tariffs. But all of that is irrelevant to Trump because he doesn't actually understand it. And to the extent that he does, he is hostile to it. He is a nationalist and an isolationist and a unilateralist. And where one goes is to the extent that the multilateral fora, agreements, and institutions continue to have influence and relevance, one goes there. And then one tries to have multilateral agreements with whoever is willing and able to do so. And then if none of that obtains or is possible, then one has to cut a bilateral deal. We're reverting to or Trump would like us to revert to a world prior to, well, certainly prior to 1941, and I'd argue prior to 1933.
I want to ask you another question. In fact, I want to quickly take that from Professor. Professor, if Donald Trump is continuing to make threats to Greenland, Panama, and now Canada, which he again today reiterated while signing that executive order that Canada is extremely vulnerable to foreign forces, which is what makes, a perfect situation for Canada to become the 51st state, and referred to the Prime Minister again as Governor Trudeau. I want to ask you then, where does this leave China? Is China not well within its rights to take over Taiwan and perhaps even Russia and Ukraine?
Well, whether China's within its rights to take over Taiwan, I don't think is really the issue. The issue is what are the consequences going to be, And what is China willing to risk at this point? I think China would like to absorb Taiwan, of course, but it wants to do it, or reabsorb Taiwan, but it wants to do it peacefully if it possibly can. Now, you mentioned Trump's
Why
position.
I say so, Professor, because one of the oldest democracies, that is the United States, when it makes a comment like this, it's challenging the existing global order. Where does this leave the rest of the world? And till the Biden administration, in fact, it was under the previous Trump presidency itself, he was questioning China's rights over Taiwan. Is he now even in a position to do so? Well, he's clearly made it clear, amply clear during his campaigning time that he'll not be doing that. Is there a certain method to his madness this time around when he's saying that he'll not be interfering in the China-Taiwan issue?
Well, he has said in the past that Taiwan should be paying the United States protection money. That's the way Trump sees the world. He sees that in terms of Europe now. He sees it in terms of Ukraine. He wants $500 billion worth of Ukrainian rare earth elements in exchange for supporting Ukraine after the settlement. So this is just the way Trump looks at the world. He doesn't even have the strategic understanding of geopolitics and the way one forms alliances, the way one has partners, and that everything is not about who profits economically. Americans have understood, certainly since the World War II, that having these kinds of alliances is in America's interest. And you look at how wealthy the United States has become, and it's partly because the United States has been willing to build up these kinds of global alliances. But Trump is happy to wreck them if it'll bring some short-term financial gain in his limited understanding of economics. And he sees it all as a Queens real estate developer, not as a statesman, not as a diplomat, and certainly not from the perspective of what the planet needs at this point. When he talks about America first, Lavrov, Russian Lavrov said the other day that Trump's talking about America first reminds him, or is equal to, Deutschland über alles by Hitler. And so, the Russians understand that. The Chinese understand him. I hope that Modi does not grovel before Trump. I hope that he doesn't propitiate him. I hope he plays him the way other leaders have played him, knowing how fragile his ego is, knowing he's a pathological narcissist, and trying to play him by flattering him rather than by giving in to him. But what Trump risks at this point is what Biden did with Russia. Biden's policies, in many ways, forced Russia and China to become closer together. If Trump has a hostile policy toward India, India and China have already taken steps toward rapprochement, towards solving some of the differences between them. India and China are both in the BRICS, and Trump has denounced the BRICS, talking about 100% tariffs against the BRICS nations. I mean, India is part of the Global South. The Global South has not gone along with U.S. policy recently, and so India has other options. India gets 60% of its weapons from Russia. India has close relations with Russia. When the NATO was meeting here in Washington, D.C., Modi went to Moscow to meet with Putin. So he's got a lot of leverage, and India is not only an important country, India is the world's biggest country.
I think, Professor, you've made a very key point by naming Russia and India's time-tested relationship with Russia. That's why I want to bring in Ajay Baturia on that note. Mr. Baturia, do you think India, which has maintained its strategic autonomy so far, will be able to do so or just stand like a spectator on the sidelines and see Donald Trump's presidency continue to challenge global order? Because remember, in 2022, we did manage to defy the American orders to not purchase Russian oil. We continue to do so, and in fact our purchase has gone up ever since. So I want to ask you, do you think Prime Minister Modi will be able to do that?
I think Prime Minister Modi has already been doing that. As you said, in 2020, since 2022, he has been maintaining a strong relationship with Russia, which for many reasons, for India's defense and for many reasons that is important to India. He has been maintaining relationship with Iran and other countries where U.S. relationships are, against it. At the same time, he has been, developing a meaningful relationship. In last 2 years, U.S.-India relationship had gone up and down. Issues arising out of Bangladesh, issues arising out of Canada, and various other issues which has been there. But this Trump administration is different, that they do not respect human rights, or they do not talk about human rights violation, etc., like other previous administration has done it. So this is purely transactional. Trump wants X, Y, Z in terms of tariffs, in terms of business, in terms of, whatever revenue or defense contracts. And at the same time, then India has also opportunities to strengthen its position by asking X1, Y1, and Z1. And that's the negotiation they have. And at the same time, US is also looking at changing its stance on Russia from the last few statements coming out last week and this week, and they see China as a bigger threat than Russia, and India is already aligned.
But let's also talk about the threats that India can see right now. In fact, the Khalistani threat is one that has been of concern, especially coming in from the West, not just Canada, but even the United States. In the morning of, according to Indian Standard Time, we've seen how the newly appointed Director of National Intelligence from the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, in fact, had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister where there was focus on counter-terrorism. Do you think US will now become a strategic partner even when it comes to counter the Khalistani threat, especially one that's coming in from Canada? We had seen a very different stance during the Biden administration. Do you see a discernible shift in that front?
I absolutely expect that there's going to be a big shift in that front, because under last administration, Gurwant Singh Pannu and all the Khalistani agents had become very vocal about blowing up an Air India plane or so many other threats, and they tried to burn down the San Francisco consulate and so many things, and no action was taken. We in fact went to the Justice Department asking to take action against them, and now so I see a shift with Tulsi Gabbard coming in, and also US-Canada relationship being weakened. So all these changes and dynamics, the interesting things I will tell you, every Prime Minister visit in last many years, this Gurwant Singh Pannu and all these Khalistani leaders were vocal and they were protesting in Washington D.C. This time we see nothing. I mean, that itself sends a signal that, there will be a shift in this policy, and this whole and terrorism carried out from the US soil will have a change,
I want to bring in Glenn Carl on that note. Glenn Carl, counter-terrorism will also be on the agenda. Even cyber terrorism will be addressed, as is being promised by Tulsi Gabbard and the new Trump administration. How do you see that key promise go forward under Trump presidency 2.0? Because remember, as far as Prime Minister's own concerns with regards to counter-terrorism is concerned, that really could not be a point which was seen as a point of commonality between the previous Biden administration and Prime Minister Modi.
Well, I don't actually agree with that characterization of the Biden administration, but we'll put that point aside for the moment. Pledging to work together on terrorism is an easy statement for most states to make. In this instance, in particular, it is for India and the United States, given the added fact that the Trump administration is now in place. Because fundamentally, the Trump administration is hostile to Islam. Everyone opposes terrorism, and he doesn't care about human rights. So therefore, he doesn't care about an Indian American Canadian Indian from advocating for Khalistan, if you talk to him about Sikhs, he will have absolutely no idea or interest whatsoever. So he may certainly be willing to sacrifice Sikh American or Sikh Canadian rights to placate or to please India if India does something in return. And there has been for decades, I worked on this for decades directly, cooperation among most states on counterterrorism issues with regard to jihadists. So it's easy to say, yes, we will coordinate and probably have something on that. And the Khalistan movement and the Sikhs in Canada and the US are probably going to have a tougher time.
All right. Peter Kuznick, if I could bring you in on that note as well, the issue of counterterrorism, and we've seen both the heads of state, in fact, Donald Trump during his previous presidency and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, both share common views when it comes to, yes, Islamic terrorism. Both have been extremely nationalist. The latest pick as far as the US Director for National Intelligence is concerned shares similar ideologies as well. Would that sort of bring greater unity to India in its efforts to counter terrorism?
I think it would. Clearly, Trump has expressed his disdain for Islam and especially for Islamic terrorism. It was one of his main foci in his first administration. And if you look at the people he has around him, Tulsi Gabbard and others have expressed this directly. So that would play into Modi's hand and the kind of Hindu nationalism and concern about terrorism that Modi has expressed in the past. So I think that that's an area in which they'll find common ground, and we'll have to see how much of a priority that is for Trump. He's got other priorities, and what's come out of these meetings today and Trump's statements today are much more, from what I've seen, about trade and tariffs, and that seems to be what he's obsessed about at this point. That and imposing what I see as a fascist regime on the United States domestically, which is, to me, terrifying what he's doing here as he's tearing up the Constitution and creating a constitutional crisis here at home in the United States. So he's got a scorched earth policy at home, and he's got an uneven, in some ways, reckless policy abroad, as you mentioned before, threatening Panama, threatening Greenland, threatening Canada, Mexico, Colombia. You know, as Henry Kissinger once said, it may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend can be fatal. And so far, he's gone after America's friends, which he did the first administration also. So, you know, we've got somebody who's not playing by the normal rules, who's not wired the way most people are wired, who at best is transactional, but at worst is a very dangerous bully and wants to get his way any way he can. And he's going to use what weapons he has.
Ajay, I want to ask you, when it comes to the issue of immigration, if India does choose to offer its cooperation, which so far it has, the Indian External Affairs Ministry also has maintained that they will cooperate when it comes to the issue of illegal immigrants being deported. Will that sort of give any kind of leeway to the issue of those legal migrants, or in fact the H-1B visa holders, and perhaps give a greater push to the IT workforce looking towards the United States?
I mean, I worked in the Biden administration as the White House commissioner, and I wrote around several proposals for reducing the green card backlog and getting H-1B visa stamping in US that started based on my recommendation and many other things. And President Biden was really, working to resolve these issues and with USCIS and DHS for the legal immigration. The issue which is now we are seeing that with the illegal immigration, that's not just for India. I think he's sending a deporting plane of people to Ecuador, to Venezuela, to Mexico, to many countries, and equally India. Now, it has been seen in the media that there's a huge disappointment seeing people handcuffed and for 30 hours of travel plan landing in India, and that's against the human rights. But as the speakers before me said that he doesn't care about the human rights. So he's trying to send a strong message that don't come illegally to US and you're not welcome here illegally. Now, but at the same time, our community is disappointed that he's not going to ease anything around legal immigration. We saw around the Christmas time frame on Twitter when Elon Musk was advocating and supporting for more H-1 visas and easing the visa backlog and the green card and immigration process. And Vivek Ramaswamy was X'd out during that conversation. And then the MAGA supporters were so much against H-1B and they were trashing Indian Americans in such a bad ways that I feel that Stephen Miller is very strong against H-1B, and he in his first term administration he was able to make H-4 employment authorization cards and so many issues tough. And yesterday they silently made a rule change where that if you have earlier it was that if you have a visa expired 48 months, you can go to an embassy to use a drop box. They changed it to only 12 months. That was silently done. Now anybody who is living in US has a H-1B visa stamping expired, it only can go for a drop box appointment for 12 months, which are difficult to get. So they are doing it silently. I expect that the H-1B visa and immigration green card process legal will also become difficult.
Peter Kuznick, if I could now look at the other side of the geopolitical picture, which may perhaps be impacted through this bilateral meet. There was one prime concern, which was with regards to Iran and India's deal as far as Chabahar port is concerned. Last year itself, India signed up to operate the port for 10 years. In fact, in the Presidential National Security Memorandum, which was signed by the president this year in January itself, he talks about how he intends to sanction all those entities, including Iran, operating Chabahar port, something that India had managed to navigate or rather escape last time around because of its engagement at Chabahar port and because of the good offices between Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump. Do you think this time around India's engagement with Chabahar port may in fact earn the ire of the United States?
Well, you mentioned Iran, and that's one of the issues that is very frightening right now. The Washington Post reported that Israel is planning to bomb Iran in the very near future with the support of the United States. And so when I hear you talk about Iran, it brings up more of the potential for Trump to do real damage in the world. Trump has been 100% behind Netanyahu. Biden finally stopped giving Israel the 2,000-pound bombs, and Trump immediately began giving them 2,000-pound bombs again, and effectively giving Netanyahu carte blanche to go after not only the Palestinians, and his plan for ethnic cleansing in Gaza has been condemned universally as something that's totally beyond the pale. But this latest threat in terms of Iran takes it a huge step further, and with the possibility of this somehow leading to a much broader war in the region.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, we are getting in some latest visuals of that Oval Office meeting that has taken place between the US President and the Indian delegation, where I can see India's ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Vinay Quatra, is exchanging a firm handshake. In fact, the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Misri, is also very much there. Vikram Misri, accompanied by the Indian Prime Minister. That that meeting taking place between US President as he's introduced to the Indian delegation by Prime Minister Modi, in fact, over there at the Oval Office in White House. Let's quickly go back to Professor. Professor, I'll let you make your point before I quickly go back to Glenn, in fact.
I wasn't entirely able to hear your question, so I heard you talk about Iran, so I went off on that aspect of it.
Yes.
But what I'm seeing is an inconsistency, even in Trump's inaugural address. What he said there is he wants to be a peacemaker, and then he went from there to talking about taking Panama, and he said repeatedly that he's open to using force. But what he does with that is he cloaks it in all of these lies, where he says that China controls the Panama Canal, which it doesn't. And he says that the United States lost 38,000 people building that canal, which it didn't. You know, he makes these things up, and he does it in a way. The same thing with Greenland. I mean, the United States does have interests in Greenland, but to use force against Greenland, which he has threatened to do, according to NATO's Article 5...
All right, Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, accompanied by the US President over there from the Oval Office, all set to make their address. Let's listen in.
I'm thrilled to welcome the Prime Minister of India, my friend, Narendra Modi, back to the White House. We spent a lot of time here and a lot of time in India, and he's a very special man. Prime Minister, it is a pleasure to extend to you the same hospitality that you showed Melania and myself when we traveled to your beautiful country 5 years ago. It's hard to believe, so long ago, and it seemed like yesterday. It was beautiful. We opened the cricket stadium, 129,000 seats, I think the largest stadium in the world, and it was an incredible period of time. There is truly a special bond between the United States and India, the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. And I believe the world's largest country in terms of the numbers of people. And today the Prime Minister and I are announcing a framework to strengthen those ties even further economically. And the U.S.-India Compact for the 21st century is a historic initiative that will deepen every aspect of our partnership and our friendship. Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters. In 2017, my administration revived and reinvigorated the Quad security partnership, and our meeting today, the Prime Minister and I reaffirmed that strong cooperation among the United States, India, Australia, and Japan, and it's crucial really to maintaining peace and prosperity, tranquility, even in the Indo-Pacific. In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice. As we deepen our defense partnership, will also strengthen our economic ties and bring greater fairness and reciprocity to our trading relationship. As a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly, and really it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion, and Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll be begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that. In the U.S.-India trading relationship with the goal of signing an agreement, and we want, we want a certain level playing field, which we really think we're entitled to, and he does also, in fairness. We're going to work on that very hard, and we can make up the difference very easily with the deficit, with the sale of oil and gas, LNG, of which we have more than anybody in the world. The Prime Minister and I also reached an important agreement on energy that will restore the United States as a leading supplier of oil and gas to India. It will be hopefully their #1 supplier, and the groundbreaking development for U.S. nuclear industry. India is also reforming its laws to welcome U.S. nuclear technology, which is at the highest level, into the Indian market. This will bring safe, clean, and affordable electricity to millions of Indians and tens of billions of dollars to the U.S. civilian nuclear industry in India. And under the framework we are announcing today, the United States and India are also joining forces to ensure that artificial intelligence and other advanced technologies are developed by two of the most advanced nations, intellectually and otherwise technologically. Anywhere in the world, there's nobody very much closer. We have an incredible relationship there, and this is where it seems to be heading. And artificial intelligence, a very complex subject, but it seems to be where people want to be and they want to go, and we're leading right now by a lot, but other people will try to catch us. I don't know if they're going to be able to. We're going to make it available. We're going to make tremendous amounts of electricity available. We're going to let the people that are buying the electricity make their own electric plants, electric generation plants. And we've never done this in our country, but we're going to get it done very quickly. Lee Zeldin and his group are going to get the approvals in very rapid form. And we're calling it a national emergency, and that's exactly what it is. So we're going to remain at the top of the AI, or artificial intelligence, I think, for a long time to come, and we're going to be working very closely with India and other countries on that. But right now we're the leader by quite a bit. Finally, we agreed to work together to help build one of the greatest trade routes in all of history. It will run from India to Israel to Italy and onward to the United States, connecting our partners by ports, railways, and undersea cables, many undersea cables. It's a big development. It's a lot of money going to be spent, and we've already spent some, but we're going to be spending a lot more in order to stay advanced and stay the leader. I'm pleased to report that with today's announcements, the friendship between the United States and India is the strongest I believe it's ever been. I think our relationship is the best it's ever been between two leaders of the two countries, and it's an honor to say that. I'd like to now invite the Prime Minister to say a few words, and then we'll take some questions, and we appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express
मेरे शानदार
my
स्वागत
heartfelt
और
gratitude
आतिथ्य सत्कार के
to
लिए
my dear friend President
हार्दिक
Trump
आभार व्यक्त करता
for
हूं.
the grand welcome and hospitality
राष्ट्रपति
accorded to
ट्रंप
me.
ने
President Trump's
भारत और अमेरिका
leadership
संबंधों को
has been
अपने नेतृत्व
instrumental in
संजोया
nurturing
है,
India-US ties
जीवंत बनाया
and
है.
making them vibrant.
जिस उत्साह से
I could
उनकी
feel
पहली
today
टर्म में
the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term.
आज की चर्चाओं में
Our discussions today
उनके पहले टर्म में
highlighted
हमारी उपलब्धियों का
our
संतोष
pride in our accomplishments during his first
गहरे
term,
आपसी
the
विश्वास
deep
का
mutual trust
सेतु था।
that we share,
साथ ही
and
नए लक्ष्यों को
also
प्राप्त
the
करने का
resolve to attain
संकल्प भी
new
था।
goals.
हम मानते हैं, मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस में अमेरिका की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। स्ट्रैटेजिक और ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के नाते हम ज्वाइंट डेवलपमेंट, ज्वाइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी और इक्विपमेंट हमारी क्षमता बढ़ाएंगे। हमने ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स इंडस्ट्री अलायंस लॉन्च करने का निर्णय लिया है। अगले दशक के लिए डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन फ्रेमवर्क बनाया जाएगा। डिफेंस इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी, लॉजिस्टिक्स, रिपेयर और मेंटेनेंस भी इसके मुख्य भाग होंगे। फ्रेंड्स, 21वीं सदी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सेंचुरी है। लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाले देशों के बीच टेक्नोलॉजी क्षेत्र में करीबी सहयोग पूरी मानवता को नई दिशा, शक्ति और अवसर दे सकता है। भारत और अमेरिका आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, क्वांटम, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी तथा टेक्नोलॉजीज में मिलकर काम करेंगे। आज हमने ट्रस्ट यानी ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग रिलेशनशिप यूटिलाइजिंग स्ट्रेटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी, उस पर सहमति बनाई है। इसके अंतर्गत क्रिटिकल मिनरल, एडवांस मटेरियल और फार्मास्यूटिकल की मजबूत सप्लाई चेन्स बनाने पर बल दिया जाएगा। लिथियम और रेयर अर्थ जैसे स्ट्रेटेजिक मिनरल के लिए रिकवरी और प्रोसेसिंग इनिशिएटिव्स लॉन्च करने का भी निर्णय लिया है। स्पेस के क्षेत्र में अमेरिका से हमारा करीबी सहयोग रहा है। इसरो और नासा के आपसी सहयोग से बनाई निसार सैटेलाइट शीघ्र ही भारतीय लॉन्च व्हीकल पर अंतरिक्ष की उड़ान भरेगी। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी लोकतंत्र और लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों तथा व्यवस्थाओं को सशक्त बनाती है। इंडो पैसिफिक में शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि को बढ़ाने के लिए हम मिलकर काम करेंगे। इसमें क्वाड की विशेष भूमिका होगी। इस वक्त भारत में होने जा रही क्वाड समिट में हम पार्टनर देशों के साथ नए क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाएंगे। आईमेक और I2U2 के तहत हम इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर और कनेक्टिविटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर मिलकर काम करेंगे। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें उचित कार्यवाही करेंगी। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका में रहने वाला भारतीय समुदाय हमारे संबंधों की महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी है। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज को और गहरा करने के लिए हम शीघ्र ही लॉस एंजलिस और बोस्टन में भारत के नए कॉन्सुलेट खोलेंगे। हमने अमेरिका की यूनिवर्सिटीज और शिक्षा संस्थानों को भारत में ऑफशोर कैंपस खोलने के लिए निमंत्रण दिया है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप, आपकी मित्रता और भारत के लिए दृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भारत के लोग तो 2020 की आपकी यात्रा को आज भी याद करते हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप एक बार फिर उनके पास आएंगे। 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से मैं आपको भारत आने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Okay, thank you very much. That was excellent. We'll do a few questions, please. Please, go ahead. Please, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, blue shirt.
Thank you, Mr. President. People in India will naturally welcome your decision to extradite Thakur Rana to India back home. In that context, I would like to ask you a question about, in last few years, we have seen several groups in the US raising anti-India voice, calling about separation, terrorism activities in India. Do you think that should continue here in the US as well?
You're going to have to go louder.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Thakur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying. It's not it's the accent. It's a little bit tough for me to hear that.
Can I try again?
How about you, please? Go ahead back there.
Mr. President, thank you. First, I want to ask
Thank you very much.
a question. You and the President, you both spoke about combating ISIS. You both sounded very excited about this partnership upcoming. And I was curious, how much more confident are you with President Trump leading this country that there will be peace through strength and you will have a successful partnership with the United States versus with Biden's incompetence and weakness over the last 4 years?
That's your question, but I'll answer it. I agree with you. Yeah, gross incompetence. We're going to have a fantastic relationship, and it has been. Look, the whole world's been set back over the last 4 years by the weakness of the United States, the weak leadership of the United States. But I think we've taken care of it in just 3 weeks. It seems to me that even some of the media that we wouldn't prefer has been writing that this is a much different country right now, that the world has a light over it, not only our country, but the whole world. The Prime Minister told me that before, too, even over India. The world has a light. They need the United States to be strong and powerful, but good. And I think that's happened, and I think it's happened in a very short period of time. But I will tell you, we're going to have a fantastic relationship, and it'll make both countries much stronger. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, Geeta Mohan from India Today, sir. I'll just take my colleague Lalit Jha's question forward because you can understand.
Okay, fine.
The question is about the fact that you've decided to extradite Thakur Rana. Thank you so much. India has been waiting to have him back in India to bring him to justice. But there are many other elements in the United States of America, particularly Khalistani separatists who've been working against Indian interests. How is the United States of America going to cooperate on that front with India? There have been allegations that have been leveled against Indian agencies by the Biden administration. Are you going to relook that with Tulsi Gabbard as DNI now?
Well, I don't think India had a very good relationship with the Biden administration. They wouldn't sell them oil and gas, which is rather hard to believe because, it's a good thing to do. And a lot of things happened that weren't very appropriate, I thought, between India and the administration, the Biden administration. But as you said, we're giving a very violent man, it seems to me. I mean, I don't know that he's been convicted yet or will be, but let's assume he's a pretty violent person. We're giving him back to India immediately. And there are more to follow because we have quite a few requests. So we work with India on crime. And we want to make it good for India, and it's very important. So that kind of a relationship is very important to us. Okay? Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've repeatedly called India a big abuser of trade and said it is really difficult to do business in India because of tariffs. You announced reciprocal tariffs today. I am hoping you can speak about what kind of reciprocal tariffs India can expect. Are you willing to make any concessions? And how can India head off these tariffs? I also have one for the Prime Minister.
Well, India's been, to us, just about the highest tariffed nation anywhere in the world. They've been very strong on tariffs, and I don't blame them necessarily, but it's a different way of doing business. It's very hard to sell into India because they have trade barriers, very strong tariffs. We are right now a reciprocal nation. We are going to, if it's India or if it's somebody else with low tariffs, we're going to have the same. We're going to have whatever India charges, we're charging them. Whatever another country charges, we're charging them. So It's called reciprocal, which I think is a very fair way. We didn't have that. I was going to do that in my other term, and we had the greatest economy ever in the world. There's never been an economy like we had, and then we got hit with COVID. We had to focus on that, and I wasn't really in the mood to be putting it on Italy and Spain and France and India, frankly, and a lot of other countries, because the world was very troubled until we got rid of that nightmare. But we had the strongest economy anywhere in the world during that fairly long period of time during my first term, as you know, and we didn't do the tariffs. We would have done the reciprocal tariffs, but we decided, and I decided, I think on a human basis, on a humane basis, not to do them because of the fact that there was such suffering all over the world. The last thing we needed to talk about is trade problems. But now we do. We see a tremendous future for our country, but we felt that now it's finally time, after 45 or 50 years of abuse, that we will do, and this isn't India, this is among a lot of nations. The European Union is very difficult for us, very, very difficult. They tax our companies at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They take advantage of a lot of things, so we're not happy about that. China, of course, is terrible, and we've never taken in 10 cents until I was president. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China since I've been president, in first term and now. And we have to do that just as a mechanism of fairness, and that's what I've done. And so we are being reciprocal with India. Whatever India charges, we charge them. So frankly, it no longer matters to us that much what they charge, because whatever they charge, I had discussions with India in the first term about the fact that their tariffs were very high, and I was unable to get a concession. So we're just going to do it the easy way, and we're just going to say whatever you charge, we charge. And I think that's fair for the people of the United States, and I think it's actually fair for India. Okay?
Are you willing to make any concessions, sir? Any concessions?
Go ahead, please. Ask to the
A
Prime
question
Minister,
for the
please.
Prime Minister, please.
Ask to the Prime Minister, please.
Yes. Sorry. Yoshita Singh with Press Trust of India. Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister, the U.S. is giving a lot of push to curb illegal immigration, and India has been cooperating on this issue. How does India see this issue in the larger context? Thank you.
सवाल सिर्फ भारत का नहीं है, वैश्विक रूप से हम इस मत के हैं कि गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो लोग दूसरे देशों में होते हैं, उनको वहां रहने का कोई कानूनी अधिकार तो है नहीं। जहां तक भारत और अमेरिका का सवाल है, हमने हमेशा कहा है कि जो वेरीफाइड होगा, कि जो सच्चे अर्थ में भारत का ही नागरिक होगा, वो अगर अमेरिका में गैर कानूनी तरीके से रहता है तो उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है। लेकिन बात हमारे लिए वहां से रुकती नहीं है। ये सामान्य परिवारों के बच्चे होते हैं, उनको बड़े बड़े सपने दिखाए जाते हैं, और उनको ज्यादातर ऐसे होते हैं उनको गुमराह करके लाया जाता है, और इसलिए ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए। और अमेरिका और भारत मिल करके हमारी कोशिश है, और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए, ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो और गरीब लोगों को जो अपनी धन दौलत बेच करके ऐसे बड़े बड़े सपने दिखा करके उनको अंधेरे में रख करके ले जाया जाए, उनके साथ भी अन्याय है। और इसलिए हमारी बड़ी लड़ाई उस पूरे इकोसिस्टम के खिलाफ है, और मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप भी इस इकोसिस्टम को खत्म करने में भारत का पूरा सहयोग करेंगे।
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for the Prime Minister Modi first, if I may. I wanted to ask you, did you discuss any possible business deals with Elon Musk during your meetings today, Mr. Prime Minister? And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you, today you spoke about hoping to have three-way talks with President Xi and President Putin. What would you say to European leaders and other allies who may be concerned that you're apparently more keen to speak to America's adversaries than to its allies? Thank you.
Well, maybe I'll just go in first on this one. We had some talks, and we told the European Union, we told the NATO people, largely they overlap, you have to pay more money because it's unfair what we're doing. We're doing a tremendous amount more. We're probably $200 billion more going into Ukraine, using for Ukraine to fight. And Europe has not really carried its weight in terms of the money. It's not equitable. And we want to see a counterbalance. We want to have them put up more money. They have to do that. At the same time, we had a very good conversation with President Putin yesterday, and we also had a very good conversation. I did in both cases with President Zelensky, and I think we're going to be able to do something. I think we're going to be able to make a deal, and I hope so, because it's a horrible war. It's a very terrible, bloody war with 1.5 million soldiers at least already dead on the battlefield, lying all over the fields like nobody's ever seen anything like it, certainly since the Second World War. And so I think we're going to be able to do something. We're working with President Zelensky and with President Putin, and my impression is that I know that President Zelensky wants to make a deal, and I also feel that I know that President Putin wants to make a deal. I wanted to know that before I began any detailed discussions, but the meeting and the conversation, also the meeting with Steve Witkoff in Moscow, was a very successful one. And my phone call with him was a very successful one. Please.
ऐसा है कि आपने एलोन मस्क के लिए पूछा है। देखिए, मेरा उनका बहुत पुराना परिचय रहा है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री भी नहीं था जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, तब से मेरा उनका परिचय है। और आज वो एक पूरे परिवार के साथ, बच्चों के साथ मिलने के लिए आए थे, और स्वाभाविक है कि एक पारिवारिक वातावरण में उनके साथ मेरी गपगोष्ठी हुई है। जहां तक डील का सवाल है, आपने जो प्रश्न पूछा है, मैं समझता हूं पूरी दुनिया में डील शब्द का कॉपीराइट एक ही व्यक्ति का है, और उस व्यक्ति का नाम है ट्रंप।
That was very nice. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask whether you discussed at all today the case of Gautam Adani, who's one of the wealthiest men in Asia and perceived as an ally of Prime Minister Modi? Prime Minister Modi, have you asked the President to take action on that case? Thank you.
पहली बात है, भारत एक लोकतांत्रिक देश है और हमारे संस्कार, हमारी संस्कृति वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की है। हम पूरे विश्व को अपना एक परिवार मानते हैं। हर भारतीय को मैं अपना मानता हूं। दूसरी बात है, ऐसे व्यक्तिगत मामलों के लिए दो देश के मुखिया न मिलते हैं, न बैठते हैं, न बात करते हैं।
Go ahead, please. Yeah, please. Sir, go ahead, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I have a question for you as well. But, Mr. President, you have suggested, with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war, you've suggested several things that Ukraine should give up. The idea of NATO membership, territory that was seized back in 2014 by Russia. What should Russia give up?
Russia has gotten themselves into something that I think they wish they didn't. If I were president, it would not have happened. Absolutely would not have happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. If you look at what has taken place under President Bush, they lost a lot. Under President Obama, they lost Crimea. Under Biden, it looks like they could lose the whole thing. Under Trump, they lost nothing. Ukraine lost nothing. They didn't give up anything. And you take a look at the other three presidents surrounding me, they gave up a lot. I think that when you look at Ukraine and when you look at the mess that they're in, it's got to be ended and it's got to be stopped. Now, Russia's taken over a pretty big chunk of territory, and they also have said from day one, long before President Putin, they've said they cannot have Ukraine be in NATO. They said that very strongly. I actually think that that was the thing that caused the start of the war, and Biden said it, and Zelensky said it, and I think that was one of the reasons, one of the starts of the war. But from long before Putin, they said you cannot have Ukraine going in any way into NATO. And I start from that standpoint. I think everybody knew that. Now, if a better deal can be negotiated, if they are able to make a deal where they can do that, that's fine with me. I really don't care. I want that bloodshed to stop. I don't want to see, we have an ocean between us and the site we're talking about, the site of death. We're calling it the fields of death. We have a big ocean in between us. This is more important for Europe. We shouldn't be in. They have to equalize, and they're going to have to do it fast, but they have to equalize. But as far as the negotiation, it's too early to say what's going to happen. Maybe Russia will give up a lot. Maybe they won't. And it's all dependent on what is going to happen. The negotiation really hasn't started. But I will say, as far as NATO is concerned, from many years before President Putin, I will tell you that I've heard that Russia would never accept that. And I think Ukraine knew that, because Ukraine wasn't in and never requested to be in until more recently. So that's the way it is, and I think that's the way it's going to have to be. Go ahead, please. All right, go ahead, please, with the tie. With the tie, yeah.
Mr. President,
yes, go ahead, please.
This is Saurabh Shukla from News Mobile. Mr. President, you spoke about Prime Minister Modi as a tough negotiator. Who was a tougher negotiator today, and who has a better negotiating tactic when it comes to tariffs?
Oh, he's a much tougher negotiator than me, and he's a much better negotiator than me. There's not even a contest. Okay? Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Reena Bhardwaj from ANI. How do you see this relationship between India and the United States to counter China? And what is your vision when it comes to India, brokering peace in the Ukraine and Russia conflict?
Well, I think we're going to have a very good relationship with China. I got along with President Xi very well until COVID. That was a bridge too far. But until then, I got along with President Xi very, very well. We were very close as leaders go. I don't want to be naive, but as leaders go, I think we were very close. And I think that China is a very important player in the world. I think they can help us get this war over with Ukraine and Russia. And I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time. And it's quite violent. It's quite violent. But I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along. It's very important. The power of weaponry today is, and not only nuclear, but nuclear in particular, the power of weaponry is very important. I said before that I had very constructive talks in my first term with President Putin about the denuclearization of the two countries, and then we were going to go to China after we worked some kind of a deal. And we, at the confines of a deal, he really wanted to do it, so did I, denuclearize. And it's such a beautiful term when you think about it. In other words, to bring it down, because the power of those weapons is too great. And I did speak to President Xi about that, and I was getting also a very good response. He's building a very strong nuclear power. He's not very close to Russia or the United States right now, but he will be soon. I mean, he'll catch up over the period of 4 or 5 years, they say. But it would be a great thing if we could, on a military basis. We're going to spend this year let's say $915 billion on military. Russia, without the war, was spending close to 100, but with the war, I can't tell you what they're spending, but they're spending a lot. And China is spending $400 and $450 billion. We're over $900 billion. And I said, you know, it doesn't really make sense, does it? We're spending the money against each other, and we could spend that money for better purpose if we got along. And I'll tell you, I think that something like that will happen. First, when I left, as you know, 4 years ago, we didn't have Israel and the Middle East. We didn't have October 7th, a disaster, the disaster. Nothing was happening. Iran was not going to do anything because Iran did not have much money at that point. They were broke. They were totally broke. They didn't have money for Hamas or for Hezbollah. And you didn't have Russia with Ukraine, and that would never have happened. But now I come back and I have, the whole world is on fire, so I have to put out the fires. But after I put out the fires, I'm going to meet with China and I'm going to meet with Russia, and we're going to see if we can de-escalate it. We can bring it down military, especially as it pertains to nuclear. Please.
अगर आप माइक लेकर के कुछ बात करें तो
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप इंडिया का रोल कैसे देखते हैं? आपने बातचीत की है प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प से टू डी एस्केलेट द कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इन रशिया एंड यूक्रेन.
आप जानते हैं मैं रशिया और यूक्रेन दोनों से लगातार संपर्क में रहा हूं. मैं स्वयं भी दोनों देश की मुलाकात कर चुका हूं. बहुत से लोगों का एक भ्रम है कि भारत न्यूट्रल है. मैं साफ करना चाहता हूं, भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है. हमारा अपना एक पक्ष है और हमारा पक्ष है शांति, पीस. और मैंने इसी एक हमारे सिद्धांत को लेकर के राष्ट्रपति पुतिन की हाजिरी में मीडिया के सामने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था कि युद्ध का समय नहीं है. और आज भी मेरा कन्विक्शन है कि युद्ध के मैदान में समस्याओं के समाधान नहीं निकलते हैं, अल्टीमेटली वार्ता के टेबल पर ही होते हैं. और भारत का लगातार प्रयास रहा है कि दोनों लोग जिसमें मौजूद हो वैसे फोरम में बातचीत होगी, तब कोई रास्ता निकलेगा. राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं, मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूं, समर्थन करता हूं और मैं चाहता हूं कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप हो सके उतना जल्दी सफल हो ताकि दुनिया में शांति के रास्ते खुले.
Everybody, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I very much appreciate the Prime Minister visiting our great country, and I do really appreciate it. We have so much in common, and all we want to do is have peace, and we want to have strength, and we want to have lots of different things together. But the relationship with India and with the Prime Minister has never been better. Thank you very much.
On that note, that the relationship with India has never been better. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President, in fact, cement the, time-tested ties between Washington and New Delhi, one that have seen growth over a period of years, ever since Donald Trump's previous presidency. But a host of issues that were discussed and were up for discussion. One of the key takeaways is, and a major achievement for India, is that the 2611 accused Tahabur Rana will now be extradited over to India, will be handed over by the United States. And in fact, the US President has also assured that he will be working with India on the issue of terrorism. As far as tariffs is concerned, he did acknowledge or admit that India is the highest on tariffs, though he doesn't blame India for being so. He wants to have reciprocal tariffs. We charge them like like they charge us. But important to highlight that according to information coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs, there were discussions on tariff and trade, and that both the sides have in fact decided to open market access and address concerns arising from other territories with overcapacities that have taken advantage of consumption in countries like India and the United States. Both countries have discussed ways and means to address these issues in the overall context. In fact, as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned, when he was asked about Elon Musk, he said that he's had a very old and friendly relationship with Elon Musk, and as far as making a deal with Musk is concerned, the alleged copyright over deals is only to Donald Trump. That was in a very joking spirit that Prime Minister conveyed that message. As far as the issue of illegal migrants is concerned, Prime Minister in fact spoke about how this is an issue which needs to be dealt with as a racket which has to be destroyed, and something that India cannot manage without the assistance coming in from the United States. He said that anyone who lives illegally has no right to be in the country. India is willing to take back anybody who moved here illegally, but many of them are victims of human trafficking. America and India will try to address the issue of human trafficking together. And in fact, with those key takeaways now, let's quickly introduce our guests today. I'm joined in by Amy Mitchell, who's a former U.S. State Department official, Kyle Campbell, who's a Republican strategist, also joined in by Kriti Upadhyay, a policy analyst and strategic advisor as well. Many thanks to you, ladies, for joining in. If I could begin with you, Amy, how do you assess this meet that has taken place when you look at the body language of both the leaders? Of course, Donald Trump's posturing was seen as more transactional in the beginning, but it certainly has ended on a very optimistic note. I'd like your thoughts.
Well, thank you for having me on. I think that there is a genuine liking, and we saw this under Trump's first term, between these two men. They enjoy time together. The fact that the Prime Minister is the third official invitee to the White House says something to the nature of the U.S.-India relationship and how much the United States values it. I think coming out of this, we saw some big movement, obviously strengthening the Quad, immigration, economic ties to include strengthening our supply chains, critical minerals. So this is a really good first meeting between the two leaders to start off this term. And I'm sure that, the president paid the Prime Minister the highest compliment, calling the Prime Minister the tougher negotiator.
Absolutely. And when President says that Prime Minister Modi has been a tougher negotiator, I think I'd like to take that question from Kriti Upadhyay. Kriti, is that also a backhanded compliment to the Indian Prime Minister for what we have managed? Because I think today was being touted as the acid test to India's dialogue and diplomacy, especially our diplomatic skills when it came to that to those tariffs, and in fact the executive order being signed just minutes before both the heads of state went into that bilateral.
Absolutely. I think the way that both the leaders took this, there was an immense amount of maturity. Let's look at tariffs, right? I think both the leaders here are focused on doing what's best for their own countries. And there is a certain tariff asymmetry when we look at US and India. So, for example, if we look at aggregate tariffs that India puts on the US are around 11 point some percent, whereas when we look at the same that the US puts on India, they're about 1.5%. So obviously this is something that Trump would like to address, and it's not something that he's doing just on India. As you know, today he announced reciprocal tariffs across a host of countries, and we'll be seeing the final print and text of that shortly. But I think overall there are 2-3 good omens that I see. One is that the fact that in the last Trump administration, we got really close to finalizing a trade deal. And that gives me hope that despite this whole trade and commerce dialogue between US and India sort of being overrun by this tariff issue, there is real scope for getting some headway and maybe picking up on those threads from last administration and building on and actually going towards that ever elusive US-India trade deal. Secondly, I also think that the time is right, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for his part, has also shown the US that he's game to revise a lot of things. So if you look at the budget, it actually reduced a lot of customs, revised a lot of tariffs. So I think, despite
Kriti, there's an interesting point that you make when you talk about how India could use the threat of tariffs also as an opportunity. On that bit, I want to ask you, many are talking about how despite the trade pact that exists between the United States, Canada, and of course Mexico as well, we've seen the threat of tariffs which has sort of pushed both these countries into a corner. Can that lead to greater bilateral trade or scope for greater bilateral trade for India and the United States?
Possibly, right? I mean, already, if we look at India, US is India's largest trading partner. And if we look at the US, then India is always in those lists of, top 10 trading partners. But I think there's still scope to grow quite a lot. But I want to turn this a little bit. Rather than focusing on each other, I think the real country we should focus on is China, right? So if you look at all of the Quad nations, US, India, Japan, Australia, all four of them actually run the largest trade deficit with China. So rather than sort of, going at it with each other, I think we should come up with a sort of strategy where rather than having steel, aluminum, or tariffs that broad-based affect both of our countries, we actually look at certain areas where these tariffs affect countries that are common challenges to both of us. So just a thought there, but I do think there's immense scope for really growing US-India bilateral trade.
All right, Kyle, I want to bring you in on some statements that Donald Trump has made attacking the previous Biden administration. He said that the US-India relationship was disrupted under the previous Biden regime, and he's also alluded to both the wars and of course October 7th and how Hamas attacked Israel, and he's gone on to talk about how none of that would have happened, something time and again he's been reiterating, and that he said that the world is on fire ever since he returned and that he needs to douse that fire. When you look at all of these statements coming in and his constant comparisons to the previous presidency, do you think or do you observe a change in Donald Trump presidency 2.0, and will that now be a challenge for India to navigate from scratch?
Well, I think first off, I have seen that this has been a very positive visit by your Prime Minister to Washington, D.C. You can see the friendship, the camaraderie there. And I think the main takeaway is that this is very hopeful for mutually beneficial growth, rebalancing of trade going forward. And so I want to offer that comment first, that it is just wonderful to see the continued positive relationship between these two countries go forward. This is a very different administration we're seeing. Trump 2.0 is really vastly world's more future forward, stronger, diplomatic in a different way. Donald Trump is a very different president this time around than he was the first time around. A lot of lessons learned. And then again, in between his two terms, the Biden administration, which brought a completely different tone and style of leadership. Many Americans here believe that there was a tremendous lack of leadership across the board from the Biden administration. And so Trump came back in full force, and many people in the United States believe that it's better to have Donald Trump coming in now than it would have been had he had back-to-back consecutive terms in the White House. We've seen the other side. We've seen what happens and what's happened on the global stage with a different style of leadership or lack thereof, so to say. And so he's not wrong. The world is burning. It has been burning. And even just since November 5th, when we had our presidential election and our election season, it's been really interesting to see how other nations have then made adjustments, come to the table to negotiate, since knowing that Donald Trump was coming back. He is certainly a force to be reckoned with, a master negotiator. He is the deal maker. MAGA is even a very different movement now. So we love MEGA. We want to see MEGA happen. I think that Prime Minister Modi is absolutely correct. When we join forces, we will have mega prosperity. So I loved hearing that from him. But Donald Trump is dead set on getting these international conflicts resolved and getting trade deficits and trade partnerships rebalanced now going forward. And I also want to say, I think it's really refreshing now to see a foreign leader come in, as Prime Minister Modi has today, and work with Donald Trump alongside him on this. It's not like President Petro, who came in and fought him, and Mexico and Canada, who have fought these tariff adjustments. So really refreshing to see that from him today.
Absolutely. I'm sure, ladies, all of us will unanimously agree that there's been quite a different approach adopted over here. When you look at other countries who've been slapped with tariffs, whether it is Mexico, Canada versus India, look at how the US President has welcomed the Indian Prime Minister. In fact, he's hosting him to dinner in just a while from now. But Amy, I want to bring you in on a very crucial point, and that is of counter-terrorism. The day for the Indian Prime Minister began with that very significant meet with Tulsi Gabbard, the newly appointed US Intel chief. And it has culminated with the promise coming in from the US President himself of the extradition of the 26/11 terror accused Tahabur Rana. Not just that, he was also asked a question with regards to Khalistani terrorism, to which he, of course, very subtly conveyed that he will be, in fact, assisting India in ensuring that justice is done. So do you think that this is a dawn of a new era when it comes to fighting radical terrorism? And will India and the United States now be joining hands? Something we did also see during the previous Trump administration as well.
Thank you for that. To Kyle's earlier point, I think we're seeing a much different Donald Trump, as she noted. And part of that is Donald Trump becomes the deterrent. We talk a lot about deterrence and what will stop people from doing things, and he is the main deterrent. In terms of fighting terrorism, I think that there are 2 points to be made here. One, you've seen that the president is very big on sovereignty issues, maintaining our borders, ensuring that those who commit crimes here are sent back to their home countries, and vice versa. And I think that was, something that he wanted to demonstrate to India today by returning the November 26th plotter to India for trial and possible, repercussions. And so I think in terms of the bigger terrorism question, what we'll see is that he's going to get into these issues more personally than he did in his first term. And again, I think that will give a lot of people that want to harm, either India or the United States pause.
All right. Right. Let me quickly go across to our correspondent Sanjay Suri, who is currently live from Washington, D.C. Sanjay, when we talk about the key takeaways, the moot question right now, this hour is, has India managed to stave off the threat of tariffs, especially by giving greater access to the United States and vice versa? Sanjay, if you can hear me, the question this hour, of course, is, has India managed to stave off the threat of tariffs by granting greater market access to the United States and vice versa?
Well, the short, straight answer to that is no. Trump was very emphatic, very clear that the reciprocal tariffs will apply to countries and that they will apply to India. He was emphatic and he said it more than once. We will charge what they charge. So reciprocal tariffs are there to stay. There has been much that was said that is supportive of a joint working together between the two countries. A great deal of warmth in the room. But then Trump held firm on the question of reciprocal tariffs, and that's going to have the economic consequences it will. Those consequences are going to be considerable. They're not going to be the easiest to manage, but that now is the given situation. Trump has shown no sign that he's going to budge from that or make an exception in that case. The increased business and the increased sales that India is offering by way of LNG purchases from the US or more oil products, defense goods, these will address what Trump sees as the trade imbalance, and it's going to be a lot of efforts to correct that imbalance. But that is separate from the issue of reciprocal tariffs. Trump did not link the two, and the two, as of now, do not seem to be linked.
Right. And when you talk about the kind of market access that's being granted by the United States and India to each other, how will that now pave the way forward for perhaps greater defense procurement, our energy needs as well? These are two sort of concerns that were being raised earlier prior to the bilateral talks. What are you learning in terms of our own energy needs, which perhaps the US will also be looking into?
You know, we are seeing this by way of energy needs. For the US, for Trump, it's energy sale. We are looking at defense procurement. For the US, it is sale of these goods. They are not, and Trump mentioned F-35s, and that is very, very significant. The question there down the line, whether it's going to be that or the Rafale, but Rafale M, but these are questions down the line. But the point as of now is that Trump is looking to sell these goods to India. These are heavy price goods, and both oil and defense. And this would then open up a market, and in India that did not exist before for these goods. So to that extent, this is a good market for the US to tap, and it's on offer from India. It would seek to correct that trade imbalance, and we've had many figures, one suggesting 32 billion, one up to 50 billion. Trump mentioned 100 billion. Trump's figures usually are rather exaggerated, and no doubt they were in this case. But the fact is that what for India may be a need or a procurement will be a need or a procurement also at two levels. One is, of course, you can do with the defense goods, you can do with the oil, but then also you're using this to appease the US and offer them the market they want.
I want to bring in Kriti Upadhyay on that note. Kriti, I somehow still see a silver lining to the negotiations that have taken place today, because I think the silver lining to Donald Trump's America First policy this time around is that he's at least not threatening sanctions for dealing with Russia when it comes to our energy and oil purchases. Remember, in 2019, India had to put a stop to our imports of Iranian crude oil, and India agreed to do that because India was slapped with threats of sanctions back then under CAATSA. This time around, CAATSA word has not surfaced. Isn't that, I think, a positive indication?
Look, whenever we look at US-India relations, I think for US's part, they have really met India more than halfway. India did take those S-400 deliveries. Some of them did come into India for testing and trials.
Right, but this time around, there's been no mention during the bilateral.
Exactly. India wasn't hit by those CAATSA sanctions, right? I think there's an understanding on the US part that India has these legacy platforms and needs, and wherever India can, it has diversified. India, if you look at the CIPRI figures, India has actually reduced more than 500% in the past decade or so its defense procurements from Russia, while increasing the same from the likes of US and its allies like France, Israel. I mean, just look at this. 10 to 15 years back, we had zero defense trade between the two countries. Today, we are looking at a very impressive pipeline of more than $20 billion. India has the American P-8Is. It has, these are used for maritime surveillance and security, especially in that Indo-Pacific region. India gets sonar buoys. from Ultra, which is again a US company. And just today they announced that they're going to be doing some co-production with India's PDL as well. India has the CJ-130s from US. It has these hosts of platforms, the Apaches and so on. And there is a real need to really buy more. So India is going to buy more of these P-8Is, more of the transport aircrafts. And then there's some newer deals on the table like Stryker, Javelin, many of which have a co-production element to them. I mean, think about it. Which other country is the US doing co-production in jet engines with? I mean, jet engine technology is the most critical technology. It takes decades to get to that technology. It takes billions of dollars, and U.S. companies and the U.S. government, the Congress actually approved this, have allowed India to go into co-production with this. So I think, they're all positive signs. And just one last point, any relationship has its issues, right? Even if you're friends or partners, you're not going to agree on 100% everything. And the US-India relationship is the same. I think what we need to remember is that our convergences are really strong here. What we believe in, our fundamentals, those are strong, and those are what keep us going.
Kyle, I want to bring you in on the aspect of the groupings that India and United States are part of, something that Donald Trump also alluded to. He talked about how it was under his previous administration that the Quad was reinvigorated. We continue to remain an integral part of the I2U2 as well. And when you look at the kind of strategic partnership that New Delhi and Washington have now established, do you think that that gives us an edge over other nations which are currently being equated with India, whether it is China, Mexico, or even Canada?
I absolutely think it does. The reestablishment of these relationships is really more critical than I think that we realize right now. Not just when we're talking about trade or when we're talking about, some of these more economic financial issues. But if we take a step back and look at what Donald Trump is trying to do on the global scale, right? We always talk about he's playing chess, everyone else is playing checkers. He's looking several steps ahead here and how to neutralize threats that have had the last 4 years, the ability to really grow and run unchecked in a lot of ways. And so by reestablishing and strengthening and bolstering these kinds of alliances, India, again, being a great friend to the United States in the past, and I think that he is eyeing ways that he can regroup with trusted partners and really have a mutually beneficial relationship going forward. Again, as the issues of what is to come with the Russia-Ukraine war, and how do we keep China at bay in a lot of respects when it comes to nuclear, when it comes to tariffs, when it comes to trade, when it comes to the fact that they are so positioned right now globally to accomplish their goals, let's say it that way. And that can be pretty frightening. I think that he's really looking forward here, and it's smart. And you have to understand too, what is going on domestically at home in the United States that has an effect here. And that is that
on that point, Kyle, on that point of China that you've just made, in fact, I'm just getting in information that Donald Trump did refer to the skirmishes that had happened at the Indo-China border, where he's talked about, if I could be of help as far as the violent skirmishes are concerned. He, in fact, is still ready to offer help to India, something we did not see happen during the previous Biden administration. It was more concerned with how to protect Taiwan when it came to China, but didn't really show the same kind of concern when those skirmishes took place at the India-China border.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. India has the ability and the current production to be handling some of the things that Taiwan is. We all know that China is highly interested in taking Taiwan, and they are strategically, militarily positioned to do that. And a lot of people with expertise in this area believe that we really dodged a bullet during this last Biden administration in China not making a move either on Taiwan or on the United States. And And Trump has been sitting back for 4 years watching all of this. And while it was a different scenario during his first term, it's a new day now. He's watched us really dodge the bullet for 4 years, and coming in strong, he understands the landscape better. And I think that he is very focused on achieving peace. And that is, he has more confidence now in how to handle China and how to push back. And so I'm not surprised by that. We're glad to see it. Glad to hear that he is offering help in that capacity.
All right. Let me quickly, in fact, bring in Amy Mitchell. And in fact, before I go to Amy, I want to quickly take a question from Sanjay. Sanjay, the fact that the US President has lauded the Indian Prime Minister by calling him a better negotiator than him, what prompted him to say that? What has India managed so skillfully that earns that praise?
Well, that was, Akanksha, really a nicety. He was just being gracious in speech, and no doubt with a good deal of sincerity. But also, just to add to, what we were speaking about a minute back on China, it's very interesting how Trump steered the discussion away from one country versus another. He almost was coming across as a one world figure. He was put a question about how he may want to build India against China, and he said he has nothing against China, that he gets on very well with Xi, and then that's the context in which he mentioned border skirmishes, and he says they've been quite violent, and if there's anything he can do to end that, he will. On the other hand, he's also speaking of ending the war in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine. So he is coming across as some sort of Mr. Peacemaker, and he's offering his good offices for that. And that is a language that is quite different from the China hawkish policy that he himself has adopted. To an extent, he continues to. We've seen those tariffs being imposed, but clearly he is in his mind making, and in his policy, making a difference between the policies over trade, where he wants reciprocal tariffs, and other policies which he is seeing as supportive of peace and supportive of mutual well-being. It might seem an overstatement, and no doubt there'll be a lot of cynical viewing over this, whether this really is sincere or not. But you were speaking of the silver lining. I do see actually more than a silver lining. It's a pretty broad silver lining. There have been several good takeaways from this interaction, and not just matters arising between India and the US.
Right. In fact, we did get a bird's eye view of the entire geopolitical prism through Donald Trump, as he was also asked about the war in Russia and Ukraine. Remember, he was also asked about that phone call that he had with the Russian president. Amy Mitchell, I want to bring you in on the issue of illegal immigrants, because much of it was being debated. But India, especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has shown or offered his complete cooperation when it comes to deporting those illegal immigrants. Do you think that that will also give us an edge now with the H-1B visas, because India has always dichotomized between illegal immigrants versus the legal ones, who are only adding to the qualitative workforce in the United States?
So two issues there. I just want to go back to the China issue very briefly. One of the readouts from today, or the takeaways from today, was on supply chains and critical minerals and rare earths. And right now, the United States is very dependent on China for those minerals and rare earths. And with the tariffs that went into effect last week, China put more export controls on 3 more critical minerals. So Trump is being very strategic in looking for ways that we can bolster our supply chain through other nations such as India, and have those relationships where the U.S. isn't dependent, and other nations, quite frankly, aren't dependent upon one nation. So I think that's a major takeaway today in U.S.-China relations. On immigration, I think it was very smart for the Prime Minister to get out ahead of this. He knows that immigration was the #1 issue that President Trump was elected upon. He has been very aggressive in his first 3 weeks. We've seen that there has been issues with Latin American countries and South American countries here in the Western Hemisphere taking back their immigrants. And it's taken a lot of, quite frankly, a pressure campaign from the president himself, utilizing either social media or the news conferences. So I think the prime minister was very smart to get ahead of that today and to make an ally of President Trump to be a partner in this. Again, considering that, some of the Indian citizens that are here weren't necessarily brought here of their own volition. To your point about the visas, yes, I think that obviously was put on hold in before the president was inaugurated. It has not come up again. I'm sure that it came up today. But I think you saw some keys to that in their statements when they talked about emerging tech and kind of increased sharing and education. And so I suspect that we're going to see that issue kind of dissipate and the sharing continue between the two nations.
All right, I want to quickly give closing thoughts to Kriti over there when it comes to India-US civil nuclear cooperation, which so far many critics have been saying has been left to being unfinished business. But today we do see some kind of forward movement, especially when it comes to SMRs. Remember, Kriti, several Indian firms, whether it is about those hailing from Tata, Birla, Reliance, the Adanis, they all want to address. But there have been regulatory hurdles. Do you think that Trump presidency 2.0 will ensure that those regulatory hurdles are taken away, as will India, as far as our US-India nuclear treaty is concerned? And the pact was supposed to be very stringent under the former Prime Minister, late Mr. Manmohan Singh.
Well, it's interesting that the civil nuclear deal was signed under a Republican president, and if it does materialize, and if it materializes under Trump, I think we'll be coming full circle. Look, India in its last budget has sent a strong signal. They've been open to amending the nuclear liability law, and that was the major issue in really realizing the civil nuclear deal. So I'm thinking, next 6 months, 1 year, if this happens, and if there is enough support, we'll definitely see the US-India civil nuclear deal after almost more than a decade getting materialized. But on that, I think we shouldn't be too optimistic too. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. SMRs is not a very easy technology. So there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm very, very hopeful that we'll very soon come close to materializing the civil nuclear deal.
Quick closing thoughts from Kyle as well. Kyle, over to you.
Yes, again, I think it was a great visit and a first step of many with the bilateral going in a strong direction here. So I think there's a lot of elements of this to be pleased with, a lot of silver linings, and we're just grateful to see Prime Minister Modi coming, extending that hand of friendship and continuing on a strong relationship with the United States.
Absolutely. I think I just want to end with one line, that is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States, that too as a third head of state who's been warmly welcomed by the US President, even being hosted to dinner, is an indication of the kind of strong ties that India and the United States share. Perhaps also expect some forward movement under Donald Trump presidency 2.0. And with that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching. I also leave you with the reaction coming in from the Indian Prime Minister with regards to the issue of illegal immigration. Remember, he said that it is not just about the victims, but it is about the issue of human trafficking, which will have to be dealt with both by India and the United States together. Thank you so much for watching our live and rolling coverage. It's over to Ananda Narasimhan now.
सवाल सिर्फ भारत का नहीं है, वैश्विक रूप से हम इस मत के हैं कि गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो लोग दूसरे देशों में होते हैं उनको वहां रहने का कोई कानूनी अधिकार तो है नहीं। जहां तक भारत और अमेरिका का सवाल है, हमने हमेशा कहा है कि जो वेरीफाइड होगा, कि जो सच्चे अर्थ में भारत का ही नागरिक होगा, वो अगर अमेरिका में गैर कानूनी तरीके से रहता है तो उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है। लेकिन बात हमारे लिए वहां से रुकती नहीं है। ये सामान्य परिवारों के बच्चे होते हैं, उनको बड़े बड़े सपने दिखाए जाते हैं और उनको ज्यादातर ऐसे होते हैं, उनको गुमराह करके लाया जाता है। और इसलिए ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए। और अमेरिका और भारत मिल करके हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए, ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो और गरीब लोगों को जो अपनी धन दौलत बेच करके ऐसे बड़े बड़े सपने दिखा करके उनको अंधेरे में रख करके ले जाया जाए, उनके साथ भी अन्याय है। और इसलिए हमारी बड़ी लड़ाई उस पूरे इकोसिस्टम के खिलाफ है और मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप भी इस इकोसिस्टम को खत्म करने में भारत का पूरा सहयोग करेंगे।
On our continuous rolling coverage of the Trump-Modi meet, Prime Minister Narendra Modi having extensive talks, not just with people who are very close to the Trump administration, influential businessmen like Elon Musk, who's also in charge of Dodge, but he's also met Vivek Ramaswamy. Questions that were fielded at the press conference after a very, very high energy and perhaps in a very positive frame of mind. If you look at the body language amongst all the leaders, there is optimism all across. And when Prime Minister Narendra Modi says, if Trump wants to make America great again, Bharat and I want to make India great again. So MAGA and MIGA, our collective thoughts are on the same line. We are thinking alike and we want to further the interests of both the nations. Now, that's where whether there will be consensus, whether these whole ideals of these two tall leaders, will it coincide for the benefit of each of these nations, or are we going to run into rough weather? These are questions that remain. Trump has talked tough on tariffs. That's something that he's been very clear about. And he has said that I will look at reciprocal tariffs. Whatever you charge me, I will charge you. Now, will this help the American economy or will it hurtle it towards recession in the long term? Because many believe that this kind of a position can only end up with less manufacturing and more dumping of goods into the American market. But will Trump be able to counter that? That's his problem. For us, we've got to look at how we are going to negotiate through this. The two leaders have also said that they want to they want to work out, and they've asked their teams to work out a mutually beneficial trade deal. Now, the art of the deal is something that President Donald Trump has penned. It's his book. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi during that press conference also joked that when somebody asked him, what is the deal with Elon Musk? And he says, with respect to deals, he's the boss, he's the best man with the deal. And Donald Trump, they had a laughter, it was fun, and it also the atmosphere lightened a bit. And then Donald Trump turned around and said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a much tougher negotiator than I am. So clearly, both leaders comfortable with each other, understand what works with the other, using those the language that is going to keep the other person happy, and the tone that is going to keep the other person happy. Bharat, big takeaway is Tahavur Rana's extradition. Now, that is going to resolve a lot of matters with respect to the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. In terms of rising radical Islamist threat, Trump has given his assurance that he will back any efforts to try and quell such threats. He's also said that Bharat has the US on its side if China makes forays into our territory and with the border skirmishes. But he's also turned around and said he's looking towards Bharat and China to together work with the US to settle the issue between Russia and the Ukraine. Telling the NATO nations, telling Europe that you guys have to pay up more if you want to continue to fund Ukraine in this long-drawn war. Sanjay Suri has been tracking this and he's joining us live. Sanjay, good evening, if I may say, in the US of A. The two leaders are going to be meeting for dinner again. Overall, positives on both sides, or would you believe that we'll have to wait till fall?
Well, for a start, thanks for saying good evening and good morning to you. Yes, a good deal that is positive. This has been quite a harmonious meeting. It's very positive vibes. We have some very specifically positive takeaways. The one case of extradition that you mentioned that India has long sought. Trump made a point of saying that he has ordered that. And Trump said that he believes this is a very violent man. And then, even more significantly, he said there will be more to follow, because he said there have been, excuse me, because there have been other requests. So clearly, there are a number of Indian extradition requests with the U.S. government, and Trump has indicated that the U.S. government will respond to those requests and order more extraditions. So there is sort of more where that came from, which is something the Indian government would be very pleased to hear, because this has been a continuing concern about security issues involving people in India and events in India and events related to India, and these are actions carried out by people who then find shelter and protection in the US, both physically and legally. So this is certainly a very strong takeaway, as there have been others, but there is a major problem that has arisen and that's not going away, and that is over reciprocal tariffs. Trump was emphatic and repetitive in saying that yes, they will go ahead. India will not be made an exception. No country will be made an exception. We will charge India what India charges us, that they will impose equivalent level of tariffs. And bear in mind that this is an issue, Anand, that hits India more than it hits any other country. Of all the countries that the US trades with, India has the highest level of tariffs. Now, in principle, if the US government were to impose an equivalence, this could create an upheaval, and before the upheaval, uncertainty in all sorts of ways, because it's not very clear how you enforce this equivalence. They're different goods and they're being sent from India to the US. After all, they're not trading exactly the same things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trading at all. And each product has its own economy, its own production cycle, its own workforce behind it, its own pricing mechanism. And how do you, in fact, introduce this equivalence? It's not going to be easy.
Well, the tariff is not going to be an easy one to dodge, but they were working towards a trade deal the last time around. Had Trump come back in 2020, yes, there was COVID that derailed everything and also shifted priorities, but there were advanced level talks of a contours of a limited Bharat-US trade deal. Now, important areas of cooperation where perhaps the Americans need us and where we need them. If there is, the contours are drawn, and within those parameters, if there is something that's exercised, and looks like Donald Trump is willing to make concessions as long as there is a deal. There is something that he can go back and tell the American people, his core voter base, that see, I've been able to do what other governments have not been able to do, and I've been able to get this. So he's got to have a win-win story there. But somewhere this Trump administration is wise enough to understand that if they go down this tariff route, it's only going to perhaps turn America into a dump yard and eventually towards recession, because this is not going to promote manufacturing. One wonders if Mr. Donald Trump knows that, because he's by business a capitalist. He's someone who's gone ahead and expanded and he's made and he's built. So one wonders how long he's going to take this tariff aspect, or perhaps is it just that he wants to make an example before making concessions. Sanjay, do stay on with us. I know you've had a long day and it's going to be a further long evening for a bit, but we have got other talking heads, and we also had the MEA India, Randeep Jaiswal has put this out, saying making greater strides in the India-US special relationship. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with POTUS real Donald Trump of USA at the White House today in Washington, D.C. The leaders held extensive talks on a wide range of subjects, including trade and technology, defense and security, energy and people-to-people ties. Both sides also exchanged views on regional and international developments of mutual interest. Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar with us, Dr. Joseph M. Chalil with us. We should also have Zenia Bahal, foreign affairs expert, joining us in a bit. Namaste, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Good morning. Dr. Chalil, Trump has spoken on reciprocal tariffs. India is not talking about the tariff aspect at all. Now, is that the art of the deal?
I think it was a masterclass in how do you handle a joint press conference when everybody don't agree with everything, and the skillful way they both either answered or dodged questions which were not unpopular, whether it is the Bangladesh or China or even with Adani. So this I would say, this is very well done. Congratulations to Prime Minister Modi and President Trump in getting it done. Looks like a lot of was accomplished, and the credit goes to the team behind working all these things behind the scenes. But the compact, as they signed, will be negotiating these tariffs in a longer term, because there is no way to negotiate a tariff right now. Giving away, India did not give away anything, and came back with an F-35 and a lot of more stuff, from nuclear deal to even the liquefied natural gas. So I think it's a win-win in this case, the best we could have hoped for.
Not just the F-35s, we also have the extradition of Tahabur Rana after nearly 2 decades, and that's been a long wait. It's something that we've been wanting for a while, and his extradition is important. Here, Ambassador Sajanhar, with respect to security and defense, we have a few boxes ticked, but are we going to be able to match this reciprocal tariff expectation of Donald Trump? Does everything hinge on that, or can we work through that too?
Yeah, Namaste Anand, thank you very much for having me. I think this is a typical, classical Donald Trump, basically increasing the pressure and increasing, what he's mentioned in his own The Art of the Deal, and what Prime Minister Modi very aptly said that the copyright on the word deal, that belongs to Mr. Trump. So, this was, of course, in context of his discussions with Elon Musk. But, the goalpost that Prime Minister Modi established in that context was 2030, that we are going to have our bilateral trade doubling in quantum from what it is now. And now it is both goods and services, it's in the range of about $190 billion. So taking it more than twice that figure to $500 billion. He didn't get into sort of, the what is going to be the exact correlation of tariffs. In any case, I think that's a very difficult exercise because you have different, nomenclatures, you have different tariff line numbers, etc. So how that's going to be done, that's quite, inconceivable. But I think at the macro level, what President Trump has said is we need a better deal from India. And the discussions are going to take place on that. And by fall, that is September or so, when President Trump comes to India for the Quad Summit, hopefully the contours of a mini trade deal should be ready with us. You mentioned yourself, Anand, that at the end of the last Trump tenure, Trump 1.0, there were discussions on a mini trade deal, and it was told that we are quite close, we are within striking distance of that deal. But we couldn't do that because the last 1 year, 2020, was consumed by COVID-19 pandemic. So I think right now, and there are so many possibilities. It is defense deals is definitely one of the items where we can enhance our imports from there, because we have in any case been importing, whether it was when Prime Minister came in 2023, it is the MQ-9B Predator drones, it is, G414 engines, it is Apache helicopters, Chinook, so much in the defense area, sophisticated high-end technology. Also in the area of oil and gas. That also, you remember last time, we had ordered a large number of civilian aircrafts and also oil and natural gas. So I think as the Indian economy has grown, Anand, our requirements and our possibilities to be able to absorb these increased imports which our economy requires. We of course have to be sensitive about agricultural products, about MSMEs, which are more labor intensive in nature. But I think we can find very many items where we can deal with this whole question of what is Trump really worried about? Not so much about the tariffs. He is worried about the trade surplus that India has, which is to the tune of about $40 billion. So I think if you are seen to be making progress towards dealing with that, I think that should really be able to satisfy.
Well, he believes that PM Modi is a much tougher negotiator, but both came armed with their facts and their numbers, but both of them have a similar project where they don't want to look at bringing any other nation down. What they are looking at is making their own nations great again from their own respective perspectives. Zina, how would you look at this meet, the Trump-Modi meet? What are your key takeaways?
It's not a lot different from when they met previously, right? When Trump first came to power, or even, during the Biden administration, there has been a very strong relationship, a relationship that goes beyond trade. Of course, trade is integral to the relationship, but it's a very fruitful relationship that India and US have shared. And I think that this relationship is integral in countering China's growing influence, in the AI space, in the technology space, manufacturing space, and just generally in the South Pacific region. The US views China as an adversary. We have heard that time and time again. Many experts have said that the US-China relationship is beyond salvation. And that's when the US can look to India to be its very important strategic partner. While the US is India's biggest trading partner, India is the 10th largest trading partner for the United States, and that can change, right? Because there's so much opportunity in India, especially when it comes to energy and energy needs of AI. At the end of the day, we need to realize that what powers AI is data centers, and data centers require energy. And India has really mastered, using renewable sources of energy such as wind, solar, hydro, to be able to power data centers, right? And then we talk about semiconductor facilities as well. So there's a lot of opportunity between the two countries, but of course there are those protectionist strategies that Modi adopted. Trump did say that India is the king of tariffs, right? And Trump is adopting those, right, by enforcing tariffs, by announcing the memorandum today, having his Secretary of Commerce look into or investigate, where tariffs can be imposed, and looking at countries which have imposed tariffs on US imports, and doing something similar, for goods that are imported into the US. So protectionism may come in the way, but I think, as I said, this relationship goes beyond trade. There is so much in the defense sector and the defense ties that India has with the US, as my fellow panelists talked about. I mean, between 2000 and 2023, what has been contracted from the US is combat helicopters, anti-tank missiles, portable surface-to-air missiles, and now defense technology, defense AI. A lot of that is being worked on, and that's another thing that the two countries can collaborate on: cybersecurity, counterterrorism, intelligence. There's so much there, so much opportunity there for this relationship to truly flourish and continue to grow.
Well, how and what will be the contours, we'll have to see, and perhaps if they are all able to find common ground. One aspect is that there is a certain comfort, and Trump 2.2, the construct of it, administration-wise, is very, very different from Trump 1. Sanjay Suri, the two leaders are supposed to be having dinner. Has the dinner started? Is it closed door? Are we going to get some pictures? Who are all part or invited to this dinner? And what happens thereof? How long before the Prime Minister embarks on his return back to Bharat?
Well, the only certain thing I can say about the dinner is that I'm not invited, but that dinner is taking place, and that is going to be a dinner that's, of course, a sweetener in a diplomatic and political sense, because after the warmth we've seen, that marks an informal and slightly extended moment away from structures where people can meet, and then there's not going to be just, of course, the Prime Minister and the President. There are going to be a lot of other influential leaders from the US government who are expected at that dinner. And so this will be an occasion, really, sometimes these are the moments that are more critical than the more formal moments, more productive. Yeah. And there's certain to be some warmth and bonhomie in the room. There's a lot of goodwill between India and the US. There is, of course, this monster that has arisen, and no less than that, by way of reciprocal tariffs. It's going to have to be negotiated. It's a difficulty, but around that difficulty, there are lots of other areas where there's a goodwill and good cooperation.
Now, is it possible that we are going to continue to charge some of these imports in some sectors, some products, while we'll reduce the tariffs on some of the other imports and other products, and then vice versa? Can there be a midway? But Sanjay, just quickly weigh in on this, because Donald Trump said, "We missed you. I missed you." That's how when they first hugged and they said hello, and that's the ambient sound that picked. "I missed you" at the swearing in. Now, does that then silence the entire opposition and that whole list of detractors back home, which tried to say that Prime Minister Modi was not invited and that Dr. Jaishankar's presence there was actually managed, quote unquote, despite Dr. Jaishankar getting front row position ahead of certain other world leaders and certain other leaders of other countries, heads of state. But does this then settle that aspect, that PM Modi was invited, and that PM did not go because there were other closer compulsions?
Anand, I'm not sure how much one could read into that remark, and whether one could read into the remark all the implications you are considering. And the implications you are considering are quite rational. There's no question about it. But I don't know if Trump had all that in mind, and whether it was that serious a distinction being drawn by Trump between an invitation to the Prime Minister or a non-invitation. I don't think he was quite getting into that tone of it. It was a warm, friendly remark, and it's really something that seemed to establish a bonhomie. It was a welcoming remark. It was a reconnection remark, because there have been some very strong experiences that the two leaders have shared. The Howdy experience, the Namaste experience, and these were very, very big splashy events. They were there together, and the two leaders acknowledged that presence. So they've shared all that through the first term of Trump as president, and now they have met again at the start of the second term. And of course, Trump said, "Well, I missed you," and there was a context to it, but whether it was so definite as to read into it the kind of distinction that may be possible to read into it, given the Indian politics and around this and how that has played out, I'm not entirely certain.
Well, you're being more diplomatic than the diplomat on our panel. But let me ask Ambassador Sajjanahar there. When somebody comes out, President Trump could have said, "Hi, good to see you again. Glad that we are reconnecting." But he said, "I missed you." Now, the only place where Donald Trump in the recent past would have missed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's presence is at the swearing in, because that's the big comeback for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, Ambassador Sajjanahar. Are you on mute? Please.
Yes, I'm on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, what I was saying is I agree with you, because when you meet a person and you say that I missed you, that means you were expecting to see that individual in some place, and you did not see him there, so you missed that individual there. So I think if you read that comment, Anand, in conjunction with what Dr. Jaishankar had mentioned, if you recall, when he had the press conference on the 22nd of January, he said, "I have come as the special envoy of the Prime Minister." So now, meaning the Prime Minister will send a special envoy if he is the one who's been invited. Meaning if invitation was extended to Dr. Jaishankar,